atheist they would think that that's like, well, they would think that that's religion at that point, and it's not atheism.
Well, atheism is just a lack of a belief in a god.
Yeah.
And some atheists can still be superstitious or spiritual, whatever that even means.
Yeah. To me, I have a real problem with like the atheist movement or whatever, because it kind of like indoctrinated me in my early 20s to like I was listening to like a lot of like Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris and the gang, like all those kind of people on YouTube. And just like everything they said, I was like eating it up. But to me, it was like everything they were saying was kind of just like jerking each other off and not really like digging at any questions. They just had kind of like witty, quippy, insults against like religious people or like silly religious dogma and stuff. They wouldn't actually be like digging into the meat of the matter. So I kind of just like blindly followed that. And then I started like finding out that Christians and stuff and religious people in politics have been some of the most like influential and like moral people. So then I started looking into religion. Yeah, like, and it was like Cornel West and Chris Hedges and stuff that made me kind of like look at Christianity in a different way and be able to look at it as like a metaphor.
Well,
but do they see it as a metaphor?
Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, like I don't know about Cornel West, but I know Chris Hedges. He considers himself a Christian agnostic or whatever.
Christian agnostic.
Yeah, like in American Fascist and the Christian, right? He like writes about how he strongly believes in the morals and the root of Christianity, but he doesn't necessarily believe that there is a God or that that it's necessarily is the way it is. He's just rooting himself in the traditions and the fight and the struggle of Christianity, I guess.
Well, the spiritual backbone aspect, right? That's being taken into account as far as the courage of religious volition in regards to taking actions in the world, right? That's a big thing, I would say, with Chris Hedges and a Cornel West too.
Yeah,
I think it can push them to take action in some ways, but it also stops them from taking certain actions that are probably necessary. Chris Hedges was on somebody's show not too long ago, and I think maybe he was on with what's her name, Katie Halper. I'm not sure, but the title of the stream was "Politics is a Game of Fear," something like that. And it's interesting to see Chris Hedges acknowledge that, because his politics would never inspire fear in the powerful, because he's basically okay with being a noble loser. That's my view of it. He's satisfied with taking a noble stand without any concern for actual outcomes, like of actually making people's lives
what does
better,
a winner look
at least
like,
having
though?
a chance to change the system.
What does a winner look like? I'm curious.
Somebody who can drastically change the system for the better.
Does it matter how they do it?
In some ways, yeah. In some ways, no. Because ultimately, somebody who doesn't create any significant changes in the long term is useless politically, despite whatever morals they may wish to promote.
In politics, it's
somebody who can't bring positive change is irrelevant.
Yeah, but with Chris Hedges, I'd say maybe we could talk about other people that espouse the same things as Chris Hedges. But to me, he like walks the walk, man. He does things that none of us are doing in the activist and political world, like teaching in prisons, like reaching out to multiple different groups. Like he'll fuck with the black bloc even though he doesn't agree with their tactics. In many of his books, he's wrote about Jeremy. No, he smears Antifa because Antifa has like publicly attacked him and stuff. But the black bloc, he stood up for Jeremy Hammond when Jeremy Hammond was arrested, and has wrote about Jeremy Hammond in several of his books, and reminds people that I don't agree with his like the Black Bloc's tactics, but he's a good person, and what he believes in is like the same things as Chris Hedges does or whatever.
Yo, Chris Hedges.
So like I feel like it's hard to like unless you read his books, I find it's hard to like pin Chris Hedges down or whatever, because he doesn't necessarily talk 100% in the same way as he writes or whatever.
Welcome to YellBRo Road. We are discussing things here.
He doesn't have any fighting spirit. He doesn't promote the idea of really.
Put your seatbelts on. We're going there.
Yo, he
promotes. He promotes to like put your body on the line or whatever. In what Wages of Rebellion was like a call for like a revolution and to like look at non-violent ways to take over the government. So I think it's just because he's been like, he's also wrote about like being in war zones, and he's seen war firsthand, and how he can see good people turn into rapists and like sadistic people overnight, because war is like a goddamn drug and it like sweeps over a nation. And he's fearful of that in America, because I think if war came to America the same way it went in Syria or other like places trying to have revolution, or like Cuba or anything, think about like if somebody tried to violently overthrow the United States, what would happen to them? Like it would take, like, think about how long the Vietnam War took for them to like kick them out of their country. Think of how long it would take to liberate.
So what would they have done if they were following Chris Hedges? What would the Cubans or the Vietnamese have done if they were following Chris Hedges instead?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Chris Hedges. I don't know.
They wouldn't be
like
doing
I'm
shit,
sure like
bro.
he's
They'd
not
be talking about how noble they were and being oppressed while being on a moral high horse.
No, you don't think he wouldn't be telling people
how do we deal with a psychopath
to stop the army, or to like do things other than like killing people?
Yo, Scab, how do we deal with them, with the oppressors? How do we deal with them? Tell me.
They need to be overthrown.
How's that?
Through war.
Through war?
That's what revolution is.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
Just want that on the record.
Yeah, but there's been like, I'm not saying the USSR didn't have war waged against it in many ways or whatever, not like conventional warfare, but like, you know, there's been countries that have had revolution without gunshots, and you may not like that they were once communist and now capitalist, but it's like they have had revolutions or whatever without violence.
They were backed up by imperialism, right?
Yeah, which is very violent. So it's like
they were backed up by the threat of violence, because that's what imperialism is. Even when they don't intervene, there's the threat of violence hanging over every single interaction.
Yeah, but I think it's a different type of violence that I would rather see somebody have maybe mental violence inflicted on them, that like of you have to go into a job or you're going to die of starvation or you're going to lose whatever scenario we can put in there, than somebody being like bayoneted and fucking their head blown off on the battlefield,
I have a question.
Or stuck in a chair and tortured or something. Like,
can I ask a question? Yo, skeptical. So okay, you're making a distinction, right, between there's two different versions of violence, right? Between the oppressor and the oppressed, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
In a sense, one is morally superior in my view.
One is morally superior. How do you stop the morally inferior from taking over your shit? How do you stop that? Is it more do you just shoot him and kill him, or is there a process there? How do you know? How do you do it?
Inferior meaning what exactly? The oppressor?
If you're Jesus and the other team is George W. Bush, how do you stop George W. Bushes from popping up on your team?
So George W. Bush is the oppressor here?
Yeah, and Jesus is the good guy.
Yeah, well, I can't, take that for granted. I'm just making sure. So Jesus is the good guy here.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm sorry. I had to throw it in there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, one side has to conquer the other through war, right? Might makes right, and it's unfortunate. We didn't make these rules, right? But that's how it is. Might makes right.
That didn't answer my question. How do you stop a George W. Bush from popping up in Jesus's camp?
Like within Jesus' camp, you mean? Oh, okay, I understand.
Okay, all right, good.
So you mean like people within revolutions that
are psychopaths
use it for their own gains?
That are psychopaths. Yeah. Good.
Well, that's a good question. That's an important question. In China, in the 60s, there was a cultural revolution, basically a second revolution, because of that same thing happening, like people using the party to enrich themselves and like give their children privileges, send them to the nicest schools and shit. And people within the party were like a privileged caste. So people rebelled against them. And Mao tried to take power away from the party in a sense, although it wasn't really his power to take. So it's like he didn't really succeed in doing it.
Okay.
But do you think the cultural revolution?
Hold on, bro.
Fight against them. Find a way to fight against them. The only thing is that everything comes out of fighting. That's my only assertion, really.
Wait. So
fighting, we'll get nothing.
So if the oppressed fight and win against the oppressors, and then more oppressors pop up within the oppressed camp, you're gonna have to fight another war. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Will it keep going? How are people going to figure out how to stop doing that?
Stages? Would you say that wars go through stages? Like any war could go through stages, right?
You got to define stages for me in this context.
In this context? Well, you're saying that there would have to be another war if like corrupt forces popped up from within a revolution,
no,
right?
That's what you're saying. Because you told me the only solution is for like a ground war or whatever, some sort of military bullshit, right? That was your solution. I'm just taking it and adding it to the oppressed
the oppressors. Yes, that's what I said. But then you're saying what happens when oppressive forces rise up from within a revolution?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think it should be treated as a purely military issue in that case, because
why not?
You don't want to. You can't enforce genuine agreement among allies through force. And if enemies are popping up from within a revolutionary organization, it's hard to distinguish who's an enemy and who's just somebody who disagrees. I think there should be very high standards for calling people enemies. I don't think that should be done lightly. I think there should be concrete evidence that they're trying to like harm the masses or trying to take advantage of the revolution in a negative way. I don't believe that there should be like strict martial law over people's opinions who are supposed to be your allies. I do believe in freedom of speech, which is kind of controversial among some communists. And maybe they'll think I'm liberal for that, but I'm kind of like a free speech absolutist.
Wait. They would think they'd call you crazy for advocating for everyone to voice their own opinion?
Yeah, there's
no. I specifically said I think a lot of communists would think that I'm liberal for being a free speech absolutist.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I thought that question covered that.
All right, I guess the way you rephrased it, I didn't exactly agree with.
Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry for taking up. Like, you guys can jump in and stuff. I'm curious what everyone thinks.
Yeah, no, I can get down with like revolution and shit, but when it comes to like actually seeking out it in violence, that to me just seems like absolutely wacko. That it's like it's like the same kind of rhetoric that George Bush has about going into Iraq, or like
if
you have to
throw the first stone. You guys hear me?
It's like about liberating people, you know, like that you're liberating the oppressed. No, I can hear you, Franco. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's
Franco,
like
go ahead.
so you said about the first stone being cast. So that's why I believe in international law, and that if your country is being attacked, then you have the right to defend yourself. But in international law, it's like a paradox. If nobody is allowed to attack each other, then nobody ever gets attacked. You know, so it's like that's where I root myself in, that nobody should be doing these violent acts.
That's an international. The thing is, that's an international law to benefit the current class system.
I don't think
that
it is.
kind of
I think
paralysis.
I think that was made by communists, socialists, liberals, not fucking neocons and conservatives that wanted to fucking take over the world, but people that had common interests in stopping like mass world wars. And yeah, I don't know, to think that it's like to like protect just like the United States or the bigger nations. I think that's scary to like think of it that way, because you know, that's like giving other nations like free reign to like go in and take over other nations. Like that, say the oppressor has the land and the oppressor changes.
Is doing already.
Yeah, I get that, but do we say the U.S. has all this land? Do we
We're
then
actually talking about
take it
about
back from the U.S. violently, or do we find
Welcome
a
back,
way
man. Welcome back.
to have revolution within the United States and accommodate people non-violently? Because man, this world is so crazy and interconnected that war now on a global scale, or capitalist versus communist, is like beyond scary to me, man. Like it puts the Cold War on steroids and the nuclear war crisis.
Well, they already had nukes for like 80 years or 70 years, so I mean, let's make it concrete. Like, would the Vietnamese or Cuban people be better off following what you're saying instead of following revolutionary paths?
So I just
no, they well, I'm not saying the communists, or not saying the Cubans, but the Vietnamese were defending their nation or whatever. Like,
I want to hear what Franco has to say, because I think he.
So,
yeah.
What would a non-violent revolution look like?
Attacking logistics of a nation instead of attacking life within a system. Because
like if we all
you
just
can kill
opt out of the system, like if we all just stopped buying like what the corporations are selling us, and we find ways to, like, I don't know, grow our own food. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah,
and do other things that
beyond,
opt out of the system.
Yeah, and beyond than that. But yeah, totally. Like finding ways to, like Derek Bros talks about freedom cells or something, like working within your community to try and organize with people, so if shit hits the fan, people have resources and stuff, and things like that to mitigate the suffering that's going to happen from revolution. But people need to like hit the logistics systems of the United States and other, or whatever, all the nations, every nation that is oppressing, you got to fucking hit the government where they fucking where it hurts. Like the whole Suez Canal being plugged up, like that fucked up a lot of shit for people.
Should we still be arming ourselves, like, just in case if the state tries to attack us, like if they get desperate enough and try to attack us, people who are opting out of the system?
Yeah, I feel that there's some validity in forming like an army at that point, or some kind of like, but to like brandish it as like, we're going to use this to like take over the state and we're going to violently overthrow you. I think that automatically puts you at war with the nation, and you're going to just instantly be bombed. Like there's ample situations where violent revolution or violent protest has happened, and they've literally been like, or violent and non-violent, but when weapons are involved, where people are literally just bombed out of existence in America.
The MOVE organization in Philadelphia tried to develop their own alternative way of life and tried to,
and they had
weapons
that didn't even have pins in the guns. They had like a fuckload of weapons, but they took the pins out and threw them away. So they were pretty much like props at that point. and the United States government seen that as a threat. And they went in there because they had kids, and they used the kids as like the president to be like, see, they're abusing children, and it's like it's a fine line of like what you can and can't do without them fucking literally bombing your ass in broad daylight and getting away with it.
And guess what? The MOVE organization still exists, and many of the members are still alive, and they're still upholding the same political views.
It's weaker than ever, though, and
sure, but they weren't annihilated. It's
but
not
many people died unjustly.
Bro, I bet you MOVE has more people than like these like Assange activist groups. Not trying to throw shade or hate on them or anything.
Turn this mic on.
I'm just trying to put in perspective of what they've survived. I'm not even
MOVE,
I don't know
MOVE
that
is
much
like
about
actively.
MOVE. All I know is that they still exist. They still make public speeches. They got some political prisoners, but it's like, anybody who talks about how the state will just annihilate you overnight, like, it's just not true. It's simply
no, they did. Like the MOVE members that should have been alive, and the kids that were in that house were killed. Man, there's like a lot of fucking people died or that are just unjustly hurt when it could have went another way.
I want to bring like Anthony and Fuzz in the conversation. I'm interested to hear their perspective. What do you guys think?
When it comes to a revolution, like the self-defense part that's supposed to be integral, and like that validity, that prop you mentioned earlier, like where self-defense is acceptable, that's really essentially what we're talking about. Like when the state directly comes after like people who are trying to make a difference, the weaponization would be there to help defend themselves.
But I feel at this point the United States is just so powerful, and even Canada, that the weapons they have, they can blast you with fucking like sound cannons, with fucking lasers now that can literally like zap fucking planes out of the sky. Like, what logistics do we have other than like trying to destroy their logistics that could like compete?
Are we talking about strategy of war against the U.S. government, or are we talking like actual solutions?
We're talking about like how you would go about a revolution without people like dying is my argument. Without mass murder and a war happening, I think the best outcome is jailing the people in power and having like a mass public trial where people participate in democracy and feel like they're part of the fucking system for once.
Yeah, I might not trust that either.
Yeah, I was gonna say that could get fucking wild too, though.
They're like, off with their fucking heads, kill them, shoot them, kill them.
Do you think the government will let you peacefully take power from them?
No. That's what you gotta people gotta put their body on the line, but they don't gotta put other people's body on the line. Like if you want revolution, we gotta go like strap ourselves to pipelines. We gotta go fucking we gotta go take over fucking Wall Street buildings. We gotta go try and take over nuclear silos. Like just like lots of little things amounting to big things.
Oh, we all know the bigger answer.
It's like a death by 1,000 cuts, because you can't we can't take out the fucking U.S. government, or I don't think any modern government in one blow.
Yeah, but we know that
if that was the bigger answer. Syria would have been taken out by the United States a long time ago.
We know the bigger answer to this, right? Yeah, you can call it just a hypothetical thought experiment that's not realistic, but that's still the solution, though, right? The thing I constantly talk about, that thing.
Your wiener?
Not my dick. Something much smaller than that. Psychology.
Yeah. Word. Yeah, I agree.
Psychology, right?
Like, I never really thought a whole lot about it. I don't root myself completely in individualism, but there's like
psychology works on a collective level as well, right?
Yeah.
We can see people behaving a certain way within or in patterns, right? We see group mentalities, we see team playing, we see all that shit, right? So psychology is beyond just the individual. But at the same time, like, you can, whether or not you call it realistic or not, that's still where the solution is, right? That's my question for everybody.
Like in understanding people's psychology, that's where our solution is.
Or actually mainly someone self-analyzing themselves, psychoanalyzing themselves.
So we're trying to raise collective consciousness.
You can call it that. I do not mind those words. That works fine with me. But we'd have to dive into like what that is in detail. Yeah.
Promoting mindfulness, pretty much, like have people be more aware of their actions rather than them being driven primarily by their subconscious, which is what 99% of the population does.
Yeah, exactly.
So how would we go about that? How would we promote mindfulness to people?
That's the difficult aspect. See, here's the thing. People want full control of themselves. Let's be honest about this. I truly believe that damn near every individual in the world wants full control over themselves. So they already want the thing we're talking about. The problem is the conditional barriers that are in the way, as far as that's not realistic, or this doesn't help with this. I don't see a material difference here, so it can't be good. This can't be realistic because I don't see the material results of it. It's like, these are the things we trick ourselves out of the actual solution. Now, if we're talking about social, whether it's politics or whatever avenue you jump into, when you're looking for external solutions, like let's say you want Medicare for all, or you want to end all the wars, or whatever, whatever. It's like you have to bring in tandem with that your own psychology. If you're leaving that at the door, you are let's be honest, a brainwashed robot just following a pattern that someone else designed for you, and you have no idea what your actual origins are. You have no fucking clue about it because you're locked into a program. You're not actually thinking. There's an actual distinction between thoughts running through my mind and actual thinking. Those are two different fucking things. But people don't want to bring that psychology aspect in tandem with their social solutions. Maybe because it'll contradict it. Skeptical, right? If you go for all-out war,
all right,
if you go for hold up. If you go for war and you bring this psychological aspect in tandem with it, it might not work out so well. Good. Ask your question.
All right, let's assume that everyone embarked on a psychological analysis journey that you're proposing. And everybody embarked on that for however long you think it would take. A few months, a few years, I don't know.
Yep. That's what it is.
All right. So let's imagine everybody has made sufficient progress with that psychoanalytical journey. Mm-hmm. Now what? Like, how do we actually end imperialism, have a better society and all that? Now that everybody's hypothetically done all this psychological work on themselves.
Well, I just did a 40-second something rant about bringing your psychology in tandem with what you think is the most efficient way to make the world better, right?
The thing is, I've seen a lot of people who are mindful or who are very spiritual, very conscious, and again mindful. They're aware of their actions. They have all this spiritual knowledge, but then they still fall for what the authority tells them. Like they still they can be the most a really spiritual person, but in the end they still are going to have these neoliberal political beliefs. So how are we going to overcome all the political censorship that happens online, commercially, everywhere we look? How can we overcome that so that these people that are mindful spiritually are also going to be politically conscious?
Well, I'm not going to say I know how to overcome whatever, because I can't read the future as far as what results will happen based on what actions. That's a dumb thing for me to say out loud. The political guys, you should take a note from that, by the way. But yeah, I would not. I'm not going to tell anybody what they should do in regards to this will guarantee the world will be better, because that's not the case. I don't know that. What I will say is, on an existential basis, if you go down, you'll go down with your eyes wide fucking open, as opposed to, I have no idea what I was doing. I was basically programmed by my environment the entire time. Like, I have no ground to stand on, and I was piggybacking off of someone else's ideas for years and years and years and didn't fucking realize it. That's the thing that, like, bring your own psychoanalysis of yourself in tandem with what you think is the most efficient way to make the world better. That's it. Pretty simple. But people think, when I say that, people think I mean sit in your room and just think all day. No. But hey, go ahead.
I'm missing the part where you address what actions should be taken. I said this to you in the little spirituality chat too. You almost answered this question that time too, and you almost answered it just now too.
God.
You're basically, this is what I'm hearing from you. I'm hearing you say that if we change our thinking, then we'll change our thinking. And then we'll align it with the actions that we need to take. But my whole question is, what actions do we need to take? And that's the part that you're not answering.
First part is incorrect. If you observe your conditioning, you can change your conditioning. How you change it, that's an individual by individual basis. But you have to observe your own conditioning first. That's one. 2, what actions can we take? Was that the second part? The second question?
Yeah, once we've already gained this self-awareness that you're proposing we seek out, once we've already gained that self-awareness, what actions do we actually take?
Well,
politically,
as someone who does self-analysis, I'll ask myself, well, what do I mean to do morally speaking? What do I mean to do? Okay, I mean to do quote-unquote good or well, right? Now I just take that and apply my newly observed conditioning to that aspect of meaning well. Does that make sense to you? I didn't hear your answer.
I think people already all think they're doing what they think is good.
Yeah, that's
right?
the thing. What do we do about people? What do we do about people who think they're doing the right thing?
Did they do self-analysis?
Because they're still being brainwashed.
Did they do the self-analysis condition? Did they analyze their own conditioning yet?
Yeah, it goes back to step one.
They haven't fully analyzed it because they don't know what else is out there because they're being censored.
Okay, fair enough. But then that just reverts back to my answer one about observing your own conditioning. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yep. On the Lord, for 99%.
Oh, your mic's going weird, Anthony.
It's cutting out, man.
I can't hear you at all.
Try jumping out and back in. And pause.
Yeah, I don't know. I always thought this spiritual shit was kind of like hooey. Until I started like reading Gabor Mate, and he would like link like Marxist ideas up to like neuroscience and epigenetics and stuff, and how like you can't just like for instance, like in a war zone, like babies that are born in a war zone are like more likely to be like drug addicts, have anger issues, have high blood pressure, diabetes, like all these fucking health issues. And I think that like when you look at like the impact on your actions to others, and like you can actually see that it has a negative effect on society and individuals. And I think that is what people have to root their morality in. It is pretty much like biology. Like I don't think if we had a revolution and we got communism in, I don't think that the problems that we have would stop, because the human psyche is so damaged. And
do you think any of the problems we have today would be stopped?
Maybe some of them, but I think a lot of them would be exacerbated if we had a revolution.
Also, this is assuming that you're like from the day that actually socialism begins after capitalism has been overthrown. That from day one, that there's supposed to be a light switch flicked that's supposed to alleviate everybody's consciousness. That's not how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, and I feel
It's
like right now we have to work. We have to work on people's ameliorating suffering and changing people's like pretty much their epigenetics, because like people literally prone to like alcoholism, cancer, like all these terrible things because of colonialism and stuff. And I think that if we had a revolution and there was a fuckload of violence, that shit would happen again to another generation, and then the generation that suffers from that now, it would continually happen to them. So I think that like, yeah, revolution isn't just flicking a switch, but it needs to be rooted in like ameliorating suffering and morality. And I don't think war and civil war is moral.
Can you think of any modern revolutions that have
the Velvet Revolution, the Coronation Revolution. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they didn't necessarily ameliorate suffering because nobody's really paying attention to like people's suffering. They're focused on economic gain and like system change. When Jordan, like I always thought what Jordan said was absolute hogwash shit, but it's like it's rooted in saving humanity, and the system will change with it. Like I feel like a lot of people are greedy and fucking capitalistic and imperialistic because their childhood, from the moment they were developed in the womb, their brain development to like their adolescence has like shaped their life into being however they are.
I think Anthony's mic is better now. You wanna try saying something again, Anthony?
No, probably pretty. But
God damn, your mic's fucking going havoc.
up again.
That sucks. Yeah. Maybe go into Discord settings, Anthony, and crank the output up or something like that. It's weird ass connection issues. I love Discord, man, but I fucking hate it too. It's like fucking.
Is it better now?
It's still glitching, but it's louder. How's the Rockfin fans doing, Franco? We got fucking people watching on the Rockfin?
We got 3 viewers currently. It fluctuates between 5 and 3. Because there's other people still watching, like the other people that are live on Rockfin. Some of the mutual watchers are in the stream, and also they're watching YellBRo.
Yes. Word.
Better or is it still bad?
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah,
it's better. Yeah,
much better.
No, man, like.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're almost there.
That's funny.
No.
It's like K to the C, like you're like okay, K to the C, go, and then he's like,
y'all, I got the cure for cancer, and here you go. First, you gotta.
No, it's still Glitch Town, dude. It might be your internet.
Anthony's he's about to drop some fire too, I know, but it's not letting him.
Discord be hating. Yeah, I wonder if like Discord's a free and open source platform. I wonder if like Rockfin could look at like how Discord's running and shit, like certain aspects of Discord. Cause I love Discord, man. They have so many good features, but then it's like buggy as fuck too.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna end the call for everybody and then call again and see if that helps.
Word.
All right.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
How does everybody sound?
I don't. You didn't
Still.
end the call for me. I didn't get.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Called it.
I don't know how to end for everybody.
You fucking newbie booby. I think we all gotta leave. Maybe.
Alright.
Yeah, everyone leave.
All right. He said that. Prop was on Call of Duty. I was watching a stream. He's playing Call of Duty. He's like, "Oh, sorry guys, I'm not playing so good. I'm a newbie booby." And his soldier's like, "What the fuck are you talking?" You know how intense fucking Call of Duty players are. Fuck you. Oh, that shit's fucking brilliant. Yeah. Oh, did everybody leave it already? I love on the fly streaming. Fuck it. Okay.
All right, let's see. Let's test it out. How's everybody sound?
Flo? Aunt Flo?
Yo.
You?
All right, you guys all sound great. Let's hear from Fuzz and Anthony.
Hello?
Yeah, Anthony, you good?
We're still going?
Oh, buddy, you're back.
Oh, we're still streaming.
Nah, but yeah, I'm just saying, like,
Hey, there we go.
like what Skeptical is saying is just like the more and more I've been around YellBRo, like his way of thinking is being more persuasive that like there needs to be like a mass consciousness like acquired to do this. Like I don't think Skeptical is wrong. Like we wanted to do what he wants to do, but like the way about it, like YellBRo said, like it doesn't address like the problem of infiltration and shit and stuff like that. Like the human psyche needs to be figured out first.
I think
Maybe not first, but along the way, like it's like there's not much time to fucking do shit, but
They gotta be done together, right? We can't just ignore that, understanding how a George Bush happens, and then just like, oh, we don't need to know that. Just keep going. Like, we can't do that. You gotta do both.
So you guys are saying that the way that a revolution, like Skeptical is proposing, should be coupled with a raise in consciousness and collective consciousness.
Not the way Skep said.
Approaching it.
Not the way Skep said. But I get what you mean by revolution, but not the way, not violence, not guns and weapons and shit. That's him on his own.
In defense, self-defense.
Yeah, no. For me, no. Welcome to the jungle. That's all I'll say.
I just had a fucking big bong hoot. Yay! Shout out to Rock, man.
All right, Anthony, I want to ask you, so does it have to come first, right? Because we're saying two different things here. Like, I think several people are saying several things. Some people are saying it has to come first, this consciousness raising, and then some people are saying it can go together while we also try to figure out the systemic problems. So where do you fall on that?
Fuck.
Oh, Anthony.
Oh,
Couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you're glitching, bro.
Try again. Again, Anthony.
you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. For now.
Like this way. But what supposed to?
Oh man. Hey guys, why don't we do a Zoom call? I think that might work better for Anthony.
All right.
All right. I'm going to Zoom.
Cool.
Do I have to make an account for that, or can I just fucking do something?
I'll just send the invitation.
Yeah, I think it runs in a browser. Okay. You don't have to download the app.
Alright.
Yeah.
So
Yo, Franco, do you want to play some Jackbox games tonight with us?
How do you play that?
Want to
It's
play
like
some
a browser,
games?
like you run it on a computer,
What's
but
up,
then
guys? I'm gonna say hey, what's up to everybody.
everybody that plays the game, they just run it on their phone,
what's up, Jack,
on a browser, or on their laptop or computer.
Dirtbag leftist, Alice, you
on a browser, and
cheetah.
then you
Dubster, what's up, Dubster?
You'd like do all these like fun little quirky like games, and we
Uncle
make them
Drew,
like
I see
political
you.
and shit.
Sure, man.
Matt Hunter,
just show me how to do it.
The Duck.
Word. It's late. It's ladies' night
So-
tonight. All the ladies are fucking wanting to play.
Everybody? I think I got everybody.
Bet.
Yo, Anthony.
If I miss someone, I
I have to
apologize.
go to sleep early today. I teach.
Maybe right after we stream, or a little bit after we stream.
So, how do you like the YellBRo style of streaming, Franco, where everything's just pure chaos?
I like trying out different things. All right, I just sent the link. Zoom, so I'll see you guys there. And if it doesn't work out there, then we'll just come back here.
Word. Oh, it is asking me. No. Watch.
My shit's downloading Zoom for some reason.
Yeah, back out of the.
I guess I have to. I'll just download it. Fuck it.
Use one of the audio conference options. Computer audio. Sure.
Like skeptical, like the hunger for change is not so different from YellBRo. It's just the ways they want to get there are different. And I feel like over time, like what YellBRo's been saying, like it would be like the permanent solution as to like what skeptical might be an unknown. We may succeed,
What's up, Brian?
we may not succeed. It may follow trends of
Brian
the
and Dubster Brian.
But at the same time, like the endeavor that YellBRo wants us to go on is like a worldwide phenomenon. It's not just America, even. It's not one place. And like
it's human.
So yeah, exactly. And that like that might be too much to swallow for most people. But it might really be what we need.
I think I'm good.
Yeah.
But what is the it that you're saying we need? Because what I hear YellBRo saying is that we need to examine we need to psychoanalyze ourselves. That's what I'm hearing him say. Psychoanalyze ourselves and try to address personal issues that we have.
Yeah, but that's on a practical level too. You don't have to believe in any type of spiritual shit, and that's still on the practical level, right?
Yeah.
You don't want a schizophrenic running your organization, right?
Like
correct?
Like
yeah, I actually agree with this so far, but then it seems like that's the end of your solution, because I still will maintain that you haven't answered the question of action. You just keep saying, basically, if we analyze ourselves and change our way of thinking, then we'll think differently and we'll take some kind of actions, but you never say what the actions are. Politically, what should an enlightened person do politically?
I think YellBro's trying to say that the politicians and the oligarchs are going to reach this enlightenment also.
A system is made believe. what a person thinks, feels, and does transcends the system. That's what YellBRo's saying. You have to.
You really believe that?
I'm starting to believe. Yeah, I'm starting to believe. I hear I hear what you say. Red Sea, scuff, even fuzz. They'll say a lot will change for the better or for the worse. And to an extent that may be the case, but that may not be sustainable. You're looking what we're looking for, which is like moral superiority. Like stop the killing, stop killing babies, stop like in the with Stalin, they're getting attacked from every angle. You can't move just because America's proud of you. You can't move because they are like right. That's what YellBRo's saying. The psyche cannot be moved by exterior motives. That could be positive or negative. Like you have to be this. You can't just change because you got money now. That's kind of what YellBRo's saying. Like the needs are met because that could change if your needs aren't met. But if you like have ascended a certain like moral superiority of like your psyche, where like this is bad. It's empirically bad whether you have something or you don't have something. It's not affecting your psyche. And YellBRo's saying that most of us aren't there yet. So changing the system could better our lives, but it might crumble on itself faster than you would want it to. You know what I mean?
Can I add on to what Anthony just said? And it's like I just asked you, Scott, Brett, like would you let a schizophrenic run your organization? And you said no, right? Right?
I think we should take care of people's mental health in revolutionary groups. And
would you let them lead you? Would you let them be your leader? The schizophrenic, would you let them be the leader of your revolution?
Well, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know everything implied in schizophrenia. Maybe they could do certain tasks.
Multiple personality disorder.
I don't know, bro. Somebody who's really mentally ill, let's say. Don't say a specific diagnosis because I don't know everything that would entail. But are you asking me if I would want a severely mentally ill person being in charge of a revolution? Then the answer would be no.
Okay. What if you
I don't
have
think anybody
that?
should really be in charge.
What if you have that, but it's subconscious? What if you have a severely mentally ill person running your organization, but it's not out on the surface for you to see? For a clinical doctor to be like, huh, look at that. Clearly he's schizophrenic because he's fucking smiling at the sun and licking flies. What if it's somewhere deep down within them that fucking psychosis?
Just judge them by their actions. How's that? Because everything else is partially speculation.
So here's another clinical definition. Here's another clinical thing. How about psychopathy? You know did you know that psychopaths will mirror and measure every action you do and regurgitate it back to you so that you look at them as like a friend or as someone who's like, oh, you're like me. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? How do you recognize that? What if you get this whole revolution started and George Bush was at the lead of it the whole time? God.
How are you in any position to answer any of these questions any more than me, though? And how is it any, like, what's the relevance to us actually changing society? That's what I'm trying to understand.
You don't see how George Bush leading your organization is pertinent to
You're asking how do I have the specific ability to recognize someone like that? And I'm not sure because this is very broad and vague. I'm sure there will be some warning signs. I mean, we could
broad as in you haven't looked into it,
political cultures, right?
Have you looked into it before you say broad? Because you kind of have to look into it to say that's a broad.
Well, you're being very broad. You're saying.
How do you know that unless you looked into it?
All right, you're asking about mental illness, right? And that's a broad category. Then you're saying
schizophrenia. No, you said mental illness. I said schizophrenia.
Yeah, because clearly, are you specifically talking about? Yeah, that's the thing, bro. You're talking about different diagnoses, which I'm sure you're not a doctor. So why don't we just, like, correct me if I'm wrong. You're not a doctor, right?
It doesn't matter, to be honest.
All right, I'm just saying that when you're saying a specific diagnosis, then clearly we're not able to judge that, and it's all very broad.
Yeah. You lost me here.
Yeah, I don't understand. All right, there can be toxic people involved in political organizations. That's true.
We're not talking about toxic. Forget toxic. They could mean all the wellness in the fucking world, but somewhere deep down in their psyche, they got touched by their dad, and now they're the head of your organization, and they're guiding you in a direction to where whatever subconscious trauma they faced is now at the head of your organization. Now,
all right, well, if they're proposing a strategy that makes sense to an outside observer, and the operations of the organization are,
but you already agreed that I can
commit that strategy, then the person in charge, like having mental problems, shouldn't even matter that much.
First of all,
in that hypothetical situation, where even if that was the case,
you already agreed that I can change the environment around you and guide you wherever the fuck I want to. So now, what if it's a schizophrenic doing it? How are you going to notice that you're being led astray?
If they're promoting strategies that don't have a political,
like no money in politics,
as positive,
like no money in politics. This is not. All right. I'm sorry. I'm not here to fucking grill you.
I agree with. Yes, no money in politics. So how are you gonna get that done with just telling people to psychoanalyze themselves?
Well, we saw it. No money in politics, did, right? You have AOC.
I was gonna say, didn't AOC get no money and no money?
You have the Justice Democrats, man.
No big money in her politics.
How are we gonna detect those?
She has money. Does she not make money out of this?
No, but there's been people that are quote unquote whatever they've said that they've gotten money out of their politics or whatever.
Yeah, like no big donor money. Like
that's pretty different from money in politics, because we know that AOC still serves the people with money, and the people with money still have all this leverage and control over the government.
But
but that's what YellBRo is saying. He's like saying that.
So
like,
how is you proposing that they psychoanalyze themselves going to do anything for this? I actually want to ask this to Anthony, because I mean, YellBRo, like, I'm sure you've been on this path for a long time, but I'm actually a bit shocked to hear Anthony saying this. So can I ask Anthony, how is this proposal, how is this proposal going to take hold among, like, the police forces, all those racist motherfuckers, all the elites, all the George Bushes of the world, all the Donald Trumps, fucking Joe Biden, all these guys? Like, how is this proposal gonna actually influence people like this? Like, they're gonna have to voluntarily adopt this philosophy that you're proposing, right?
I told you it's gonna be the hardest task ever. It's not.
All right, so why don't we propose a less hard task, like something that's actually been done, like hypothetically overthrowing a government? That's actually been done. Like, for a government to be overthrown, you only need a few percentages of the population actively involved in fighting against it, and then large portions of the population can be like, I don't want to say neutral observers, but basically sympathizers, or basically be involved to different degrees. But you really only need a few
10%.
percentages of the population to actually, like, completely change society. What you're proposing is actually less realistic than that, in my opinion, because everybody would have to adopt it. And even Jordan admitted before, like, I think he admitted that he didn't really see how he was going to get. Like, bro, you're not even convincing me. And I think you mean really well. How are you going to convince, like, a rich ass motherfucker to, like, adopt this philosophy? And, like, what? Do you think they're going to voluntarily give up their power?
I personally think that the rich and the people that are in power, they need punishment or massive persuasion to change or whatever. And it's like, I agree that we need a revolution and to overthrow those people, but I don't believe in doing it in a way that doesn't grow on like morality and isn't based in morality. Like what you were saying about, like, it only takes a small amount. There's actually been studies there's this one university, it's Rensselaer, I think it's called, Polytechnic Institute. They said in their studies that they like their computer models simulations that they ran, that in social situations 10% of the society thinking something can change the other 90%.
It grows exponentially. Once it reaches 10%, it'll reach 100% a lot faster than when it took for it to reach 10%. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. So I think that these
thinking.
issues are for the common man that he's talking about. He's not necessarily suggesting that George Bush is going to do these things without.
I think
how are we going to get to George Bush or any of these people? They're untouchable to us.
The thing is,
I agree.
Before it hits 100%, though, when everybody has this awakening, the elite class will be the last ones for it to reach, and by then, will things be too late? Like, will the majority of the population have already been done for? Like, we're all.
That's
dead,
why I think that
suffering.
the 10% also has to have a revolutionary mindset where they're thinking about realistically who they're battling. That like George Bush and shit, these people know what they're doing. Like I don't think that they don't like what Jordan's talking about. They would be like, you know, they wouldn't or everything we're talking about here. They know what we're talking about, and they're not stupid. That they don't want to think this way or whatever. You know,
they notice psychology too. By the way, they know that too. What do you think? What the
They
fuck do you
have
think
all
marketing
these
is?
advisors.
Yeah, like John Bolton in the game,
they have
dude.
Spiritual
They're
and
fucking
psychological
educated.
advisors that are like by their side. That like these people have therapy sessions with really spiritual people. So yeah, they understand a lot. Like especially the billionaire class.
With their
I
weird
just
witch
wanted
doctors. Shout
say
out to John Podesta and the soup. No, what was it called? Spirit cooking or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, they have spiritual advisors. The State Department, they have spiritual advisors. But I was just gonna say, like, if in the case of there being like, let's say there is like a a schizophrenic that's leading a revolution, well then that's why in order for it to be successful, it has to be run democratically, right? And then they have that leader, if we notice that they're not in the right position, if they're not in the right state of mind to be leading people, then there has to be really smart people around them that vote for them to step down.
Yeah. See, I personally don't really like, my revolutionary thought is to not get away from a system that has leaders, because the leadership usually always, even even in USSR, Cuba, any place that there's been a communist revolution or socialist revolution, the leadership is somewhat fucked up. It's, you know, you can say what you can say about the society that they live in, but all of these people have done fucked up things, wrote fucked up things. I don't know, maybe it's because they're a product of their time. Like you look at people in the West that are leaders and the shit that they've wrote, but like, or have done, but it's like undeniable to like you can't say that Fidel Castro has never done any heinous things that he could have done that he didn't have to do or whatever, you know, like
heinous.
You know, I don't think killing people. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. Like the Cultural Revolution, for instance. I don't think the Cultural Revolution had to go to the.
What heinous things did Fidel Castro do? You want to put Fidel Castro on trial?
No, man. Like, I don't agree with killing or whatever, and like,
all right,
you can't tell me that you can't tell me that nobody in
Cuba. Real quick.
You can't tell me that nobody in Cuba got in that was innocent just got like hung up in the system of what was going on.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, definitely. In a process that large, yeah. Innocent people get harmed. Yeah, that's fucked up.
That's why I'm saying.
But innocent people are already getting harmed.
Get away from a system of leaders, because every system, every country that has leaders, they're always fucked up and they always be doing fucked up shit. Look at Muammar Gaddafi.
Sure.
You know, I didn't want Muammar Gaddafi being arrested, or I didn't want him being killed or whatever. But look at the things he did for Africa. He made fucking a man-made lake that's fucking still fucking giving people water to this day. and many other things in Libya, but the guy was still a fucking heinous prick.
For there to have been a Gaddafi, he had to have violenced his way into power in the first place for what was in Africa's initial conditions for it got to as well as it did under Gaddafi.
I don't necessarily
Quinn, I feel like you're moving the goalposts because first you're saying
think that what you guys are saying is that
things.
violence is an absolute, and I'm saying you're wrong. That
They said it was an absolute.
Gaddafi didn't have to fucking.
I guess I'm
be
not
violent.
finished here. Violence is an absolute.
That's what I feel like you guys keep saying that. There's no matter what, you got to kill people. That people are going to be killed. Innocent people will die.
Eventually, they're going to try to kill you. And then it's up to you to decide
How do you know
if
that?
you want to let yourself
How do you know
get
that?
killed.
How do you know that?
Because of
Killing us
history.
right now.
What do you
Because of
mean?
history?
People get killed for less. What do you mean?
Yeah,
bro?
but if somebody's trying to kill me, like unless they're going to drop a bomb on me, I
I'm
will
sorry.
literally fight back.
I'm sorry.
If a cop's trying to kill me.
Exactly, Quinn, and I think that's why you're in a very difficult position right now. YellBRo is on an extreme side of this, but you are.
Guess what? The guy who said he would shoot first is calling me extreme. I just want everybody to hear that. The guy who said, I don't know if this guy's violent or not, but I'll shoot him first. It's calling me extreme. I just want everybody to hear
Don't put
that.
words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth.
Was that not what you said?
Anyways,
You said credible threat, but the threat doesn't have
we
to
didn't say
actually be a
nothing
threat,
about
right?
shooting first. I said if you believe that you were going to be killed and the only way to stop yourself from being killed is to kill the person trying to kill you.
Even if they're not an
then
actual
yes,
threat.
kill them.
Even if they're not an actual threat, right?
If you believed credibly that
If
they
I
were an
believe
actual
they're a threat,
yes.
I get to kill them, right?
All right, yo, I sent you that video which you didn't understand. Yo, so
No, I watched it. And it said it was a prank,
Yeah,
right?
just let me explain, and then
All right, go
you'll
ahead.
see
All
why.
right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's see if anybody understands where you're coming from with this, because I did not understand. So, yo, a prankster in, I think, Tennessee or some shit recently, I think he was some white boy. He went up to some guys, acted like he was about to rob them, and the guy shot him in self-defense, but it was just a prank, bro. Yo, did that guy do anything wrong for killing that kid when he believed he was about to be attacked? I don't think he did anything wrong.
For me, it would be wrong.
How would it be wrong? Do you believe in self-defense at all or not?
Yes, of course I do. But self-defense
All right,
doesn't
well,
mean
how do you know you're
self-defense. Excuse me. Self-defense doesn't mean kill the other person in front of me. I could easily take him down. I could choke him out. There's a whole bunch of fucking things I could do.
All right,
That's
if
the
somebody
other person
ran up on
fucking
you with a
dying.
gun and you had a chance to shoot them first.
I'm not shooting
Would
them
you
first.
be reasonable in doing that or not?
I'm not shooting them first. I can understand a dum-dum doing it, just like I told you in the chat. I said, I understand why a
Someone
child might
takes
do
a
this.
shot at you. Someone takes a shot at you. They miss. You pull out a gun. Are you reasonable in shooting them or not?
Me? No.
Dude, he's literally Bruce Wayne. He
Me,
won't
no.
kill people.
Me, no. A child? Yeah. A child, I would
Yeah.
Listen, when I'm looking at
really
people-
loves Batman.
That's what I just realized.
when I'm looking at people-
not kill anybody.
When I'm looking at people, I'm trying to assess every scenario I possibly can. Like, oh, what's their thinking? What's their background? Why are they this way? I try to do that. But if you're gonna put me in that scenario, you're fucked. If you're gonna try to put me in that scenario, it's like that's not gonna work out for you. So make up a story about a hypothetical person. That's a better chance for you if you're trying to make a point out of this. Oh, by the way, you're justifying every cop killing. By the way, as you're doing this, they have every right to shoot those motherfuckers.
Because they totally believed
Yeah.
that they were under threat all those times. They totally did, right?
Oh, okay.
They're
What's that?
totally not
Hold on.
just
I hear
making
sarcasm.
up
I hear
to
sarcasm here.
Get away with it, right?
I hear sarcasm. Are you telling me every single
Because we
case?
have a
Are you telling
culture
me
of
every
getting
single
away
cop
with
shooting
it,
case is
right?
just the
And that's
basis of
the system.
racism? Huh?
What?
Is every?
I said because they know they'll get away with it. Is that a fact or not?
Is that every single cop killing case?
That they know they'll get away with it?
No. That. Yeah. Is that every single case? Or is it sometimes? Oh, I feel like I'm being threatened, so I shot first.
I'm pretty sure the vast majority know that they'll get away with it, so they just do it.
Okay. How about the ones that aren't the vast majority? What's their?
The ones that aren't the vast majority?
What's your assessment of that? You're justifying them doing that, right? They're good for doing that, right?
All right, so we're just talking hypotheticals here. Just somebody is hypothetically a cop in some country in the
Is
world.
that really hypothetical? Isn't that like a real scenario where cops shoot people because they feel like they're going to get shot first?
Sometimes, yes. But are you talking about America or are you talking about around the world? Because there are different political contexts to this, isn't there?
No, let's talk about the
Some
sometimes.
governments don't go around shooting their own people and some do, right?
Let's talk about the sometimes in this country.
Hold up.
Give me your assessment.
All right, so you're saying
You're
this country.
justified,
You're
right?
being very specific about this country, right?
Sure.
But there's a reason for that, right?
What's the reason?
Because in other countries, this tends not to happen, right?
Why does it happen
depends
here?
where you're talking about. It depends where you're talking about, but very few countries have the history that America has, right? And policing happened in that whole context.
Countries with no gun that are cops have guns or whatever.
Yeah. Tell me your reason why it happened
in the context of America, I don't have to give the cops the benefit of the doubt whatsoever that they believe they were being threatened. Being a police officer is very, very safe in America. Relative to many other jobs, it's very, very safe.
They tell themselves.
Let me just say this.
In order to have their conscience clean, they do tell themselves, like subconsciously and consciously, tell themselves, okay, I did this because of self-defense. And then they go around believing their lies.
Can I just say this?
Much that they're like, they think that it's a war out there, kind of thing.
Can I just say this real quick? Can I just say this real quick? Skeptical, I 100% believe you mean well, man. That's from the bottom of my fucking heart. I truly believe you mean well, but the shit you're telling me is ass backwards to me. That's my honest opinion.
That's fine. I really want to know how Anthony thinks that we're gonna get the elites to change or like embrace.
Well, I think
forget about the elites. Actually, hold up. Forget about the elites. How do you think we're gonna get a huge portion or the majority of society to embrace this philosophy, and why is that more reasonable than revolution, which would only take a small percentage of society? Let me know.
I think that not only could this be used as a tool for you and what you want to do, but I also think it goes. There's a lot of elements that you bring to the table, skeptical, that coincide with this, like street epistemology and shit like that. Where like I understand that it's not gonna. It might take longer. It might be harder to do. But like at the same time, like I think like the way you want to go about it, it does like it has the same obstacles that we have, and we might die doing that. You know what I mean? And like I'm not afraid to die myself, but that disincentive, that might be more disincentivized than what YellBRo's proposing.
So you think his way is, you admit that it's going to take much longer, but you feel that it's safer?
Not just that it's safer. It accomplishes what you and him both want, which is the way we do things.
Okay, so should that be our main focus? Psychoanalyzing ourselves and trying to get other people to psychoanalyze themselves and hope that they'll come to the same conclusion as you?
Well, like let me put this hypothetical, skeptical. Let's say you did this, what YellBRo's saying. Maybe that would bring a different air about how you want to go about a revolution. You know what I mean? And
okay, I can agree with that, but I actually agree with that. I do fully agree with that. I think people should take care of their mental health and shit, and be aware of their motivations and all this shit. I'm not against that. What I'm against
is the focus, right?
Is how, he's basically proposing that this should be the focus, and nothing can be done until we all psychoanalyze ourselves and all this shit. And I just don't see how you're going to get other people, everybody, to do this, or a large percentage of the population where it would actually have an effect, because this is still about thinking. You're just saying if we change our minds, then what would actually happen? What would people actually do? That's what
he's kind of saying to you too, though. It's so we get communism, then what do we do or whatever? It's he feels that there's so many underlying individual problems that they'll just
and you could still keep trying to address them. Wouldn't you be better equipped to address them under a more socialistic system that could like invest in mental health and all that shit.
I agree. Yeah.
Socialism agree with your point of view, except we just don't agree with the focus being on just change the way you think.
I think throughout changing the way, like self-analyzing yourself, you're gonna want to get into your community and start like organizing, and you're gonna want to fucking get into like learning about nature and shit.
Aren't there a lot of people on this spiritual mumbo jumbo who are just all about themselves?
Well, yeah, and I don't necessarily think that they're connected with reality or whatever. I think that they're removing themselves from reality, and that they're looking.
They probably believe in a lot of the same shit that you're talking about right now, and they probably talk totally, the same kind of language with this. Like yo, I don't really like Graham Elwood, but he has that funny character Shimshay or whatever the fuck it is. Like he's making fun of all these New Age guys.
Hey,
bro, y'all kind of sound just like New Age guys right now.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I think if I picked all you guys, I think if I picked
Grandma.
I sound like who? New Age guys?
No, man, like
each one of you, like
Eckhart Tolle or whatever, dude.
I'd see that you all believe in a very different version, but it just seems similar.
I'll wreck you on
it's so damn vague. But like what YellBRo's talking about, what Anthony's talking about, and what Quinn is talking about are kind of like really different. And even what Frank was talking about are really different, but they're just so damn vague that it's hard to actually pick into what you're saying. That's my opinion.
I think some people be saying that about like communism or whatever, but it's just like takes like obviously we're just like it's whatever, I don't know, in an hour of talking about this, we're obviously not diving into like whatever, like
follow your bliss propaganda
and all this shit. But it's like for me, I look at Eckhart Tolle and shit, and I don't think he has a full look at the world, but a lot of what he says has a lot to offer. But if you started talking to him about like capitalism and things like that, I don't think that motherfucker would understand it. And I think that he would learn a lot from like reading Marx and other people and applying it to what he knows now. And like it's like when you remove yourself from history and you're only looking at the self, which a lot of these people that I hear people.
That's a big weakness.
Like maybe I don't know. I don't never read these guys, so I don't know exactly what they're saying. But when I hear like people talk about them and like exactly what Skeptical's saying, they sound like these motherfuckers that are bougie cunts that have a lot of money, and they're like rock climbing around the world on their parents' money, and they're like, you got to look within the self and be present.
They don't realize how dissociated they are from like the real world, which is still a part of that spiritual realm. And that's why political consciousness really needs to be married with spirituality, but we don't see a lot of that. We see a lot of politically conscious people, but they're too shy about getting too spiritual. They think it's mumbo jumbo. And then we see too many spiritual people that are too focused on the self and going meta. And then they think they have everything figured out. They become so arrogant, and they think that they have the political stuff figured out too, just because they have the self figured out.
Look, there's something to be said about political education being involved into activism. I think that could be mixed in or blended in with revolutionary activism. Like, for example, Mumia writes about the Black Panther Party, but he also has very strong critiques that have a psychological breakdown between the two main factions of the party, Huey and Eldridge Cleaver. And then for COINTELPRO to be as successful as it was, there had to have been a very huge ego problem in the party to expose to begin with. And like political education would be like nowadays would be like looking at that past event and try to prevent like another cult of personality being developed. So I think, I don't know, that could also be tied to having one's consciousness being raised so that they aren't blindly influenced by one party head or another.
Yeah, that has to do with organizational culture. That's very important. I agree with looking at those psychological aspects. But I see that what Anthony's proposing, it doesn't seem to contradict what we're proposing, but what YellBRo is proposing does seem to contradict revolution. I see a big difference between YellBRo's
Define
position
revolution for me, please.
position.
Define revolution for me, please. Define it.
Anthony, would you agree or disagree?
Define revolution for me, please.
Based on what he's saying,
all right, never mind.
There does seem to be a big difference between what you, Anthony, are saying and what YellBRo is saying. Because he seems to be saying you need to do all this psychological analysis first. And that's like the main focus. And that's what we all need to do. Whereas Anthony's saying that he's saying that I would be a better revolutionary if I embrace some of these ideas. And I agree with that. I think that's reasonable.
Define
so Anthony, is that fair for me to say?
YellBRo, I think skeptical he will define revolution. Just let him finish his thoughts first, and then he can define it.
Okay.
Well, that's a question for Anthony though. Is it like what I laid out? Is that a fair analysis of both of your positions?
Sure, but here's what I think. I think that it's not that I disagree with YellBRo. I just think that for the sake of expediency, maybe there should be a mix. But that doesn't mean I think that's the right thing to do. It might just be the more in for the sake of expediency. But that might not lead us to where I would want to be. Better than the current situation. So my answer, because I gotta be honest, bro. I hear what you're saying and I hear what he's saying, and I just feel like if you guys spend more time together, we can find a better solution than both of you are presenting. It's just I have it right now.
I don't think any of us have it right now. That's why we need to talk more. I think we're going somewhere with this though.
Well,
I'm not even kidding. This is probably the most productive conversation I've ever had with a group of people.
So you know what I mean? I think I could grab aspects from what both of you are saying, and throw away aspects from what both of you are saying. But that's just what I think. We should keep talking and keep and how this develops in good faith.
I think this is fucking beautiful, to be honest with you. I have so many arguments on my channel with, people I consider knuckleheads all the fucking time. We'll shit talk, we'll argue, and then we'll drink a beer together. That's just how it goes over here. But James is looking at me funny. But, it's good to fucking get the ideas out there. That's all I'm going to say.
I wish James looked at me funny.
Answer my goddamn question, though. All right.
So your question was, what is revolution? And I think I have answered that more than once.
We'll just give him an answer.
Humor me and do it again.
Revolution is one power overthrowing another by force.
So there is no such thing as nonviolent revolution. It just doesn't exist. It will never happen ever.
Well, it has
this type of revolution. We can redefine revolution to mean something else, but when I talk about a political revolution in this sense, in the Marxist sense,
it has to be violent.
The powerful will only allow it to be violent because they will initiate the violence. They already have. They are violent every single day for centuries already. It's not like they haven't already started the fight.
Okay,
that's semantics. That's what they'll be like. They'll say that our words are violent, like what AOC did.
Yeah.
With,
actually, good point, Robert. You're gonna have to define violence.
Me and Franco and Fuzz and Anthony, we all literally come from countries that have faced severe oppression by U.S. imperialism. Dominican Republic was literally invaded by the U.S. to stop them from being another Cuba. That's what they said.
No, I understand. There's structural violence.
Yeah, there's creepy people in the world. I get that. I know that.
No, bro, I'm trying to address the fact that it's not hypothetical violence. We are already under their boot. We are second-class citizens in America, and our people are even lower at home. We are stepped on. Violence is not abstract whatsoever. And
But it's like,
you know what door you're
when
opening right now for me, skeptical. You know the door you're opening for me right now, right? You know that. It's like maybe you suffer some sort of psychological trauma that is guiding you throughout your existence now.
Yeah, sure, man.
So should I trust the schizophrenic with the leadership? Should I trust the schizo with the leadership?
We have the right to rebel. It's justified. Simple as that. Like a slave
fair enough.
doesn't need to have anybody convince them or debate over whether it's fucking justified to rebel.
Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna call you wrong. I'm gonna stand against you. I'm gonna stand against you non-violently.
I'm just advocating for myself.
Fair enough.
But I feel without this self-analysis that we'll end up enslaving a new class, and I don't see communism happening. Like if we take the higher classes and subjugate them, is that not, separating the classes?
We can just take their property. We don't have to like enslave them or some shit. Just take their property, give them normal jobs. Then if they try
but when I hear violence,
against us, then you could execute some of them.
Well, yeah, but this is why a voice station is a better outlet, because you can see skeptical how they like we know Prop will go to the extreme. Like Prop will think, well, you want to kill people, like these things should be.
Well, I still think that, like, even hearing him talk about it, I still feel like you're advocating to like pick up a weapon and go and killing people.
I'm advocating for self-defense, but here's the thing. Here is where I think you, Quinn, are in a difficult position. You do advocate for self-defense sometimes, right? Yes or no? Like under some circumstance, you do, right?
Yeah.
All right, this is why I think you are in a very difficult position, because anybody who advocates for self-defense under some circumstance has to realize that self-defense sometimes leads to escalation. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, and I think that's why you would have to analyze your response or whatever. It's like you don't. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
so it doesn't escalate as much as it could. But if you're gonna
go out or whatever, like say you're Syria and you're being invaded, it's like you don't just lay over and let yourself get invaded. Like,
but that's kind of what skeptical is telling you.
Yeah, and I think in international law, it's like it's already laid out, and we have a foundation that I think is pretty solid, that people who spent thousands of years on developing, that we need to follow, like things like the Magna Carta and fucking even like the United Nations, for all the shit that they do and how terrible they are. There's still ideas in there that hold a lot of value, whatever. Even like,
sure, there's good ideas in the Constitution too.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
All of these organizations are put to the benefit of the powerful. But what I'm trying to say is that if you advocate for some kind of self-defense whatsoever, then you have to also acknowledge the possibility of escalation that comes from self-defense, right? So then if you can recognize that, then you're on a slippery slope toward advocating for revolution. Because at a certain point,
I am advocating for revolution, but I'm not.
No, but you're advocating. If you advocate for armed self-defense, at least in some circumstance, you're basically on a slippery slope to advocating for armed revolution and war. Because you got to know that when people escalate, eventually one side has to win, right? So it's like you can't be on both sides of it. Like support self-defense, but then also be totally against
humans
war.
work, by the way. But
I feel like the modern age, the weapons we're dealing with are impossible to battle against, other than on in the mind or whatever. It's about changing people's minds. You ain't gonna fucking stick a small fucking Uzi or whatever fucking small ass gun we can get, an AK-47 maybe tops, maybe a Stinger
guerrilla
missile.
Warfare is effective.
Dude, look at the Syrians doing guerrilla warfare. Look at the Palestinians doing guerrilla warfare. They're slowly being defeated. The only thing that has stopped people getting out of fucking Vietnam and other nations is literally leaked documents and people changing their mind.
Yeah, I'm sure
it wasn't for Daniel Ellsberg.
All the American soldiers getting fucking blasted, right?
Dude, it wasn't for Daniel Ellsberg.
Because they were coming home in body bags, dude.
No, dude, people are coming home in body bags now. It's people aren't getting the fucking information.
We don't have a draft. We do have a volunteer army, and it is different now.
Dude, why do you think? Why do you think?
Has not been felt in the same way.
Why do you
What's
think
up, Cannabis?
Nixon
What's up,
ended
Allie?
Vietnam? Fucking
I think I
made
said
permanent
hi to
trade
Ed already.
relations with China. Fucking signed the Safety Workers Act or whatever.
Because he
OSHA.
was facing an insurgency at home and around the world, and
yeah,
he had
but not
to
with
accept
armed,
certain losses.
not with armed revolutionaries, with fucking average people.
No,
that he was
Vietnam plus the Black Panthers over here in America made Nixon have to accept certain losses, including ending the draft, ending the Vietnam
Black
War.
Panther and armed revolutionaries maybe played a small part, but not with their guns. The Black Panthers did nothing in the United States with guns that.
It was
that
precisely armed. Like this is literally straight up from the FBI in COINTELPRO documents that the prevention of a black militant messiah is heavily evidenced. This is exactly what the state feared, and it's only black militancy that had caused a response to that. That's what the government was threatened by the most, not non-violent activists.
They feared that Martin Luther King was going to embrace black nationalism. They feared leaders who had legitimacy in the eyes of the people.
They're on Franco's
armed politics.
Roxanne.
A real anti-imperialist armed politics, just like every
other.
So
why was it after?
I hope he noticed.
Like Malcolm X after advocating for violence and then not advocating for violence, then he was killed. I don't see why would he
violence, bro? You got your history wrong. Your history's all twisted up. Malcolm X was a revolutionary black nationalist until his very last day of life. He was the leader of the Organization for Afro-American Unity, and some of his last speeches, he's basically talking about building a Mau Mau in the United States.
Malcolm X had like
did he regret
huge ideological swing throughout his life.
Yeah, and at the end, he still remained a revolutionary black nationalist. Listen to his
regretted doing that, though, right? Why did he regret doing that?
Are you making up that you can read his mind after his death, or what?
No, I'm asking you, why do you think he regretted just nonchalantly tossing that white girl aside? Why do you think that happened?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Didn't he regret not? He said some particular words to a white woman that she couldn't be part of the revolution or something.
Oh yeah.
And then didn't he say he regretted doing that?
Yeah.
Why do you think so? Why do you think that's the case?
Internationalist politics, but he still remained a revolutionary.
But he changed his rhetoric into peaceful demonstration.
But if he did that, he's not a revolutionary, right?
That is not true.
If he was okay with the white woman being a part of the organization,
the international working class, he embraced anti-colonialism. He supported the Chinese Revolution, supported the Cuban Revolution, supported Vietnam. He embraced working with different people, including whites, if it could further his goals of defeating imperialism and having a black nation. He was never so-called peaceful or like non-violent, or however you're trying to portray Malcolm X. He never gave up the goal of black nationalism, and that's all about the conquest of power. Every nation
is the
has to get free through power. Go ahead.
Yeah, but if that's the case, if we're going off that parameter, why did Fred Hampton or why has Malcolm X had movies made about them, glorifying them or whatever? Malcolm X or Martin Luther King may be the poster boy, but I don't think that's based off of the FBI or the CIA boosting him. Maybe whitewashing him to get people to fucking not realize what the history was.
Whitewash. He was easier.
They gave him a holiday, right?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, but I don't feel that he was boosted into fame at all.
Dude, the media has completely turned him into a teddy bear.
Turn who
you
into
can't
teddy
deny
bear?
that.
Malcolm?
turn MLK into a teddy bear.
They turned
Yeah,
MLK?
and I feel
How'd they
that
do
my
that?
politics.
Wait, hold up. How'd they do
Malcolm
it?
X.
How'd they do that?
Or sorry, Martin Luther King.
Yo,
with
Skep, how'd they do
promoting
that?
non-violence, but having not being a pacifist or whatever.
How'd they turn him into a teddy bear? How'd that happen?
By lying about him.
What is that? What is that when you try to, trick people?
Controlling the narrative through schooling and media.
Conditioning.
And then what's your solution to that?
Partially educating people, right? That's why I'm trying to clear up the facts of history right now with you guys.
Are you just going to provide a counter narrative? Gotcha.
I'm going to try to bring facts.
Yeah, I never refuted
okay?
that Malcolm X wasn't
facts
black
are
nationalist
fine.
throughout his whole life, but
or not.
he went from being radically promoting radical violence to not or whatever.
That is not true, dude. First of all, he never promoted radical violence, and then he never did the opposite of whatever that is. He advocated for revolution.
He
and his
advocated
concept
for
of
shitty
revolution was
tactics with
different at
fucking
different
Elijah
times.
Muhammad and people, and then he fucking changed his rhetoric. That
Yes,
was more
his
appealing
rhetoric
to the
changed
masses.
in relation to embracing a secular Black United Front. He did
Which
not
a lot of their
change
rhetoric
regarding
was like
the need for a Black
based
army.
in like violence and being like, yeah, I don't know. It just had it.
Secular
It's like
Black United Front was still involved with building an anti-colonial movement, which was still based on arming Black people to get free. Like war was still always part of Malcolm X's concept till the very last day. Like whoever told you different doesn't know what they're talking about.
Hey, I'm refuting I'm talking about tactics here. I'm not against Malcolm X, and I'm not against Black people being liberated.
No, but you're twisting the facts about how he supposedly like gave up on violence or whatever.
No, he changed his rhetoric, which fucking got mass appeal because it wasn't fucking as fucking violent, is what I'm saying. Like it wasn't pushing people away from the movement. And
I don't think it became more or less violent. What it became was less sectarian. Malcolm X used to be sectarian when he was in the Nation of Islam, whereas he moved towards secular politics later on. So he embraced Black people as Black people, and he specifically said, like, they don't attack you because of your religion, they attack you because you're Black, which is why he embraced this internationalist form of like politics. But he never like abandoned the whole revolutionary goal and all that.
All right, Fuzz, you said you have to go.
Nah, never mind.
Okay,
Yeah,
I have to go
Fuzz.
though. I have to
Oh,
do stuff
damn.
in the morning.
I feel you.
Guys, this is, I think, necessary. I think we should do this way more often. We'll talk about like the next stream we can do together. But if you guys want to continue, like YellBRo's still streaming.
Yeah, I was gonna say, YellBRo, you staying live?
Yeah, I'll be live. All
right, so I'm gonna head out. Who's gonna stay on?
No, actually, yeah, I'll be heading.
I'm dipping off the Zoom or whatever, but I'll get in YellBro's
in the
Discord.
Yeah. You guys can jump into my Discord, and then there'll be more people involved. We could do a bigger discussion, all that shit. So.
All right, cool.
Right.
Maybe I'll be on later.
And here, I just want to let everybody know tomorrow I'm having a 1-year anniversary stream, and everyone who's in my Discord is welcome to join. So yeah, guys, I look forward to that. But yeah, take care. I really thought this was a productive conversation. But yeah, guys, I love all you guys here, and I love all the audience members who are listening to us. But yeah, take care.
I love you 3, 4, and 5.
Bye.
Love you, Rockfin.
This was fucking awesome. All of you are awesome. I might not disagree. I might not agree with all of you, but I like all of you. With that said, go fuck yourselves.
Later, guys. I'm sure we'll
I
have
love you
more
all too.
talks later.
All right, peace.
All right.
Stay informed. I ended the stream, but yeah, bye guys.
Later, dude.
All right, later, man. Do I have the Zoom app now? I think I downloaded it as we were going. I gotta piss really badly. Yeah, you guys already know. Check out Frank Analysis. You already know that. This is what we were watching before the great debate. Well, first it was a Yankee game. I was just watching it. And then I was like, oh shit, Stevie's live. So I went to watch that. And I think it was Les Bones was like, Jackson Hinkle's live. I'm like, all right, let me watch that. That's how I prep for arguments. I watch random shit. All right, guys, let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. James, do you want to entertain the chat? Use a microphone. You are. You're a monkey. You're a monkey. Come on. I'll put water in the water dish for you. All you do is the water dish. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right. We need critical thinking. What's up? What's up, Anthony? Propaganda. You guys are in the voice chat. Sorry, I forgot to jump in.
Problem, but I don't see any other path outside of revolution. So, it's like, yeah, there are some difficulties that are going to come with revolution. If that's what you're saying, then yes, I would agree.
Okay.
I don't think violence should be used for every single thing. But there's some contradictions that you just can't ever overcome
But why
without
not? You know what I mean?
force. Because I'll tell you why not. Because the powerful people, the elites, are going to impose force on any movement which tries to make even a peaceful change, even a modest change. Forget about revolution for a minute.
I agree.
Even
So
people like
actually,
Martin
yeah,
Luther King got killed, right? So at the end of the day, there really is no like nice way to change society. I think that's how you called it. And one of the first videos I ever saw was Ed with Franco, and they were talking about a nice revolution. I'm like, what the hell is a nice revolution?
Well, the thing is
There
that
is
we
no
gotta
nice
also
revolution, bro.
adapt. Yeah, that's true. But we also have to adapt. You know what I mean? Like just the way that their technology and their systems are adapting, we must also adapt. And you know, now they're also controlling the media and other disturbing ways and things like that. So there's certain things that we can achieve by working on together. You get what I mean? That's one of the big problems that we face off of their combined strength. In fact, it's one of our strengths that we have above them, our pure numbers. And we're not really utilizing that correctly because we're distracted by all the bullshit, unfortunately. Makes sense?
Get that
You're
goddamn
totally
PC
right.
fixed,
But
Jack.
here's
So-
the
God
issue
damn it.
I have, because I agree with everything you're saying so far.
All right.
But what I see is that you try to unite all these pre-existing little left marginal tiny groups with all these very different strategies. Yang Gang, Tulsi people, all these electoral groups. I think you've praised Justice Democrats in the past. You said they had a good ground game. I'm like, I don't even know, what do you mean by that? You said they're good at phone banking or something.
Well, they
like
do,
that.
man. They got fucking AOC fucking
when it's time for them to get
jerked
things
off
that are
for,
like
forever
going
and
to
on
get
beyond
yeah.
in history.
All
When
right,
it's
so you're
time to
trying to
make
unite
actual
all these
change,
tiny little electoral groups that all have very different like strategies, right? But that's
I'm in other
still
groups as
only
well,
like a
not
tiny
only electoral
percentage of
groups.
society. What about trying to appeal to the vast majority of people that doesn't even vote? Instead of trying to unite all these
we
confused
were
little
talking about
groups.
Yeah.
He's there too.
We
He's
never
there
finished that
too.
conversation. And I told you I didn't
That's why he
agree with
fucks
that.
with
And I
me.
tell you, yeah. Well, actually, it's interesting because right now I believe that also, you know, who's making a similar move in this realm is propaganda, which I am supporting. So, like, maybe I'm being a little bit double on this, right? But the thing is that, in my experience, when you're working with people that are not committed, right? One of the questions that, you guys remember the interview that I gave Ali? It was really tough, right? Yeah. And you see that you watched the Rednomics, yeah. One of the things I really want to see is their level of commitment, because the thing is that there will be pressures on them and they will fold. And when you are in a tight spot, if you're really doing like the work that needs to be done on the forefront, there's different like layers that need to be worked on. You get what I mean? But you're honestly, look at you, man. You're a freaking revolutionary. You want to be on the forefront. Are you really ready to sit back and, you know, work with the people who are very, you know, actually you'll see that that's true, unfortunately, for a lot of candidates, right? They have no clue, man. You'll see in this next interview got coming out with this guy called Clinton Tran. It's he's never heard of Assange. He has no idea what UBI is. He's ready to support Yang. It's like, what is going on, bro?
I meant to this.
You know what I mean?
Hold up. What do you mean fold? I'm curious.
Fold? That means
Yeah,
they're going to give in. There's a lot of pressures. There's a lot of things that are offered. Look at AOC, she folded. Look at look at Bernie Sanders, he folded. You get what I mean? There's a lot of pressures in the game. Do you guys know how
Bernie never really wanted to win though, so that's kind of a whole different thing.
Yeah.
You don't think so? Why would he not want to win?
It's quite lucrative to be
Bernie
losing
dropped
for
out
that long.
because he
I don't think he
wanted
said he
to win.
couldn't. He didn't think he ever could win.
Yeah.
Bernie dropped out the second time because it looked like he might actually win.
Yeah.
Like, I even was going to vote for him. As much as I talked so much shit about him for so much years, I was even going to vote for him the second time, but he dropped out before I could even vote for his punk ass. Dude, he was a scammer from the fucking beginning. Like, after the second time that he threw the election away, I thought he was a scammer.
Watching the
You
Yankees
mean from the
game with your
90s? Because
son.
really,
That's right.
he's the originator of
Took
the.
my son to a ball game.
He's the first one. When you take a look at the
Pause.
like I was part of the socialist movement back then, and honestly, the Green Party is maybe a little bit of a also because the Green Party truly has roots in the
knew it.
socialist movement, but it's
You
an
fuckers should
electoral way
start
of
a
picking up the
YouTube
system,
channel.
right? But most of them were saying, right, it's violent revolution or nothing. And really, Bernie Sanders, really by getting into the freaking House of
Start a
Representatives,
goddamn
right,
YouTube channel,
really
you little
showed that there was something else possible. You know what I mean?
Yo, he scammed people, bro. Bernie was like a placebo.
Are you ready to really stab people for real? Like, I really don't want to do that, man.
It's not
I
a bad
really,
metaphor.
Really don't. Because
Stab
really,
people.
like, I
Yo,
was,
you'd stab Bantu for me. I know it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, don't involve me in that stupid internet beef that you have. I don't know anything about it. Yo, look, bro. Violence is a reality. That's all it is. Violence is a reality. It's not about wanting it, dude. It's not about wanting it. I don't want it, bro. Yo, I wish I could just live a chill life. I wish that I could just live a chill life. But we don't have that option.
I really want your help on, yeah? So the thing is that I've actually, I don't know if you guys know about Theo Chino. We actually released all the voter information in New York City to the public because the thing is that, one way that they used to keep democracy from happening is they raised the cost to entry. So the thing is that you would have to pay thousands of dollars for these lists. Now we made them all free. Also, the thing is, that I'm also interviewing all these candidates in New York City. So we've actually gathered all the independent and third-party candidates, and I'm running a forum from them on this Monday, as well as a ballot petitioning workshop. You remember how I had that
early focused people, right?
Well, yeah. Also, they're not that. Some of them are focused, some are not. But we also have that guy Jonathan Martin, who's one of the few professors of third parties in the nation, and also tomorrow I have a meeting with the Green Party statewide meeting to talk with maybe bringing Howie Hawkins in. Now, I'd like to make you guys mods, and I don't know if you guys know about this, but YellBRo, I featured him on my last video with the Yang Gang. You get what I mean? I want to start bringing you guys on start putting you guys on and bringing out my network. Because you guys remember how I used to always push Power Anthem Network in my old videos? But Power Anthem Network is kind of quiet and gone away. So you guys are my new fam, and I'm going to try to, push, traffic into your zones. Is that cool with y'all?
I'd say you be rude.
If you're including me, then yeah.
Yeah, so I'd like you guys to help mod the event, and then we're hoping to go from the local New York City event to a national event. So if you guys could look for independent candidates in your area, we're gonna have a big meeting with Jonathan Martin. Maybe also, you see me tweeting the crap out of freaking the secretary of the National Libertarian Party, and plus we got some ties there with I got the Jackmans coming up and freaking Charles. So we've been working on those libertarians for a while. So I think we have a real interesting discussion here on YellBRo's show. What up, son? You know what I mean? You down for that?
You're asking me.
I want to bring up this community right here.
Dude, a big royal rebel?
Yeah, always. I don't see why the two can't really coexist together. Why do you?
I think this is revolutionary. You know what I mean? It's taking on the duopoly.
Because I don't disagree that violence.
What do you think about that, Mantis?
I want to hear what Ali's saying.
Thank you. No, honestly, I'm not really trying to interrupt. It was more like I don't understand why. Like I'm just like playing this out in my head right now, so I'm kind of thinking out loud. Like why they can't both coexist, but at the same time, you got to realize like Ed, that's more your wheelhouse. Is like organizing different people like for this strategy. Where Skeptical, I feel like you are more. You're beyond electoral politics, which is fine because that's where I'm at. And I think when you talk about like the violence aspect of it, I still think that you mean that's like the last resort, but you see that as inevitable. And Ed, I see you more as like we can evolve past that. So it's just interesting to listen to, like, because I think they can both coexist. I'm not saying that like Skeptical. I think that you're just like violent only. I just think that you're very real about the fact that in the past most change has come with some violence. Like it's just how
they're gonna force violence on us. That's what I always say. They're gonna force the violence on us. Then it's up to you to decide if you want to let yourself get killed easily or you want to fight back.
How do we know what the last?
Comment on that.
How do we know what the last resort is?
I don't know. I'm just playing around. I literally don't know. If I knew that, I wouldn't be here. No offense.
I don't think it's like a single moment because for many people, the last resort has already passed. I was just saying earlier in Franco's live stream that many of us on that live stream are literally like our countries have already faced brutal violence from U.S. imperialism. Like we're literally refugees living as second-class citizens outside of our home countries, right? Like. So to me, the last straw has already happened.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that I'm going to go do some crazy shit today or tomorrow because you need an army before you can have a war, and I'm not stupid.
Wait,
but at the same time, we are going to need an army, and I don't care about saying that. I'm not scared to say that.
If we look at history, right, the thing is that you saw on my channel, I actually have an interview with this guy. Grenada actually had a nonviolent revolution that converted into a socialist society. So we can see historically it did take place. Unfortunately, what happened right after that was, there was a faction fight, and then they ended up killing off, right? I think his name was Gary, you know what I mean? Gary killed Maurice Bishop. Yeah, and the thing is that's really unfortunate because that's what happens if you take a look at the Black Panthers, you look at MPP, DSA, Democrats, whatever, you're gonna have factions, and when the guns go out, you know what I mean? You rolling up on DC with me to go and take out Nick Brana? Look, I don't want to do that, man. I'm not about that life, bro. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to do that. Bro.
I don't know. I think
I know you're ready to go, man,
if
but
it
really,
gets to that point, I know for some people it already is at that point. It's been at that point for fucking
Hell no,
decades.
can I just say Nick Brown is not an important person? I don't know.
Right.
I think
he's small fish.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Shit really hit the
We don't
fan
need
and
to be
people
rolling
that-
up on these guys, take them out. They're irrelevant.
No,
But
yeah,
I feel
so
that Nick Brana probably would get
but-
fucking in the dragnet of the things or whatever, and he'd be fucking.
So who are you shooting with this revolution? We're rolling up on Jeff
He means the
Bezos.
state. He means the state, I believe,
Bro,
right? That's cool. That's what
the
you mean,
government,
right?
Yo, look,
Yeah.
who do you think it was that was attacking the Black Panthers? It was SWAT teams. It was cops. It was National Guards. Right?
See, I think when people hear you say
And
violence,
fucking
this is
poor
what
ass
they think
Americans
you mean
with
other-
rifles and like Kyle
Right.
Rittenhouse
Okay.
kind of people.
What about that
There's
CIA?
plenty of Kyle
Yeah,
Rittenhouses
but
out there.
yeah,
that-
but it was like coordinated by the government.
Most of them were all working for the cops, bro. There's
Yeah.
actually, I mean,
Yeah.
at least
No,
from
I
my
agree with
studies,
that,
there's
but-
not that many incidents that I've seen of like vigilante violence against the Panthers. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen many instances. And the reason for that is because the police forces were so big in the urban localities where the Panthers were operating that vigilante violence wasn't really needed because all those vigilantes were already cops. Whereas like vigilante violence is more like some southern type shit.
If nonviolence worked in the past, why can't you try it again? Look up that revolution.
I don't think it has worked in the past.
Well,
Salvador Allende got leadership of Chile democratically.
Well, yeah, I mean every country is different though. So we're talking about the United States.
He was defeated in a coup from the United States. But that's my point. Is I think the United States, it's the biggest empire in the world, and I don't think we're taking it over by military means in
But that's
any way.
your choice. If you want to discount yourself,
No, you
before the
can
game
you
even
can try,
starts,
but
that's up
I'll
to you, bro. But you might
I'll
not
write
feel the
about
same
it.
way if you were indigenous or like not a white guy. You would feel.
Dude, don't
different,
put
maybe,
race
maybe,
into it,
maybe.
dude. I feel the fucking pain too, and fucking I've seen the pain. I know what people go
Well, some
through,
people
and I
have
don't
more to
think
lose.
violence would make it any better. I think it would make all the indigenous in Canada, their water's still poisoned. If there's a revolution, I think it would still be poisoned for another 100 years because there'd be war for 100 years, if not nukes going off. Because
well, you know what else is violence, though?
we're
Yeah,
that-
hold up a second, right? Because violence is also teaching people self-hate. Violence is also a psyop. You know what I mean? When you talk
don't
about
think so.
military games, it doesn't mean
I
just
feel-
physical games. It also means propaganda. You know what I mean? That's also part of
That's
military
violent.
operations.
That's what I'm thinking of violence.
These are all
like
this is
the
all a
idiots
coordinated
that
effort
pummeled
meant
on
to
us every
achieve
day.
a certain goal.
Tell me why
Exactly.
they're wrong,
Yeah.
Skeptical. Tell me why they're wrong. You said no, right?
About what specifically?
Ed said something, and you said no, right?
Yeah, he said something about violence. What was it that you exactly said?
One of the main things I wanted to ask you was, we've seen that there's been an instance of nonviolent revolution working. So why don't we
And
try
then
to
you immediately told us how then that guy got killed.
by fact?
I'm sorry, yeah, you did say that though.
Yeah, but there's been violent revolution that has happened, and people being fucking killed right away too. Like it's apples
Yeah,
and oranges
sure.
at that point.
So you can get
maybe
killed
that's
either
true.
way. So what's the reason to specifically?
I think
neglect the
that
power of
violence, so that like like the Fidel Castro, the threat of assassination all the time. Defending yourself against that is justified, and invasion into your land, but like it just creates ultra suspicion and then roots like more violence when you pit it with violence against violence, and I just feel that it's like, I don't know, it's just a cycle or whatever. Like you look at the USSR, it was not necessary for them to have nuclear weapons and be the way that they were. I don't feel.
Yo,
Like to me it sounds like you're saying violence and being militaristic and imperialistic in a way. is
it's not imperialistic.
Dude, having nuclear weapons is imperialistic. You're literally holding the whole world a hostage. Like, that's fucked up to say that nuclear weapons is not. They were literally invented by imperialists. Like, give me a fucking
why
break.
do certain countries want it though? Is it not for
defense? Yeah, but it's still like a stupid.
Sort of?
It's a
because,
stupid.
Has the U.S. ever nuked any country that had nukes? No.
Dude, you'll be pissing your pants when the fucking nukes accidentally go off because fucking the system's so fucked up. Or you try to violently revolt and they just like nuke your ass because we're going against some serious ideologues.
Bro, they haven't even nuked Iraq or Afghanistan. I don't think they're gonna nuke their own
they talk about it. Barack Obama literally talked. Barack Obama literally has wrote and advocated and passed laws to make smaller nuclear weapons to bomb the Middle East. Sam Harris has advocated to bomb the Middle East. We've almost accidentally launched nukes, like a lot.
Really want?
Say it again, Ed.
Are you really saying that you want us to get together and fucking kill Jeff Bezos and overthrow?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, all right, step one, the left should arm itself as much as possible within the law. I don't advocate breaking any laws. That's what I'm advocating right now. That's step one.
So you're
build legal groups like the Black Panther Party. That's step one. But step two, we need to realize that if we actually succeed in building progressive groups, whether they're armed or unarmed, the state is going to come after those groups in a violent way. They're going to try to suppress them in every single way possible, including assassination. And then it's up to us on stage two to decide if we want to just let ourselves get killed or actually escalate, and then it's going to lead to war. That's what I see.
I like that. There has to be
I mean, I don't think you're wrong. I think the sequence of events would go exactly like that.
Yeah.
I think if you can't accept stage two leading to war, then you shouldn't even be engaging in step one. You shouldn't even bother trying. I mean, damn, I feel kind of bad saying that to somebody, right? Because I want them to be like activists and all that shit. But if you really think about it, if you can't accept the possibility of the government coming after you, then you should really rethink trying to change society. Like, you should get a different hobby.
But that's what I'm telling you, and it sounds to me like you're lusting for stage two. Like, that's what, like, I'm trying to mitigate stage two.
Well, not ever, but
yeah.
We're not taking violence. To me, you're trying to rush to stage two.
You're saying it's the only way.
I like you.
But he's coming from a place of like not desperation, but like
where's the desperation?
People that
but I don't think he's any more desperate than Ed or I. Like, fucking me and Ed aren't super rich or anything.
Guys.
I'm not saying you're super rich. I'm just saying, like, just whatever. What?
Real quick. Do I want someone who has desperation in mind to lead my revolution? Isn't that like a psychological, like, that means they're not in their right mind, right?
Not necessarily.
I guess, what are we
like
fighting
desperation?
for? What are we fighting for?
Sometimes it's the best one. Sometimes.
I'm asking, what are we fighting for?
Exactly.
Don't worry, I don't give a damn.
He's going to justify it now because you guys are okay with it. You see that?
But it could lead to extreme behavior, like killing people. You get what I mean? Like,
assuming this is baggage from the last conversation, because I didn't let anyone,
Yeah, you didn't hear the whole, you didn't hear the whole.
But this is an open forum.
Oh, you didn't hear the shoot first? You didn't hear the shoot first, even if there's no threat there.
I did not.
No, you didn't hear that?
Okay. Damn, dude. Yeah. Chill.
I'm a pacifist. I don't.
He justified half the cop killings in this country. He justified them.
I'm not. I don't really believe violence is going to make any real long-term change. And in U.S. recent history,
I could show you different right away.
The recent U.S. history, I'll use this. The storm on Capitol Hill, other than 5 people dying, did it really give any good long-term change? The answer is absolutely no.
Because that's one
activity.
Good change.
Good changes.
About a single incident.
The government
good changes. Rosa Parks. Good changes. Mahatma Gandhi. Real bad change is not the violent way. It's not.
Wait, are you talking about the like January 6th or whatever? Are you talking about that?
I'm talking about riots. Right. I think I said it earlier in the chat. Rosa Parks did more than Rodney King did. The violence that happened in 1995, so whatever, was a terrible thing in LA and didn't do anything positive. But Rosa Parks made a real systemic change that changes everybody's life for the better, and that's the change I want to be.
I cannot agree with
Yeah,
the
but
civil rights movement led
because she
to the
wouldn't
Black
get
Power
up or
movement.
whatever. Like, there's
Listen
so
how Canadian this fuck sounds.
Oh, you're looking for.
Fuck off, eh?
Yo, but do you realize that the civil rights movement escalated and escalated until people first embraced self-defense? Malcolm X became more popular. Then he got killed. Then the Black Panthers were formed, but they were still a marginal group. Then self-defense became even more popular when MLK got killed.
Define self-defense for me again. Please define that for me again.
In that direction.
Define self-defense
in
again
that
for me.
direction. Black people were getting killed and attacked for years, decades before they embraced that. It was the last resort for them, right?
I am absolutely not a fan of Malcolm X. I am a fan of Martin Luther.
All right, Owen, I got you. Define self-defense for me, please.
Can I ask you a question, Scott? Yeah?
Yes,
so,
yeah. Let him define this for me, real quick, Ed. Real quick, then you can.
I feel like questions are far too abstract.
I have to be when you're arguing for pulling up guns and shooting people. I need to do this.
Yeah, that's fine.
I
I'm not
have
saying
to.
you shouldn't,
You're
bro.
all over the place, bro. You're all over the place.
I'm all over the place. What?
To answer your questions because
Please
they're
define
far too vague.
Please define self-defense
for
for me.
Ed's question first before I answer your extremely vague
I kind of do
question
mine.
about defining philosophical terms, because everything you're asking is extremely philosophical and kind of irrelevant.
Do you not have do you not have a shoot first philosophy? Do you not have that? Yes or no? Were you lying before, or are you changing your answer now? Tell me, please.
Right.
I think
were
you're
you wrong
desperate
before?
to twist my words. I said if somebody is posing a credible threat to you, where you
doesn't
believe
actually
that
have to be
they're
a threat,
about
right?
to severely hurt you, and
No,
the only
back
way to
up.
stop them
Back
is to
up.
kill
No,
them,
no,
or
wait.
kill them.
Back up. It doesn't have to actually be a threat, though, right? Just perceived.
I gave the example of that prankster, right?
Perceived threat. Right?
Right. And
Thank
so
you.
I gave a perfect example, a real life example, where this prankster
So if a kid
like
has,
he was gonna rob some guys, and I think he pulled out a gun on them, some kind of weapon on them, and one of them shot him dead. He believed, credibly believed that he was under a threat, a severe threat of
so if a kid has a cell phone,
himself.
so if a kid
He
pulls
was right.
Hold on, so if a kid pulls a cell phone out of his pocket and it looks like a gun, I can shoot him, right?
Nah, he said
That's the same
he was gonna
scenario.
rob
What are you
them,
talking
right?
about? What are you talking about? That's the same
He
exact
said he was
scenario.
gonna rob them, right?
What?
He purposely made it seem like it was a robbery for a prank.
No, we're talking about perception, bro. Bro, we're talking about perception.
Hold up.
We're talking about how I view a threat. That's what you're talking
Yes,
about.
he caused himself on purpose to be perceived as a threat, as a prank. It was not a misunderstanding.
No.
It wasn't like, oh, he had a phone. No, he deliberately.
Your only
staged
argument
a
was about the
robbery.
perception of the person that they thought was going to get shot. That's the only argument you made.
and He
Meaning,
purposefully
if they
portrayed
perceive it as a
himself as a prank. Do you get that? Like, what don't you get?
Your argument does not make fucking sense, bro. It literally does not make sense.
Okay.
You're
So
talking
can
about
I answer
perception.
Ed's
You're talking about
question?
someone being perceived as a threat.
I have to admit that I also, not trying to hate on you, Skep, but I do agree with YellBRo on this one. Not trying to hate, all right?
That's fine.
But I do have one more question for
I didn't
you,
think
Skep.
we'd reach agreement on this. That's
No, it's okay.
kind of
It's okay,
why
right? That's
I've
okay.
been like,
I like a lot of what you say, though,
reluctant,
Skep. That's
to
honest,
talk about
yeah.
it more deeply.
Yeah. Let me ask the next question, though. So the thing is that, right, if you want the revolution, and I'm with you, right, I'm not going to take violent revolution off the table, right? All the tools are on the table. I try to go as hard as I can the other way. Either way, we're going to need to build the numbers, right? You need something critical mass, right? Yeah? So the thing is that by reaching out to these different candidates, we're growing our base, talking to Yang Gang, talking to, right? There's different factions in these groups, MPP, right? I'm networking, meeting new people such as yourself.
But you're networking within the left. The left is like 2% of the whole population or less.
Republicans, I
I'm
don't know if you
asking
know
you,
this.
how can we appeal to the majority of the country who doesn't vote? And then you guys are like, yeah, good idea. And then you move on from the topic and we never address that, right? Because I brought this up to you when I met you in person too, Ed. I brought up how can we actually appeal to the vast majority who doesn't even vote, who doesn't even care about politics. And people always acknowledge like, oh yeah, good idea. And then they just move on to talking about some other shit. So can we bring back to that?
Okay. One thing that I've said to this crew many times is we got to produce dope shit. You know what I mean? We got to produce like stuff that's appealing, stuff that's new, that's flavor, you know what I mean? That's cool. So I think that we have that kind of crew here. You know what I mean? That's what I've said to you guys before, right?
In order to answer or come into the context of what you said earlier, if someone was to do that type of scenario, they pulled the gun out, they threatened B, is it a shoot first or something else? Again, in my pacifistic way, I would probably be dead, because I don't think I could live with myself shooting with somebody, especially with the thought of, oh, it was a practical joke, or it was a kid that just had their whole life in front of them. Now, my pacifism has a limit. If you pointed that gun at my family or my friends, I'd shoot you first and empty the rounds until you stop moving with it. But my own life isn't worth more than the love I have for good people. That's my position overall with it. No, I'm not a shoot person guy.
I can accept that. And you know what? I agree with you. And you know what? You should support revolution in that case, because it is not just yourself
I believe
stake,
in revolution
right?
without violence.
World. It is the entire world that is at stake, right? And I have no idea even who I'm talking to. But I'm going to assume you're probably not in a third. I'm going to assume you're not in a third world country. Bitch. Am I right? You're not like under severe violence right now.
Correct.
So like there are people all around the world who do live with daily violence because of U.S. imperialism and other like imperial forces and fucked up government.
And that justifies me killing other people, right?
And I've seen it. So I've seen it, but never experienced it, and they got my sympathy.
Okay, so then if you were in their position, would you be more likely to throw away this pacifistic dogma or no?
You know, that's a very difficult, that's a what if, that's a big rabbit hole to chase down with it. I can tell you traditionally, real systemic change, violence begets violence. If you overthrow a dictator, you're going to replace him with another dictator. Find another way for real long-term change. And I hope that the world is a better place.
Did Fidel Castro create significant, worthy improvements in Cuba where life is actually better for most people compared to Haiti, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico? Yes or no?
I've only gone to Cuba. I've not gone to the other places with it. And I can kind of understand.
You must be aware.
Well, no, I can understand the method that he chose with it. It's interesting. It's different.
Don't shoot me
do a comparison. Please. You asked me to do a comparison. I have never actually been to those places or the different places to see it. I can tell you the difference between Cuba and the U.S. or Cuba and Mexico if you want to ask those questions, but no, I can't say about Haiti and
you turned your back on me. I perceived you as a threat.
All right, well, Haiti's the poorest country in this side of the hemisphere. What if you had a gun? Just to give you an idea. So,
what if?
Puerto Rico
and you've been
is property of the United States, and they're in total debt,
I'm
right?
skeptical. So you've been there as well?
Okay, well, I was just letting you know in case no one else has been a fucking
you're not. It's not required that you be somewhere to recognize it, of course.
I disagree. I think you have to value it by the people. Not just by the content of their bank account.
Yeah, but you didn't experience the whole country.
I have no idea what you're talking about right
so
now.
Which country?
Your first-hand experience is going to be limited.
Which country?
You said you went to Cuba.
I did, yes. Yeah, and I experienced the people, and I understand that. And you asked me for a comparison, and I said I can't give you one. I don't know anything about between what you asked.
Do you think we can rely on statistics whatsoever? Because statistics would say Haiti's like the poorest country on this side of the world. So just by comparing in that sense, like it would be fair to say that Cuba is in a much better position than Haiti and
for a general consensus
and Puerto Rico.
Yes, for a general idea of the country to the people. Let me give you the idea. I've seen Mexico, and I've seen North Canada. I've seen Alaska, and in my humble opinion, let's give the example. When I'm in Mexico, which is, let's go with Hawaii, because there's a good example of that. The degrees of change is 4 or 5 degrees. They live in a paradise. There's fruit. There's all kinds of stuff that run there outside of the tourists. But it's a great place to be. In northern Alaska, northern Canada, I have to have 4 different changes of clothes and a heater just to live. So there is a different amount of economic need in something like, say, Canada and the U.S. and, say, Mexico. I don't need to have gates, doors, and stuff on my house because I don't have anything worth stealing. But I have to have 4 or 5 different changes of clothes, types of clothes, just in northern Canada. So you got to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges.
We're good.
That's why I'm comparing all the
good vibes.
People happy. I've seen Cuban people
few grenades
not happy.
here, couple
I've seen American people happy.
chainsaws.
Sir, I am comparing apples to apples because I'm comparing Cuba to all the surrounding Caribbean countries. That is apples to apples. And it is clear that Cuba, by many metrics, is doing far better.
Yeah, you'll survive.
And
here.
at least they're not doing
Tell me about
worse
population
than the
density
majority of the other Caribbean
survive
countries. That's hard to dispute.
Don't come
They're
over
either
here.
doing better
what made
on
that?
certain metrics, or they're at least not doing worse.
What made that difference?
What made that difference?
Yeah.
You
did,
tell
did
me.
you say
did
Haiti
something happen
to
in Cuban
Cuba?
history?
Did
Did
you say
something happen
Haiti
in
to
Cuban
Cuba?
history? Say it again.
Yeah, they closed their borders down and stopped talking to the U.S. That's a pretty good difference.
Yeah, I didn't know my mind.
Much
The
more
U.S. stopped
complicated
talking
than
to
that.
them.
Actually, the U.S. stopped talking to them, then invaded them, and
Fair
then
enough,
the
you're
Cubans
right.
kicked their asses out.
Fair enough. And so what's the
And even
what's the question here? The difference between Cuba and Puerto Rico?
Even despite all the aggression that's happening against Cuba, they're still doing better than most Caribbean countries by most metrics.
So what's the
That has
difference?
to be
Were you
worth
comparing
something,
Puerto
don't you
Rico
think?
to Cuba?
That's right, Mona.
I'm
Throw the
comparing
diamonds
Puerto
up.
Rico, Haiti, Dominican Republic to Cuba, yes.
Yeah, you been to Haiti? Not a good
I've
time.
never been to Haiti.
Not a good
So-
time.
Have you been
Ah,
there?
yeah, you're right.
Let's
I
compare
have.
Can we compare Puerto Rico to Cuba?
Yes, we can. Puerto Rico is in terrible debt. They're property of the
Bro,
United
I wrecked this
States.
shit, Isaiah. You know it.
They're subject to a military draft.
I spanked this
sorry,
kid.
not a
I'm
military
not gonna
draft,
lie, I
an
spanked
economic
him.
draft, which
I hope he
leads
hears
them,
this too. I hope he
many
goes back
Puerto
and
Ricans
listens.
to end up in the U.S.
Yeah, I spanked
military.
him.
Many Puerto Ricans have to leave their own
And now
land,
we have to
end up in the
get
United
the waltz
States. There's
back
more Puerto
to,
Rican people in the United
on the
States
surface,
than on the
social,
island of Puerto
political
Rico.
shit,
They're basically
which
a
is-
landless people spread out, living as second-class citizens in America.
Something
Living as
like
second-class citizens in their own land.
look at the poverty rate in Cuba.
Compare that to
Like we're
Cuba.
gonna talk about that because
You don't think Cubans have second class?
you couldn't justify shooting first. We have to waltz back to.
Do I think they have
How many
second
crops
class? Yes.
does Puerto
In a
Rico
sense,
have?
yes. In a sense, yes.
Okay,
In a different,
so-
a totally different sense, but yes, there are.
What's the
still
difference
classes in
between the
Cuba.
second class in Puerto Rico and
Freak you,
second
Isaiah.
class in Cuba?
That's a
We
good
get more
question.
political democracy in Cuba, I'd say that.
We should probably ask the
And
Cuban.
There's no
Maybe
democracy.
he's
We
got
play
a
a
good
Jackbox.
plan.
I'm down to play.
Yeah,
Much
like
better
the
standard of
Cuban.
living.
'Cause I'm certainly none of us could really
I'm gonna
talk
let
on the Cuban experience as much.
I'm gonna let everybody
Cuban.
vent.
Or any of
Sure.
these countries. You know
Sure.
what I'm saying?
But I have
But I
watched
can
only
people
look at
talk
statistics.
like
That's why I'm
Cubans
saying
talk
that.
about
What's up, bro?
I've
No,
I've
that
heard
doesn't matter.
Cubans talk about
Doesn't
Cuba
matter.
and
It
how
has to be a
they
particular type
feel
of
like they
suffering
have
that he accepts.
more democracy,
No, it has to be
and not
what he
necessarily
accepts.
meaning that like you get a
Doesn't matter
vote
about your
for
experience.
who's your leader, but like a
People
say
accept it or
in
not.
what
That's the
goes
only
on
question
in the
we're having.
country and like
Mm.
equal like housing, I believe, is like a human right there.
Allie,
and
that
other
sounds
things.
so fucking
People might
sus.
not necessarily all have that, but that's because fucking
Jordan
they're
is spicy
sanctioned
tonight.
out the ass, and like
Yeah.
there's
Jordan
like multiple
is
problems.
alpha
And
male tonight.
there are
Sounds
still
better.
political and economic problems with the way
Freak you too,
Cuba
Jay.
I'm not
ran,
sure
but it's
sanctions-
like
I don't get saucy. I get alpha male-ish.
but it's just it's not like I don't know what he's trying to say is that like that they have been liberated in some ways through their revolution, but I think that that's like was in the past, and now we're dealing with like and if we're talking about America also we're dealing with a completely different beast. Taking over the Cuban government
Ed,
was a walk in the park compared to trying to take over the United States
what
government.
do you think this is?
Sure,
Four
but that's
Loko.
more of a
real.
strategic question. Would you
I swear
admit
it's
that
real.
morally, the Cuban example can morally show that at least sometimes you have to admit revolution does make people's lives better in the long term? Would you
I'm not
admit
ready-
that?
But
I'm
I
not
don't know
ready to go in
because
that
what
direction.
if
How are you
Cuba
defining
what
better?
if Cuba stayed capitalist and they had
I know
a,
I'm muted.
you know
What if?
like we
I know
can't
I'm muted.
necessarily say what Cuba could have been if it
Like,
You
didn't
can
how are you
compare it
defining
to every
better?
other country that did stay capitalist, and they're all poor as fuck.
Oh,
Yeah.
snap. For local. Yo, Skeptic.
But
I wanna ask you-
but I
Freak
don't
you,
know.
Red.
I just don't
Yo.
want to speak in like absolutes and say that
Now the thing is, yeah, I want. Now the
you
thing is,
have to be violent in order
Yeah.
to have
I get what you're saying.
more
but whenever I ask
democracy
you
or
something,
political gain.
Drink a fifth of
Who
Jack
here-
Daniels,
who
goddamn.
here knows
Check
the
it out,
Cuban-
check it out, guys. Yeah.
Pardon me.
I could if you mix.
I want you to agree with just a partial
Coca-Cola.
statement that things got partially better in a significant way for Cubans. It doesn't have to be an absolute, but I think you would probably agree.
But then I can also
He's already He's been wrecked already.
Did also
go back.
People
listening to this, please go back and listen to everything that was said, and you tell me.
It's
like, wait a minute, your origins are already fucked
or get
up.
pushed
How are
out
you
to
going to get
America
to?
where
Well,
they were
this will be the
further
results.
subjugated by
it's already done with
capitalism when
you
weren't
but
embraced
you
by
know,
communism
he's definitely welcome to say what he thinks.
Can you wait a second?
A wrecking ball waiting for
guys.
him.
Now the thing is that I like both of you guys, and I think both of your arguments make sense now. But you guys do have something in common. You both have this desire to talk to people that are not normally politically affiliated, right? So Prop has this program where he's trying to do this Call of Duty what's it called again? Call of Duty Warzone. He's playing this game regularly to try to appeal to an audience that really isn't into politics. I think Skeptical, you're trying to do the exact same thing. I'd like to see you guys join together in that together and build your audiences together and still continue this conversation.
I muted my Discord,
Mona. Way to go. You get what I mean? But I think you guys can work.
Because I'll start talking too
right
loudly,
now.
and I don't want to.
And I honestly think
I've already talked over people enough tonight. I'm trying not to do too much more.
Hold on that.
Even though I think I'm absolutely 100% correct.
Did the United States
in
get
that
better? Yes.
Skeptical is probably a danger to his own self. If he truly believes everything he's saying, he's probably a danger to himself as much as other people. And I'm just going to keep myself muted on Discord so I'm not bothering their conversation.
And I say no.
That's the best I can explain it.
And I say, when you talk about the economic thing with this, Cuba, little known fact that they have two forms of currency.
I muted myself.
One for Cubans and one for everyone else. You don't use Cuban dollars. You use COCs.
You should be able to hear me on YouTube. I'm not even.
And it's not valued the same.
I'm not talking to them.
And it can't be traded.
When I unmute myself, you'll hear me.
A COC is a gratuity or even a Canadian dollar, American dollar with it. It has to be exchanged into a certain method with them. They have an absolute control of monetary value with. I
can't help it. If you're advocating for a violent revolution, I'm going to shit on you.
So I think
you're not going to make it, but you're going to have enough.
Venezuela right now,
if you ask me, my personal opinion,
the Colombian
you're going to have enough dipshits in the same ideological lane.
Like prevent hyperinflation.
He's going to attract more attention than everything I said to him. All those questions he can't answer.
It's
all those
so
questions he couldn't answer.
I just don't think that
discuss in detail.
My stance is I sympathize with the plight of
he's going to attract
Cubans and
shit ton more of dipshits.
But I just don't
or
think
maybe he's one of the people following other dipshits.
Justified in
to where it's
any way other than self-defense.
Oh, what do you want me to do?
All right, but I already told you, if you agree with self-defense, even in a limited context, then you have to accept that self-defense leads to escalation.
That's right. I'm commenting on their discussion.
And if you accept that, then you're on a slippery slope to supporting revolution. Am I wrong about that?
I can agree that self-defense has some areas to go in that, but I also said I don't have self-defense.
I've already wrecked his notion of self-defense.
Your family, though.
He would shoot someone from being threatened by, like
that
not even like a legitimate threat, just straight up the illusion of a threat. He would kill them.
Not necessarily.
Already
debunked. It could be a defense of your people.
No. Pull the definition up. Self is one.
National defense,
Black Panther Party for self-defense. What did that mean? Black Panther Party for self-defense. Was it a bunch of guys defending their individual selves, or was
I don't know how people changed the word.
We don't know what individuality is, but we're saying
the black
that
community. It was the latter. So
biological, physical stuff.
Can have a political application as well, where it's based on groups, not on individuals.
The element of selfishness in the act of killing others, right? Because you're saying it's not to defend yourself, but to defend others, but it is still ultimately a selfish act because you're determining that the lives of the person that you know is worth more than the life of someone that you don't know. So
I believe in nonviolence for romantic reasons.
Look, in the end,
it's like, why would I adopt the tactics of the creepers I'm trying to get rid of? Why are the creepers bad and I'm good?
It's still a selfish act.
I can't make that distinction. What the fuck is the point?
I agree with that.
But that's my romantic notion.
I do agree with that. That's a good point, Ed.
These guys don't want to hear things like that. They want to hear
I'm kind of siding with you on this one.
Straight up. Well, I'm nonviolent because it'll lead to Cuba getting freedom.
So you guys could work together, honestly.
They want material results without understanding
it develops a good peripheral
underground
vision
underpinnings
and,
of them.
Motion tracking. It is a valuable tool. Yeah. We're gonna be playing Call of Duty.
Can we play videos?
Yeah, we
I
can
don't
play
know,
videos.
man. We'll see. I don't really got a lot of time for games. We'll see.
He doesn't have time for games. He's here to lead the revolution. I have to shit on him every time he opens his fucking mouth. I have to.
I would rather have 10 committed activists that I know in real life that we can get down on a similar plan rather than have like thousands of subs on YouTube where they're all spread out all around the world and they're just listeners, bro. At the end of the day, they're just listeners. Like, I'm not a YouTuber. I just have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
That's why I go to these organizations to look for the committed.
It's mad cool, man.
You want
mad cool.
people that are not right, that are not involved, not committed.
I'm sorry, I have to wreck him for trying to sound like some shit, bro. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What?
It sounds like you're trying to sound like something rather than actually be something, bro. Just being honest with you. That's what that sounds like. Oh, I'm not here on YouTube. You know, I can get a lot more shit done with 10 people with me.
I'm saying that's what I'd rather have. That is my outlook. Because at the end of the day,
and what are you going to do with it?
These are just your viewers, and most of them are not, I mean, even Ed admitted, right? Some people are more committed than others. Anybody who's involved in political activity knows that. There's so many levels to it. Where some people, it's like.
But I've been asking you what you're going to do with it. You haven't given me shit.
And then there's a lot of people that are like, you know, they're interested in politics, but they have other goals. And then there's people who it's like, they don't care about politics at all.
You haven't really given me much shit.
What is
George
committed
Bush
to you, all of you? What does the word committed to you mean?
I've hung out with groups of people that think like skeptical. Like I've been in rooms like 20, 30 people. They all think like skeptical. You know what I mean? So I know
what
that's like. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's people that are real serious about this shit. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Does that mean action to you, Skep?
What do you mean?
Is that what action is? You said it's going to be violent revolution. You're a fortune teller, so please.
And conducting technical training and political education, yes, that is action. That's what I'm advocating for.
And no room for psychology,
for
right?
Preparation. Do you understand? I'm advocating for preparation.
And no room for psychology, right?
For like somebody to go do something crazy.
You're trying to get people ready to be prepared for an inevitable time when the state cracks down on like more and more. Okay.
Okay, can I ask a question?
I'm not mad about that.
Sure.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to hear the
Anna.
question.
You would, Anna. You go.
I think we saw that.
I go, bro.
He's so Canadian.
Probably not.
Okay. Okay. I'm assuming this conversation has largely been about, you know, peaceful revolution or violent revolution, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope, but keep going.
Okay.
Not my argument.
So my issue is,
But no one knows my fucking argument.
you know, with the civil rights issue, like back in the day, it really didn't really take off until, as they say, the revolution was televised. But now we have an issue with censorship. And now we have an issue with them ramping up the Patriot Act and, you know, talking about domestic terrorism. So,
Would you shoot your dad?
how do you start a revolution if you can't talk to anybody, and if you do anything, they'll bring out the tanks on you?
QAnon.
We're talking to people right now about revolution. I'm not dead yet.
But you know,
there's leaders of militias.
Yo, Scap, would you shoot your
There's
parents?
leaders of black
they're on the other
militias
side?
out there who have not gotten
Yo,
killed.
if they're on the other
still
team, would you
alive
shoot
to this day, right?
Yeah, would you shoot
But
your
you know,
parents?
at the same oh my God.
What are you saying,
Can I still? Okay, so some people aren't getting the message. Like, I went to Howard University.
Somebody's got their
My
stream
twin
playing.
Let me turn my shit down.
That's Anna, 100%.
I was about to say F you, but I was going to be, okay, I'm nice now. I'm really nice. Okay. But no, I went to Howard University.
You, it's true, but F you.
Okay, I was just a little embarrassed. Stop it. But, you know, I went to Howard University. That's a black university. They talk about Patrice Lumumba in one way. My twin sister went to Carnegie Mellon University. She says Patrice Lumumba is a dictator. You know, people aren't getting the message. People are controlling. You got mainstream media controlling everything you hear. My family is still talking about Trump. They're neoliberals. Trump this, Trump that, Trump. Like, what are we still talking about Trump for? They haven't said anything really about this shit that Biden is doing. and his administration is doing. I was the one. Nobody responded to me when I started talking shit about AOC because they were talking about how, Trump ripped off his foundation or something again, or whoever was funding him. And then I was like, well, what about AOC and the shit she just did? Nobody had a response. Usually they can shit on Trump all day. People aren't getting the message. You have so many people controlling the message, mainstream media controlling the message. A lot of people aren't going to get it. So how do you get around that? Because like I said, with the civil rights movement, it didn't really catch on until other countries saw what was going on. With,
Yo, I just bought a printer today, and I'm gonna put pieces of paper saying "fuck YellBRo" everywhere in my city. So now the whole
West Edmonton Mall, right?
I think the answer to that question, Anna,
it will get into the Edmonton zeitgeist and spread like cancer.
The internet, although it is controlled in a lot of ways, I don't think it can be truly censored.
What?
The internet, I think it is the greatest advent since sliced bread.
Have you seen the coming legislation? Are you serious? I'm sorry.
I know it can be controlled, and it has been attempted for the past 40 years, but there is other ways. There's
filter net. I love the filter net.
You really think that you can get around all this crap that they're doing? Because since Biden came into office, it's all shut the hell up.
They've been doing it for 40 years. We're doing it right now. We have several extremists on one side or the other. I'll call myself an extremist. I'm more the pacifist. Skeptical is on the other kind of the extremist. So we're still here having a discussion and not being closed down by YouTube or Twitch or any of those other channels.
You're all banned.
Well, it's because
you're all banned now.
Shit, we got filtered with the YellBRo.
You're all banned.
Okay.
I just want to say, hey, Skeptical, you see why I look at you as a child with a book of matches next to a kerosene can? Do you see why I believe
you're
that?
a very wise man.
No, wait.
I'm not able to understand your level of depth.
Explain it. Explain why you think I would think that.
Can I answer Anna's question?
Go ahead.
I do want to say that the propaganda struggle is very important, right? How to get into people's heads and get them to know the truth about what you want them to know, how to help them equip themselves to make their own decision, figure out what the hell you're even saying and if it even makes sense. Yeah, we got to help people get critical thinking skills. But with that said, the Black Panther Party, going back to history, they were only known through word of mouth for the first several months of their organization's existence. They didn't even have a newspaper until they had already existed for I think 6 months. And they came to first be known nationally because of a public incident that they had confronting the police while defending Malcolm X's widow. My only point is that even without control of the propaganda mechanisms, without a YouTube channel, without even a newspaper of their own, they were able to gain significant influence, confront the state, and basically become infamous through that. And then the capitalist government was forced to cover the story because people wanted to hear who are these black people with guns.
I believe the Black Panthers had their own newspaper.
But at the same
I'm
time,
saying they didn't have it until their 6th month of existing. It wasn't their first thing that they did, and it wasn't a priority at first.
But at the same time, can you really go around today and what percentage of people really actually know about Black Panthers?
Almost nobody.
Pretty much, that's what I'm saying.
Including in the left. Most leftists and communists that I talk to barely even know anything besides really superficial stuff.
So that's what I'm saying. How do you start a revolution? It's because now I feel okay, if we don't have proper teaching if we have so much censorship, it feels like we're screaming into the void.
And Anna, can I feed on that for just a second? You said how many people know about Black Panthers, and everybody's no. How many people know about Martin Luther King? That's the difference.
Yeah, but even Martin Luther King, nobody really hear I don't baseball card on people, and I don't idol on people really. I try to take what I can and maybe apply it where I can, but I try not to like base my whole thing on like one person or whatever.
And that's because you're intelligent and you take information from everybody and you discard stupid shit. And just be a better person.
Yeah, like I feel like everyone's got demons and it's kind of easy to see them. Like everybody, if you hung around me enough, you'd be like, okay, I know what's good and bad about this person or whatever, and we could throw away the fucking
Canada.
Bad. Yeah, throw away the Canada and keep the rest of me, you know?
Yeah,
I don't know.
So skeptical.
So I don't know. That's why I don't really go deep into like the Black Panthers. I know that they were, maligned and that they were fucking targeted by the United States government, and a lot of what they said, like the revolutionary tactics, are like useful and stuff. But I don't know. I just feel like it's like people can just get stuck on like being it's like fanboying or like comic
Hold up, but how can you know
comic
if the
booking on people?
tactics? How can you know if the tactics are useful if you just said that you're not really trying to dive deep into what they did?
Like I don't really care about all their names, and I don't care about all these like dates and stuff. But if I hear, hold up, no, let me finish. But if I hear that they do a tactic, or I hear that an event happened and they were lied about, I'm gonna find that interesting. But I don't really give a fuck about like individuals. I'm not like sitting there wanting to like read Martin Luther King's biography or like all these like biographies to learn the deep thoughts of all these people and shit. Because
but hold up, yo, what I'm saying isn't focused.
Like, there's enough shit in the modern day to like analyze and like learn off of. I don't feel that like the Black Panthers are the ultimate model or whatever.
I mean, they were the last ones to fight against the government in the U.S. in a significant way.
I don't think so.
Yo, Scap, what was that question you asked? Propaganda?
What was that question organization has. I think a lot of individuals have. Like,
yo, just to be clear though, Prop, if your objection was to focusing too much on individuals, would you agree that I literally didn't bring up any individual Panther? I talked about
that you're telling me, you're like, what Panther do you know? Name a Panther kind of thing. It's like somebody that's like when I'm trying to get into like sports and YellBRo's like, what's a fucking UFC fighter? Like, say his name, and I'm like, I don't know the UFC fighter, but I like UFC.
Any individual Panther Prop in this conversation?
No, but you were asking me about individual Panthers or whatever.
When was that?
Just like 5 minutes ago. But yeah, so that's my point. It's like I don't know. I just fucking to me, I'm like when I hear somebody advocating for violence, it's like I'll listen to the other shit they say, but when they start talking about violence, I just know it's fucking immoral or whatever. So when that's why I'll still fuck with you.
Target audience, bro.
Yeah, but I'm still like that's why I'll still fuck with you. But I'm not like
you're not a colonized person, bro. And I think it's very
dude. That is so fucked up. There's so many colonized people that would be farther to the right than me and be like yelling at you right now.
I think I'd have more of a chance of reasoning with them on a
you wouldn't do that. Is ridiculous.
Basis of their lives. Yes, because I will address the material reality.
Dude, okay, talk to Jordan. Talk to Jordan right now. Talk to Jordan right now. A fucking indigenous black African American.
Getting through to Jordan than I would with you, to be honest.
Okay, go ahead. Talk to Jordan, but you're running away from him. You're running away from Jordan. Talk to him.
I'm not running away from him. I think he requires some much deeper answers because he asks like the most vaguest fucking questions ever. That's why I feel like I want to wait for his.
I feel it's all very vague because we're talking about social sciences.
Don't worry, it's all on tape, guys.
We're talking about soft sciences and social sciences. Like this, everything's very vague that we're talking about here.
Holy shit.
Revolution and war isn't vague though. That's the most concrete thing that I see being brought up.
It is because we can't even agree on what revolution
My questions
means.
had no details to them at all.
No, you gave no explanation.
Bro, your questions were the vaguest questions that I've encountered recently on these discussions.
On your terms very well.
I'm ready to put in work.
Answer me this question, skeptical.
Okay.
Can I try a question with you? Let me try a question.
I'll try my best.
All right. Do you see why I look at you as a child with matches next to a kerosene can? Do you see why? Do you see that?
You see that?
Can you empathize with me and understand why I feel that way about you? Is that too vague of a question?
No. I like that.
Okay.
Yes, I can understand that. Yes, because I'm willing to ignite where most people wouldn't.
Say that again. I didn't hear. I'm sorry. I didn't hear the first part. I'm sorry.
If I'm someone with a matchbox next to a bunch of kerosene, yes, I'm willing to ignite under certain circumstances, and others wouldn't. So yeah, I get the fear. But based on your fear, bro.
All the way.
I'm willing to light it up.
That's
his answer.
Literally.
And you know what? You could be in a room with a bunch of people and they would never light it up. But if that one person, whether I'm a good person or not, whether I'm a totally insane person or whether I have good intentions, if you guys can't stop me from lighting it up, then you're irrelevant politically.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong.
Yes.
And that's why it always comes down to power at the end of the day. Like, all of these politics are kind of irrelevant to me. Like, nobody who's like really poor is really like thinking about these things so abstractly. Like, oh, do we need violence? Or blah, blah, blah. Yo, motherfuckers understand self-defense when they face violence in real life.
Yo, you can't be talking about poor, man. Like, I literally couldn't pay rent until I just got fucking my tax return. Like, there's times when I'm like, I'm as poor as like.
Yeah, we're generalizing here. It's not about individuals. I'm generalizing.
Fair point.
Most people,
I would
like, will not bring
people
it
aren't thinking about this shit every day. They're thinking about how they're gonna, what they're gonna pay for tomorrow. Like.
But I think most people are thinking, no, I don't want violent revolution because I'm scared of the consequences.
I don't think they're thinking about revolution every day. I don't think that's something that crosses the majority of people's minds every day. Having said that, I don't.
But if you brought it up to them or whatever, I think that they would take the violent route less likely than the non-violent route.
Depends who you talk to.
Yeah.
Really depends who you talk to.
You know, I mean, there's people here where I'm at every day, like, they go outside and eat there's a good chance, not kidding, you could get hit by bullets. So I don't think that they are going to be prioritizing the same things as, you know, someone who's in a neighborhood where that's, like, almost unheard of. So, it's just different people. I think that, I mean, I will agree with Skeptic, like, I don't think that a lot of people are thinking about electoral politics every day, like, as a priority. That's kind of like irrelevant to them. So I can see how, I don't know, again, I think really both approaches are useful. I wasn't in the conversation earlier, so I don't know what exactly prompted some of the animosity going on here, but I don't think that...
Jordan thinks I'm crazy, and I think he's vague as fuck.
I don't think you're crazy. I think you're dumb as shit.
I think you're crazy.
I think you're dumb as shit. Okay. If you honestly believe what you're saying, if you honestly believe what you're saying, it's like you're kind of dumb to me. Not gonna lie.
I think
they're having ideological fights.
He's already.
So I don't know if it'll ever really get resolved because I think that the two can.
I'm sorry, James had something to say.
Hey, Skeptical, did you not just say in the other conversation, might is right? Did you not just say that, or am I misrepresenting what you're saying?
Yeah, might is right. Unfortunately, this is what I said. I said, unfortunately, might is right, and that's not the rules that we made. Those are the rules imposed on us. Unfortunately, yes, might is right in this world. Yes, it is. Because if somebody has the force to take something away from you, they can, and you're not going to do shit unless you have the force to fight back. Am I wrong? Two wrongs make a right.
You already considered it wrong, right?
I don't consider it a wrong. I don't consider it a wrong to fight back against somebody who harms you.
Hold on. Do you see why this is illogical? Because if you do that,
tell me.
You leave room open for the next George Bush to swing on by. You can't tell me how that happens.
All right, I'm not opening any door, bro, because that door is already open, because might already makes right, because those are the rules that we've inherited.
Skeptical, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you're saying is that you have responsibility to be able to defend yourself. You're not saying that we should strike first. You're saying
no. You already said that. No, Ed, you already said that.
Did he? Is that what?
I'm just wondering.
In certain circumstances, he says, yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying that we've already been struck first of all, and I explained how we're already refugees of U.S. imperialism.
What happened to perceived threat?
Our countries have literally been militarily invaded already, so you guys
please don't try to trick my audience.
Y'all may have been from first world countries.
Skep, don't try to trick my audience. Go back to what we were actually saying.
No, I'm gonna trick them.
We were talking about one-on-one perceived threat. I'm allowed to shoot first. One-on-one perceived threat. I'm allowed to shoot first. Correct?
If there's a perceived deadly threat, yes.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, if you feel threatened.
Yeah, if you feel threatened, go ahead and shoot him first. Go ahead.
That makes it okay.
Hold up.
Okay, go ahead, shoot him first.
It's okay.
A perceived credible threat, and I gave the example of that prankster who came and tried to do a fake armed robbery as a joke, and he got his ass shot. The guy who shot him was justified.
And the guy who's telling me that the psychology shit should be somewhere else is going to tell me what is credible and what's not credible. What's a credible threat and what's not a credible threat?
Bro, you're not even a psychologist though, and even I think your whole
see him getting
conception
wrecked.
of psychoanalysis is kind of weird to me, and I'm going to tell you why. Because your whole concept of psychoanalysis is all about self-analysis, but the reality is that psychology is practiced with somebody observing another person, right?
Jared Taylor, the guy who says he's a race realist, has a degree in psychology.
Oh, it's
Philosophy, my bad, philosophy. So he knows more about philosophy than I do because it's a piece of paper that says he knows more. Right?
James Watson, can I ask what race you are?
Is psychology a scientific profession or not? Sort of like a medical profession?
Hey, Scott.
What's up?
Can I ask what race you are? Is that okay?
I'm purple. No, I'm Latino. I'm Latino and I'm white as fuck.
James Watson has a Nobel Prize in biology, right? Or DNA. He's one of the first guys discovering DNA. And he would consider you probably a lesser human as far as on the intelligence scale because of your Latino background. But he has a PhD. He has a Nobel Prize. Why is he brilliant and I'm not? Good?
I said I'm only like 3% black. I'm white as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to throw this out here.
So you success with the... Okay. You threw a joke out there to dismiss my credibility. But
no, I'm saying I'm 3% black.
You're 3% black? So what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah. That I'm white as fuck. You said this guy would think of me as a lesser human for being Latino, but I'm saying some Latinos are white too.
So I'm going to throw this out here. I want to disagree with YellBRo. I don't think
Latino to me. When I saw him, I would have said Latino. I wouldn't have said white.
I don't think YellBRo is correct. I don't think skeptical is stupid. I think he's very smart. He's just totally misdirected and hateful. I think you're really
that's also your interpretation. I'm just saying, just to be fair.
I think he's smart.
One person might think that it's misdirected, one other person might not.
There's worse than dumb. Meaning, if I think you're a fucking creep, that's worse than dumb. But I think you mean well. That's why I'm just calling you dumb and not. I'm not calling you George Bush.
Yeah.
Your ideas are George Bush light, but
okay, if I believed that there could be significant positive changes to the world in a peaceful way, I would be the first one to jump on that possibility.
I believe you that.
I would be totally with you guys. But the fact is,
and then if I go into psychology,
but can you name a peaceful revolution?
Bro. Like YellBRo,
we've
been talking for hours already, and I feel like you have no real answers. Every time I try to get into something,
dude, he hasn't even talked much. He's kind of let us all talk.
You get into something very vague.
Wait a second, yeah? Didn't I just give you an opportunity to build your audience the way that you want to help you find people for your army?
If I start saying something, I don't have a PhD, so I can't actually say that.
No. I'm saying that psychoanalysis specifically is something that you don't, in a clinical setting, you can't do it on yourself, right?
Yeah, you can.
If you consider it a science, I don't know if I even consider it science, but what would I know?
There's a famous psychologist named R.D. Laing who allows his patients to essentially do self-analysis. He's just like a go-between in a way.
So he's still involved, right? As a professional, he's still involved here.
He's still involved by getting himself out of the way, and in fact, he shits on other psychiatrists for getting in the way.
All right, but he's still involved, right? So he's still in the way somehow. It's not what you're doing.
This is
Let's
a losing
be real.
argument for you.
It's not just like you reading a bunch of books and just like thinking a bunch of philosophical stuff. Like you're not. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not doing a clinical analysis on yourself. You're doing a personal analysis. Like nothing that you're doing.
And what's the difference?
Science, right?
And what's the difference, Skeptical? You see, if it's me and you one-on-one, this is going to get really bad.
It's a perspective problem. That's what it is. It's a perspective problem. Because
what does
you're
that
always
mean?
going to be a bit biased about yourself. You're never going to be
how do you
totally
know this?
objective when you're approaching yourself.
And how do you know this? Because you've done it?
How do I know this?
Because
I
you've
feel
done
like
it?
we're the most honest with ourselves, but we won't admit.
But who are you to
what's
know that?
going on or whatever a lot of the times.
Who are you to know that?
Because self-awareness is lacking in most people. Nobody has absolute self-awareness. Just by the definition of self-awareness, you don't, bro. Because other people could see shit that you can't see. Yo, if you're walking around with some fucking chocolate on your face, other people can see that shit and you can't, right?
That's a poor example, but okay.
It is
also,
a poor example, but it still works.
No, it doesn't, because it's registered by your body, and your body's connected to your psyche. So no, it is registered. You're talking about the difference between your ego and your subconscious. Those are two different fucking things. Your subconscious registers chocolate on your face.
I have not reference to ego or the subconscious because I do not have the qualifications to even know what the fuck that means. Really, in real terms, I don't know what it means. I don't think you do either because you use it in such a vague way. Dude, there's just a mind, and then you can conceptualize it in different ways, but
Well, technically, like
a lot of this is like mumbo jumbo, in my opinion.
Because everybody prioritizes different things differently. So it's like, I don't know. I hear you guys trying to convince the other of why a certain way is better. I don't see either of you coming to that.
One thing that makes Skeptical extremely valuable, though, honestly, though, is the fact that he's one of the very few in New York City that's actually willing out to come out and do things.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he was the first one to go force the vote at AOC's office.
Good night, Mona.
And that's pretty
That
cool.
is very true.
Honestly,
Yeah.
like, I need help out here in New York, bro. I need it real bad, man. And if you could come out and help, it's me and Ricky and who else? You know what I mean? God damn, bro, we need help, man. Reyes, we need to come out some more stuff. Skeptical, I can't agree with you on some of this violent stuff, but don't worry. When I'm with Skeptical, we ain't gonna kill anybody. All right, we're not gonna hurt anybody. So you know what I mean?
I'll try my best.
Right? I could use your help, Skep, for real, man. Help,
Yeah, the
please.
thing is, I don't see how I could help you when we don't have even similar goals, to be honest. Like, we want similar things, but to get there, like, we're totally on different paths.
Isn't what I'm doing kind of revolutionary?
Yeah, but doesn't it like exposing people and other things and like advocating for certain issues fall towards the same? Like say Ed threw a Mumia rally. Like Ed, I bet you fucking if you talk to Ed about this, he would fucking organize a Mumia.
There's an Assange thing coming up, I think, on the 11th.
Solidarity everywhere, man.
Yes,
Are you gonna be there, Skep? Let's go, bro. Come on, man. We can have a good time, man.
Maybe. At the same time, though, I told you at that last Assange thing, I don't even go to protests most of the time, because what's the point? If it's not leading to you actually building connections with people and building an organization, then it's not leading to anything. Yo, that day that we went in front of the embassy, bro, we mostly spent most of the time talking to each other. Then we did talk to one old guy who stopped and talked to me and Ricky for like an hour. Mostly everybody didn't want to talk, bro. To be honest, I feel like that shit was a waste of time. I went because I wanted to see what you guys were about. Honestly, I go to protests just to see what the people are about.
Let me tell you the power.
But you're obviously meeting people.
That's what I did
and
all summer.
networking.
Yeah, but it's not the protest itself. I want to go to these protests to see if there's anybody there who realizes that it's kind of bullshit, and then maybe we could do something different.
No, I agree that protesting is kind of like marching down the streets, kind of like jerking off. Like it's like the power structures are like laughing at that.
Did you just
Like,
say
you got to be doing like Standing Rock shit, in my opinion. Like you got to be like locking shit down.
But in those people's minds, that's what is, you know, everyone again like has a different role to play or strength. I would
just
say.
said he went to protest, so he could protest them.
No, he says he went to see what other people are about.
A little bit of while before I'm done.
To tell them they were wrong.
No, just to
feel them out. Just
to see if they saw the limitations. I'm not going there just like, yo, you guys are wrong. But I mean, if you really ask me 100%, what is my real, total, like, honest opinion? I'm gonna say I think this is kind of a waste of time, and I'm gonna tell you exactly why.
See, you just said it. You went to protest to tell them they're wrong.
He didn't say
because
that.
they actually realized
if they want to talk
He didn't
about
say
it.
that, Owen. I'm sorry. But
If you want to hear it, I'm going to tell you you're wrong at this protest. That's why I'm here to watch your protest.
That's my opinion. But there could also be something happening at the protest. There could also be something happening at the protest that I'm not aware of. That could actually be good. I have been to some protests that were actually good in my opinion.
Tell people they're wrong protesting.
Yo, look, bro. Ed, who's on the call right now, and the other guy who was at the
What's up,
protest
Flash?
that I'm referencing,
AKA Wildy West.
they both seem to agree that it was like what are we doing here? So, you know, it's not like I came telling them, oh, you're just all wrong about everything. Even they seem to realize that what we did was kind of like a waste of time or ineffective.
When I step off the hot dog wagon, I want a hot dog. I don't want to step on the hot dog wagon telling people don't eat a hot dog.
Yo, Ed, am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong.
Ed, am I wrong that protest that you, me, and Ricky did was kind of like a waste of time? And we didn't really engage anybody besides just take pictures of ourselves?
Let me respond to that, okay? Let me show you how many things I've done with connections I've made from the protests. For example, right? Yeah? At another Sonic protest, I actually met the people. Remember that I did the AOC thing, and I met the guy from Fight for NYCHA. From there, I actually did another protest where I met Mike McCabe of Occupy Radio, who actually ran as a candidate of the Green Party, is also helping me to get connected to Howie Hawkins. With the Fight for NYCHA guy, I'm patched into 600,000 voters and people who live in the NYCHA system, and I have access to Melanie Cello, who's also. So yes, there's many connections I was able to make off of the protests, and I'm
so you're networking. So you're using them for networking, but
you see that right there?
The protests in themselves. Did they? So basically, you're doing what I'm doing. I'm going to see what kind of people are there. You're just going to network. So would you agree that the protests themselves are kind of irrelevant?
I don't miss mode.
I don't think they're irrelevant, but they're not what people think they are. People think that you're gonna get on the streets and make a big fucking crowd, and then the government's gonna be like, "I'm sorry," and fucking bow down. It's like, no, you gotta like use those to like meet people, to make content. Like we're in like an information war. Like you always gotta be thinking about like.
Sure. But then, yo, look, can I just describe what we did? Like me, Ed, and Ricky. Like we were in a place where we were not likely to get anyone to listen to us. We were in Midtown, in a place where a lot of the people were rich, a lot of the people were just going to and from work. Like we were in the totally wrong place if we were trying to connect with the masses.
Let me tell you why, right?
Another reason it was a waste of time, in my opinion.
Because we are pioneers, we are frontiersmen, okay? The thing is that there are a lot of activists in New York City, but honestly, we're not getting really backed. Right, Ali actually is one of the very few people that actually is giving us press, right, for what we do. But most people are deliberately ignoring us because we have a lot of powerful enemies to take on the establishment, so they're all trying to silence us.
But we're not doing anything that's worth the press covering, bro. That's the whole point. We're literally not doing anything worth the press covering.
And we're also coordinated nationally. Right? The power is not in the event itself, but also the fact that we went on simultaneously in LA, that it went on internationally. And on that day, we together that you could say people around the world on this day gathered for this cause, and to be a part of that is special and is documented, and that is a powerful statement to leave in history. Remember, documentation is history. That's why we need we all play a role together. Remember,
the person wanted to go to a place they weren't welcome, that people wouldn't listen to them, that they were going off doing their own thing, and you went down there to create anarchy?
And you're beating a dead rug here. What are you talking about?
That's why I understood it. That's why I only stayed for an hour.
Where's my message?
Because I saw what
he wasn't going to cause ruckus or rake muck or whatever. He's friends with everybody that was there. Owen. No, he was just saying he's just critiquing it or whatever.
People.
also, Skep, right? The thing is that I'm simultaneously developing.
Like you met
multiple
Franco
You know what the
there,
king
yeah?
is,
You're
Marshall.
like only doing this one thing, so it's not okay.
This
because
is some
it's
New
not
York City shit.
You should be doing 15 things at the same time, right? Not just this angle, but other angles at the same time. This is just part of a package. You know what I mean? This is
I don't
not
got
like
15 bodies.
The package.
I don't got 15 lives.
Way more. Huh?
I only have me right now. That's the problem too, Ed. I feel like Ed, you have big ideas, but you're just one man. And until you can actually build an organization that is actually unified on a real concrete program.
I have independentcongress.com, right? I didn't make that website. They're with me too. And
I can't listen to this anymore.
I'm
Go to
asking YellBRo to get
but
involved.
we're not unified around like a concrete project and program where we have discipline. We're not an organization, Ed. You have all these different ideas, and that's great. That's good that you think about the big picture, and that's good. But you need to actually think about the like day-to-day shit and how to connect that to the big picture. Because until you have a group with you, you're just a guy talking, just like me. I'm just a guy talking. I'm a nobody. So how do we move past being nobodies to actually like have an organization?
You are somebody to me. I don't give a fuck about nobody else, man. I stopped watching all those
bro. I'm a nobody.
I only
That's
watch
the
people that
reality.
fuck with me. Jimmy Dore, I don't give a fuck. Dude. I'm not mad at him. But I don't fuck. I fuck with YellBRo. That's it. I fuck with
on the online sphere, it literally takes being like grandfathered in.
I'm the Illuminati.
Or like
I told people to self-analyze and shit.
Got it. Status quo.
I think
we need to do this shit.
I think that what you got to do is like advertise off the internet to get to people on the internet to educate people, because everyone's on the internet, but nobody knows how to get to these things. So you got to like step offline
to get them to what? To follow you? I'm confused. What are we advertising?
To follow your narrative and what you're trying to advocate for.
But the only people that seek out these political narratives on the internet are people who are already kind of interested, right? Yeah. And that's only a tiny portion of society, and we keep.
Yeah, but how do they get interested? How do they get interested?
How do we actually get like the rest of the people?
That's what I'm saying. You gotta make appealing, marketable things around your city and like get offline to bring people online to educate people.
Or like,
people need educated on issues, but how do they get there? Whatever. And you need people. We know how effective marketing is. And why do you think fucking McDonald's wrappers are considered advertisement? And why do you think murals are like? There's so many things we could do. Like people got to think more illegally in that way. Like I'm for advocating doing illegal things, but on a non-violence level.
I only stumbled across these shows, honestly. I just happened just to be like clicking through YouTube. It started out with TYT, and then eventually somebody snuck in, like Richard Medhurst snuck in. Then I started watching him, and then eventually Jimmy Dore snuck in, and then eventually you guys snuck in. I didn't really get like really any advertising because I was just primarily using the YouTube logarithm algorithm. I gotta admit, so that's the only reason how I got here. So
why do you think it is? Why do you think it is that you decided to click on that first TYT video and then go down the rabbit hole, whereas others wouldn't? What made you different?
Well, I did do. I was really angry about things like trickle-down economics because I did Obama's campaign in 2007, 2008. And we were talking about trickle-down economics, it was garbage. And TYT started talking about trickle-down economics and FedEx and all that bullshit. So that's when it started. I was just randomly looking for some shit. I was bored. And it said, I saw something that said something about Boeing, FedEx and UPS, basically ripping people off. And I was like, oh yeah, trickle-down economics, that bullshit. So that's how I got onto TYT.
So you were angry about the lies around trickle-down economics being a solution. Is that right?
Yes, I was. Because I already knew about that from 2008.
Interesting. Okay, so do you think the people in your family who you described as neoliberals have that same understanding?
Oh, fuck no. They got Trump derangements.
It's capable of it. Like it's like when you're born, you're not born with an incapable of.
I don't know if they.
I
Hello? What?
Losers.
Oh, did you guys come in our?
Why'd you come in our chat? I know we're better. We're better over here.
No, but wait.
Did
Hold
you
on a
see
second,
that?
Mona. Can you just
Okay,
answer this though?
Yes.
Mona, just real quick. Because you said that, but then that takes you to genetics though. Like no one's born with a gene that says they're not going to be able to have any retribution. You know what I'm saying?
Are there not? I don't
But
know.
regardless,
I don't
but
know
what?
anything about
But I'm
that.
asking you.
What are you asking me? You're asking me if
Yeah, because
what?
you said not everyone is capable of retribution.
Yeah. I don't think so.
But so why?
What did you say? What did you say?
But why?
Why?
All that argument shit just get yelled at by Red Sea.
Why? Okay, so why don't I believe that? I just don't believe that. Looking at the way people are, and looking at history, and looking at the decisions people make, like looking at all of that. Yes, there have been people who have changed and who have turned their life around, who have made a change in their life, and who have. Yes, but I don't feel like that is for everyone. I don't think everybody is capable of it.
So, but that would take you
hypothetically,
to biologically.
Hypothetically, yes, maybe they could, but we have the choice, and a lot of people don't want to make that choice. They want to be.
But they have the capability, though. They're
I
born with that.
I feel like the capability word is hanging me up here, because I feel like if you're capable of doing it, it's a capability. You can do it, and I think for some people they just can't. It's kind of like a drug addict. I'm not saying they have to be addicted all the time, but it is definitely a struggle, and some people can never escape addiction. And I'm not saying they can't, but I'm saying they can't. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but like they are capable. Everybody's capable of change. Everybody's capable, but I don't think it's realistically something to expect from people, because I don't think it happens for a lot of people.
So you're saying that it's not likely, but that everyone is capable, though. Like they do have that thing in them. That, like, just like everybody else, that they're capable.
I'll go back in
related content, but how is a place where people can learn about news related content, but they're coming for like something that isn't political? Because there's why the fuck would the CIA fund just some random fucking idiot to cook cookies or whatever? Because they're gonna randomly say some shit that the women are gonna be like,
yeah,
I agree with that.
Propaganda 101. It's getting in little messages, whether they're direct or indirect, in either just in an effective way. So that's like, for me, that's why that's my personal biggest focus, is like narratives and just how all of that's infiltrated in every way in our society. But I don't know. Just on the violence thing, I think
It's
I
fucking
don't
real,
really.
bro. It's fucking real.
I don't know. Like, if there's been a ton of revolutions, like actual revolutions that have been nonviolent, then I should learn more about them. But, and I'm not even saying that's right, but I don't know. Also, it's hard to say unless you're like in it. Like, what would all of us really do if the government just like all came after us today? What would we do? We don't know.
I'd cry like a little bitch, man. I can't even take fucking like surgery videos, gore, or anything. My mind literally goes crippled, and I start like I can't even move sometimes. Like, it paralyzes me. So like I think that's like a lot of people. And fucking violent revolution would just like, I don't know.
You know,
I think of World War I and World War II and all the fucking, pain people went through, or any war, and I just feel that violent revolution would exacerbate that.
I know a couple.
And I think that psychological violence is fucking crazy, just as crazy.
Yeah,
as,
I mean, well, that's what we experience all the time is psychological. You could say violence, manipulation from, quote, the state.
Yeah.
So we're already.
But it's like when your kids are fighting, do you let your little two boys like beat the shit out of each other because the one like punched first or whatever, or do you say like, yo, stand the fuck back and use your words, or like use other tactics?
My mother told my brother to like, just if one of my brothers is more antagonistic, and he would do shit to my older brother, and then my older brother would start crying to my mother, and my mother would just say, Take it back from him. Hit him back if he hits you.
And I bet you they have just the most healthiest minds as adults. There's
she was like, don't keep coming to me every time your little brother does something mean to you. Check him. Don't come to me. That's all she was saying. Just check him. So.
Yeah, but the only ways that kids listen to an adult is when they believe there's going to be a consequence of some kind.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh,
really? Or if they respect them.
Why does my nephew skateboard with me? Why did I get my nephew into skateboarding?
Well, because
Is
that's
it because he was scared of me?
No.
Well, yeah,
like
but
you said, that's fun. You just gave an example where two little boys are fighting. You just gave an example where two little boys are fighting and an adult intervenes. They're not going to stop fighting unless they either respect the adult greatly or they fear a consequence. And it doesn't have to be
I think that they fight in the first place because it's learned behavior.
Even just you being disappointed in a child, even that's a consequence. They feel that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But if they don't respect you, and if they don't respect you, then they won't care if you're disappointed. But if they respect you and you're disappointed in them, that's a consequence. They'll feel that.
Yeah, but I don't think
"Oh,
respect has anything to do with it, because do we respect the government, but we still have to follow their rules, kind of thing. Like it's
Fairly opposite.
a lot of people don't follow their rules.
Tricking myself.
Yeah, but you'd still do or whatever. Like why aren't you out killing people or doing rules that are, universal?
They don't follow their own rules.
Exactly. I respect people that follow their own rules.
To me, it all stems from like childhood and development in the womb to adulthood and violence and trauma in your life, teaching you to respond in those same ways or whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't think kids necessarily do anything because they fear their parents. There's parents that are really kind to their kids. They're not fucking spoiled brats that like some kids are. They literally have like learned the way of like, peace and harmony with the world, and they're like able to reason with the world. Like kids aren't dumb. They can learn reasoning too.
I don't dispute that whatsoever, but I don't think that in any way contradicts the fact that consequences are involved, whatever those consequences might be. Anytime
but it's
in a situation like that.
But it's self-consequences. So if I don't eat, I know I'm gonna die. So I literally have to do things to help myself, even if it's growing my own food. It's not necessarily coerced by capitalism to do these things. There are some things in capitalism that definitely coerce me or whatever. But like not everything is like, you're not doing it because you're violently told to. You're not scared of your parents that they're going to beat the fuck out of you.
But we already said more than once that it's not only about violent consequences. Even you being disappointed in them could be a consequence. Let me ask you.
Okay, so that is my point though. So why does violent revolution have anything to do with the conversation if there is another way?
Because you gave an example where two little boys are fighting and then an adult intervenes. Can I ask you what would happen if two little boys are fighting and then another little kid intervenes who has no authority whatsoever? Are they going to listen? Probably not.
Yeah, but is that even pertaining to my original analogy though? Like I'm pretty sure I was talking about like I think it was like an analogy to do with governments or something, and then like what you should and shouldn't do, and yeah, I don't know. I think we're getting so far away from the original.
The point that I'm trying to make is that for you to intervene in a conflict between two other parties, you actually need to have some power. Does that make sense?
Not necessarily, because me not having any power, how can I change somebody's mind? Through persuasion and argument. Like even if it's violence or whatever, you're still persuading somebody with an argument. Like it's violence could be interpreted as language, and
I wish Stevie was here.
You could violently demand somebody by shouting at them, or you can persuade them in other ways. So I think
I feel like I have a lot of empathy. So for me, it's like I'm like, oh no, the Olives, no, you know, like yeah, we need to fight them and they're evil, blah blah blah. But chances are, like if I met one, or if I would be, yeah, I would
just
probably,
a human, yeah.
yes, it's a
just
human,
another
like
person.
it's a human
yeah.
gets a person.
Yeah.
And even though, because you like, even if the person has all the money in the world, I'm a firm believer that like they still struggle with the same, like, I mean, maybe not the same things. They don't have to worry about money, but I mean, they still have feelings and they still have, people are complicated, you know, like you still have.
I mean, I wouldn't advocate chopping their head off.
Can I ask Mona a question? Hey Mona, what if these were like what if these were like super alien, super like pure evil? They're demons from another dimension, but they looked human. Would you risk killing them if you had no idea whether like what they are? Would you risk it?
Are they gonna bleed acid on me?
No.
This is relevant.
Don't bleed like
relevant. It's relevant.
Don't bleed like people.
Then,
where the hell did we go with this conversation?
I think they come when they die.
That's it. I feel like any intelligent living being.
I
would be a sucker though, because like I get suckered into everything, dude. Like I think people are nice if they're nice to my face. Like I am the worst judge of character, so I would definitely get screwed over by the evil guys. Like for sure, 100%. I'm the worst judge of character. I'd be like, oh, they're nice to my face, and then they'd murder me, and I'd be like, oh, well, I'm dead now. So.
All right, but
that's how that would go down.
No, I'm saying like, let's say you truly believe that this was an evil, demon, creepy thing, but you didn't actually know it though. You didn't know it 100%. You just believed it, and they look completely human. Would you take the risk and just shoot them and kill them? Or would you be like, hey, maybe I'm crazy. Let me observe if I'm crazy or not.
I don't think that would even be in my character to assume that somebody's evil. So I would probably think that I'm crazy, because I've never in my life felt that about anybody. I've never met someone and say, oh my God, they're fucking evil.
Mona, you don't need to think you're crazy anymore. You are crazy.
Now, does everybody see why I would speak to Mona a different way than I would speak to this other guy?
What? Because Mona's nice and the other one's crazy?
Because I'm gullible or naive, or I don't know.
Mona's low risk. Low risk. That's why.
I don't. What? Aw. I'm sad.
Sorry. You were my guinea pig. You were my guinea pig for a second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What is going on?
Mona doesn't challenge any opinions.
Life is happening.
You know.
Don't you know?
Yeah.
What are you talking? You
sit
just
in the
challenged
corner,
my opinion
YellBRo.
for like 20 minutes.
Yo, you made me just talk to Skeptical about the same shit for the last like 20 minutes. I'm trying to like get you.
Sorry, who made you? I think you were in there all on your own, prop. Okay.
Yeah, but I was like trying to like tee it up to YellBRo. I'm like,
you won't
Me
talk to
and
them.
me and Sebs came in Allie's room.
We were chilling in Alan's room.
We were chilling in, and nobody can stay.
now
away from
Allie's stuck in
Sebs.
there. I feel bad. I just left mid-sentence. I was like,
Oh.
God damn it, I'm so sick of this debate.
I'm
No, Allie came in here and then she popped out though.
James,
Well, I mean,
love you.
Skeptical.
You do a t-shirt game.
Skeptical wasn't answering some questions that they were asking, and I noticed that he was avoiding like certain questions as well. That they were just asking him about how to justify the violence that he was advocating for.
If I don't have an answer, I just don't answer, or I say I don't know, or
I obfuscate always.
I love I don't know.
This is no, that's wonderful, right? But here's the best part: you're being vague, Jordan.
Come on, James.
So explain to me what you mean. Wait. You're not a psychologist, are you? Go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's like, what the
Yeah.
fuck am I? Oh, you're not a politician. Don't
I
talk
mean,
about
and
politics.
first off, like he was talking about, I think like self-actualization, you know, like what Maslow talks about. And it's not impossible to be like that. You can't go up to Jordan and be like, you're not self-actualized. You have no fucking clue if I am, if Jordan is. Like, you have no clue to even say to anybody like, oh, you don't know how to self-evaluate, or you're not self-actual. You have no fucking idea. Like, what level that other person is on. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Well,
No,
but if that
I agree
person
with
is
that.
on a level where they're saying that it's okay to kill, like the end justifies the means, then like that's a little bit problematic, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like
No,
when you're
yeah,
becoming
I
what
was
you're
yeah,
against.
no, I was
Yeah.
just saying like what he was trying to tell Jordan, like, well, most people are like that. And Jordan's like, well, who are you to say that? And he's like, well, I don't even know what he said. Probably bullshit, but like
James.
I have 10 million things I could have pivoted to in regards to things I've heard him say and all that. And I like the guy. I like him. I think I think he means well. I think he's trying to make the world better. Just, yeah, he's a child with kerosene next to him and matches in his hand.
Quite literally, I used to
If you ask me,
I used
that's my
to
opinion.
against him. I didn't get an answer. It's like Jared Taylor has a degree in philosophy.
I don't want to be talking about him. He's not here. I'll go back and kneel to him.
I'll let him know.
Drag him in.
Wait, are we playing games tonight or not?
What?
I'm down.
Want more of that? I thought we all left
want to
that.
just giggle and laugh. We should get skeptical play so that we can fucking poke fun at each other.
what the heck? Why hasn't Franco played with us? What an
He wanted to,
asshole.
but he's like he's an early fucking he teaches, so he has to be up early apparently.
I teach.
All that's really important. I get that. But my main, so if that's all he's saying, then I agree with Anthony. But it seemed like he was going a bit farther, because YellBRo's whole thing seems to be a focus on just like individual improvement through psychoanalysis. And to me, that just seems like irrelevant if that's your main focus. Like, you're not going to go far, in my opinion.
I already explained it in
I
tandem.
think he's coming from the places like you can't really, like, not you specifically, just people in general can't really, like, lead anything or understand, I guess, how to lead something unless you really know who you are. That's all I would say to that. Because I can see, like, on face value why you'd be like, oh, how is that relevant? But I think maybe he's factoring in also how are other people gonna hear a message that you're saying. I mean, because I would go with Anthony too. I think, I don't know. Actually, Jordan's in here. So Jordan, why don't you explain? I don't want to speak for you.
You're doing fine. Your mic sounds terrible right now, but you're doing good.
Is it me? Yeah, man. I think it's me. One second.
Oh no, it's not you. Is that you, Skeptical?
What's that sound?
Is it me? Let me mute myself.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was you. That's okay.
I just I don't know. I gotta listen to the whole conversation before because I come from a lot of like because again my particular area of like interest, focus, understanding is in narratives and propaganda and how like this messaging works in like with your psyche. And that is important, I think, in all of the in all of these movements, whether they turn violent or not. I guess I have to listen to this talk because I'm confused at how you guys even got to this place, to be honest. Like,
well, yeah.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's a reaction to me when I see people who I believe mean well diving into ideas that I think are harmful, not only for themselves but for other people, and that's why I react the way I reacted. I have plenty of arguments here, but that's why I reacted the way I reacted.
Because there are
and
people that are not there are people that are not as smart, obviously, like as Skeptical Mantis. Like I really don't know him that well, but I know damn well like if it came down to it, like that street smart, so I mean I would say you both do, but like I think there's different, like you're almost saying like the things that he's talking about, a person who doesn't have the understanding that maybe Skeptical does might take it the wrong way, or I don't know.
Oh, yeah, they might take his ideas and run. Well, if that's what you're saying?
Yeah, but then again, that could apply to any idea ever. Like somebody could hear.
Agreed.
So
it's just he's putting. I think there's a thing within humans that want to try to do. It could be a grandiose, narcissistic idea of saving the world. It could be straight up empathetic of you got family, or you experience it yourself, or you've seen people on TV or whatever, where you've seen them suffering and you want to end it. And then when you hear this blazing idea that's straightforward and blatant, and there is no, if you ask me, there is no like crazy self-development work happening. It sounds kind of like a quick solution. It could be very attractive. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
You turn it down.
So, YellBRo, if I integrated some psychological analysis and personal development into my attempts to make revolution, would that somehow change your mind about what I'm trying to do?
Trying to get me to yell at you again?
No,
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
But I was gonna say that's a valid.
I'm joking.
No, I don't mind.
This isn't. That type of thing is not a. It is not a. I pick up a book and read it, and now I understand my own. Like that's not what it is. Because we have real life to live.
I didn't say it was.
No, I'm not saying you said that. I'm just saying that's why it can't be. Oh, let me just integrate this into this. That's why, like, you can't just. In my mind, you can't just do that. You have to actually understand the value of it
If I
yourself.
follow your psychological philosophy to your standards, under your guidance, hypothetically, and I still wanted to be a revolutionary, would you think I was just misguided? Like, do I need to give up on revolution to be enlightened in your eyes? Is that what it is?
Well, if we're talking, once again, I hear a whole bunch of ideas from a whole bunch of different directions. But as soon as I hear advocation of killing other people, then I'm gonna shit on you. That's what it is. That's just my perspective.
So
That's what I did.
basically, even if I did the psychological analysis and whatever it is that you're advocating for, which is still very vague to me, even if I followed through with it and actually agreed with it all, if I still wanted to be a revolutionary, I'd still be basically just an idiot in your eyes. So it's really not about the psychoanalysis, bro.
No, it is.
Get it? It's not even about the psychoanalysis because it's really about giving up revolution.
That I'm known for. You're trying to do philosophical shit that I'm known for. First of all, you gotta define revolutionary. Please define that.
Dude, I already did 100 times.
If you want to walk that road, let's do it. Define revolutionary. Please.
In the Marxist sense, in the sense that I'm using it, it means
what you mean by it. It doesn't have to be textbook.
Overthrowing another through force. I already said that. In this case, I want the working class to overthrow U.S. imperialism by force.
Well, you mean imperialism, period, right?
Specifically, where we live at, U.S. imperialism.
But you would do it.
I'm talking about a specific government.
Period, right?
By extension, yes, but I'm focused on U.S. imperialism because I live in the U.S.
Right now, but that
is the main threat to the world today. So my focus is U.S. imperialism. But yes, I'm against imperialism in general.
Period, right? Okay. So if Europe became the new imperialist, as far as like the leader of it, you'd be like, oh, we need to focus on that, right?
Yeah.
If China became it, you'd be like, oh, let's focus on China now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Except I would still be somewhat limited because wherever I was living in the world, that would still have to be my main focus. Otherwise, I'll basically just end up being one of those leftists who does nothing but talk about foreign countries all day, and they know everything about the movements in foreign countries, and then you ask them what are they trying to do in their own country, and they don't have any answers. I don't want to be like that.
Okay.
To me, those people are boring.
Okay. I hear that. Fair enough. So essentially, it is about fighting imperialism more than where it's coming from. Just imperialism in general. But in modern
imperialism
times,
in general is wrong. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
In my view, my opinion.
Okay, and why is imperialism wrong? Like, does it have to be wrong? Does it have to be wrong? Is there a right version of imperialism?
I don't think it's necessary. I think we can have all the positive aspects of like global interconnectedness without having a parasitic relationship. Because imperialism is parasitic by definition. Capitalism is parasitic by definition. Am I wrong?
They're parasitic by what?
I'm saying that imperialism and capitalism are parasitic by their definition.
As far as capitalism goes, I'd call you wrong. But imperialism.
I think there could be forms of capitalism that are less harmful than others, but I think at its core, it's still like something that I'd like to do away with. I think some types of capitalism could be like a necessary evil at certain times in history. But as a long-term goal, I think we should get rid of it. I think we can overcome it.
Okay, but I still look at capitalism as like just a inanimate object. I believe I've said this before, right? Where it's not. It's more of people and their actions that are determining things, right? Like if
capitalism's a process, right? It's not really an object. It's a process. It's a way of producing.
I meant inanimate object as a way to say that it's not actually a thing that moves and crawls and it does things, right? It's people doing things with it, right?
But there's real exploitation happening, despite whatever the people might like feel or however they might act, however they might think. Objectively, like wage labor is exploited, right?
By people.
Right. No, because they don't have an option to do otherwise under capitalism, do they? Like, does a capitalist business owner have the option to not exploit their workers and still have a functioning business?
Yeah, if the other guys don't do it too.
Right, everybody would have to voluntarily agree. And that's the problem that I see with your philosophy. Because it's based on everybody agreeing. Like, your whole work, if we could get everybody to agree first, like all together at the same time, that's less likely, in my opinion, than just getting a relatively small group of people together, then getting a slightly larger group of people to agree with you, and then take over society.
Alright, when you say things like that, I'm gonna laugh at you. Being honest.
That's fine. You have a good sense of humor. I like that.
I mean, that's essentially the origins of, at least the on-the-surface narrative of most of the craziest people we've seen in human history. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's at the core of their ideology, psychologically speaking. Those type of narratives are 100%.
In a way, yes, that's true. That's why, like the military thinker Clausewitz, he was very influential on communists, imperialists, fascists. Basically, like every powerful ideology in the world looked into this guy's philosophy because it's all conquered by power. It just is what it is. Nothing, like none of these ideas, bro, even if you have the best ideas in the world, without some way to enforce it or actually like stop people from, how would you say, stop certain people from stopping you, right? Some people are going to try to stop you. If you can't stop them from stopping you, then like your ideas ain't worth shit. Does that make sense? You could have the best ideas in the world, but when powerful forces come to stop you, if you can't stop them from stopping you, you're irrelevant.
I would disagree with that, but that'll turn into an argument where I think it'll take us too far outside the core of the discussion. To be honest with you.
Okay. So I want to answer your questions now, like if that's possible. Like because I feel like I haven't really answered your questions, or you feel that way. Or do you feel that I've answered your questions?
No.
Okay.
And I'm listening to James repeating back the questions I said before. And a bad memory.
YellBRo, earlier you asked me if I could see it from your point of view. right? And I said yes. I could see how you could see me being like, yeah, potentially like a dangerous fool. I get that. Would it be accurate to say you could see me as a dangerous fool?
Yeah, that was one of my questions.
So I could see that, right? Could you see it from my point of view? Why I feel that there's no other option?
Yeah, if you're ignorant, yeah, I can see that.
So you can't honestly see it from my point of view? Like me, could you see it as a non-crazy person, as a non-idiot? Can you see a relatively smart person coming to the conclusions I'm coming to, or no?
Oh yeah, if they're heavily conditioned, for sure I see that. I see it all over the place. I see different versions of it. In fact, it's kind of the same fucking thing. You're just in a different avenue. And don't realize it because, once again, no self-analyzing.
Yo, but all this talk about conditioning is kind of irrelevant because we're all conditioned to believe different shit, and all of your ideas are also inherited from others too, right? So, like, everybody's conditioned. I get it. Where do my ideas come from? I could tell you a lot of different influences. So what? We're all influenced by different shit. We're all conditioned to believe certain things, not believe certain things.
Oh, I'm conditioned.
I mean, I think you may be assuming that if I like deeply analyze myself properly, that I would come to the conclusion you're coming to. Would it be possible that I could analyze myself and still agree with what I'm saying? And still not be crazy or stupid?
That'd be tough. There's just too many logical fallacies. Too many logical fallacies for me. It's like you think of a thought in your head, right? And then you counter the thought within your own head. And you counter the thought within, like it's continuously going. Right? That's what I mean. That's part of what I mean by self-analysis.
So then aren't you kind of turning yourself into like you're becoming paralyzed just by having a thought, countering your own thought, and just arguing with yourself forever. So you're never going to take any action in that way.
I'm literally talking to you. I'm literally talking to you. Unless talking to you doesn't count.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what political activities you advocate for, and I've been trying to figure this out for the last 5 hours or so. And I'm getting nothing besides you talking about how we need to change our way of thinking, bro.
It's not change your way of thinking, it's observe your way of thinking. That's not being done at all. Do you see that? Only on a very shallow level.
I would disagree with that because I think most people have tried to be aware of, like, do some self-reflection. I don't think, like, anybody here has a monopoly on self-reflection, right?
Well, how come
I don't think you need to believe in all the shit that you guys talked about to agree with self-reflection, right? Like, you guys just added a bunch of mystical stuff to the conversation, but psychoanalysis and self-reflection is not something I disagree with. It's not original in any sense, and it's not a bad idea, it's a good idea. But you have your very particular views of how it should be done, and you have your particular idea of what conclusions a person should come to.
Remember you said.
What's so mystical about what he said? The discussion of the true self earlier, I think that was in text when we were in the spirituality channel. Like, that would be one example. Weren't you talking about the true self? All that was very mystical in my view. I feel like you guys are trying to define things into existence, which is something you often see with, like, these metaphysical philosophies. When you actually ask them what they're talking about, it's just word salad.
Oh, I can take you down.
This is so interesting.
ground real?
I don't know. Well, knowing is a whole different notion. It's like I believe the ground is real, but
Because you can feel it and touch it.
yeah.
Experience physical sensation.
Where'd everybody go?
What if I'm dreaming?
What you're saying is you don't know if this is real.
I don't know.
You don't know. All you can say is your experience with it is real. Your experience with that. Me hitting my foot against the ground.
It's like I think, therefore I am.
But you can test it out too beyond your own personal experience, and you can run it by other people.
I accidentally found I am this. What happens then?
You can involve a third party, which is why science isn't based on just your experience, right? And you can also use machines to measure it in different ways.
That doesn't mean your ego knows. Your mind knows.
See
Your
how
mind knows.
I'm talking about something that's known, or in other words, right, something that's an absolute. I can guess 99 likely to be will not make it back.
Wow. That was cold.
You know why I think therefore I am is such a famous statement?
Wow.
Why is that?
Because Descartes realized he used his thinking to disprove his own thinking. Using me to get rid of my own existence, to prove I don't exist. See the paradox there? Right? I'm using myself to prove myself doesn't exist. See the paradox? Philosophically speaking. Right?
The last thing I heard you say was that you're using yourself to prove that you don't exist.
Like if I want to be scientific, right, and I want to say I'm going to break something down as far as I can so that only the truth is left, right? In fact, I start breaking down everything physical outside of me. That's something really close to me. I break it down. In my own body, in my own mind, and I keep doing it over and over and over again. And then at some point you realize, wait a minute, I'm using myself to try and prove myself doesn't exist. See the paradox?
Yeah.
And now do you see why that quote is famous? That's why that's famous.
Okay.
So now tell me again how mystical this self is. Please go.
It's your conception of the self that I find mystical. I never denied that there was a self. I denied that there was a true self in the way you guys were defining it, which you barely even defined it. But when you did try, it got really vague. And Franco also had a totally different version of what the true self was. That's the thing too. I bet if I talked to you, Franco, Quinn, all side by side and investigated all your like very vague, like psychobabble, if I can call it that. No disrespect. But if I can analyze all three of your ideas of it, you all seem like you're saying something similar, but I bet when I dig in, you're all talking about totally different shit. I bet you wouldn't even all agree what you were talking about, because it's far too vague for you to really agree. Like, you can't agree or disagree with a lot of the shit you're saying, because it's so vague, and that kind of makes it not practical and not useful, in my opinion.
Okay, but you keep saying vague, but whenever we go afterwards, you say, well, you're not a psychologist.
He said I'm not a psychologist. I brought up ego, and then I brought up subconscious, and I said, well, you're not a clinical fucking guy. You're not a clinical PhD psychologist. So
I just explained. Something that's subjective as
I can show you plenty of clinical psychologists I have. I can show you the fathers of psychology.
I just did. I just described what is reality. A psychopath? In fact, I think. Not science isn't.
Yeah, you know why there's there's a philosophy of science, right? Why there has to be one, right? It can't just be, I measured 3 feet, so it's 3 feet. You know why they can't just do that, right? If you want to be truth about it, be truthful. And I'm trying to keep these arguments like as honest as possible, where I'm putting the onus on me rather than you, because I can easily flip this back to you. Like, what the fuck do you know? I can easily do that. Not trying to do that, but I don't mind digging further in. Keep asking questions. I don't mind digging further in and further and further, and really looking at this. Go ahead. Touch me, skeptical. Touch me.
Yeah, I didn't really understand a lot of what you said. Unfortunately, I think the audio's kind of shitty, guys.
You hear that?
That might be.
Yeah. Do you guys want to try to wrap it up in a few minutes? I think I gotta be out soon, but I don't want to just suddenly leave. I know you're so, thirsty for my answers. I know you're hanging on every word.
I just want to.
I love that you're. I love this, man.
Yeah, I like it.
I knew I liked this. I'm gonna shit on you still.
I'm fine with that. Yo, I need OCB to talk louder though.
I want to hear. This is fun and all, but I do want to hear you say, I was wrong. Whoa.
That I was wrong?
Yeah. Psychobabble.
About what?
Vague. Yeah, we'll see.
About the psychobabble?
Yeah. We're being vague as far as description, analysis.
You never really give me a chance.
Well, yo, to be fair, I've been having this conversation for about 5 hours already, and we're only starting to scratch the surface. So I think I can honestly accuse Jordan of being vague.
No.
Without it being too
I don't think so. Because we were in a room with 30 other fucking people, everybody talking over
So I'm
each
listening
other.
to this, and every time you called him vague, he would try to go and give you an in-depth explanation, and you'd step in and say, well, you're not a psychologist.
Pretty sure I only said that once, but yo, what I'm disputing about that though is that psychoanalysis, first of all, it's barely a hard science. That's first of all. Second of all, it definitely isn't done by a person on themselves in a clinical setting.
So how did it happen?
So that's second of all.
How did it originate?
Like,
it just appeared? Someone just knew? Do you see how right there I can
smash that into a million pieces.
Go ahead.
dude, why do psychologists study other people and look at statistics and shit and try to find commonalities over large sample groups and shit like that? You can't just be your own psychologist and think that you're doing anything resembling a clinical analysis. What you're doing could be personal growth and shit. That's cool.
I was gonna.
There's a big limit to that.
The daddies and mommies
the word
of psychology have already done this. First of all, they basically wrote the books that the people use today. They've done a bullshit version of it with overdosing with medication and all that shit. But the daddies and mommies of psychology 100% did self-analysis. That's where half their fucking theories come from. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Yo, for these theories to be accepted,
You're thinking of
it needs to
psychiatry,
actually
where a guy lays on a
apply
couch
to
and says,
large
"Yo,
groups
my mom
of
touched me
people,
when I was
dude.
young." Huh? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
I'm saying that these theories have to apply to large groups of people over time. There has to be some kind of universality to these theories. And that's why it can't just come from individual analysis of themselves.
Hey, skeptical. What's a group of 5 people made of?
Yo, do you
Answer the question,
think
please.
5 people is a big enough sample size to
What's a
really
group of
make
what's a group of 100
broad
people made of?
theoretical conclusions?
What's a group
Because
of 100
no-
people made of? What's the group?
Yo, theories are not made with small groups like that, right? And even then, would you agree or disagree that psychology is less of a hard science than chemistry or physics? The answer seems obvious, but I want to see how far gone you are.
Stay skeptical. Get an absolute. Absolute.
Yo, you got to speak up.
Can you get an absolute from chemistry?
An absolute from
Something
chemistry?
that's objective. Can Can you do that? That's what truth
I wouldn't
is.
use the word absolute, but you could
That's what
bring
truth is.
objective changes which are
No,
definite and measurable.
Answer the question. Can you get something you get a truth? Chemistry, something that's objective. Can you do that?
A truth?
Yes, something that's objective. This will happen if I mix these chemicals together or something like that.
I believe so. Yeah.
I believe so.
Now, do you see
On
the
a,
language you're
on a
using?
molecular level, can you not produce certain substances?
Now listen. Do you know why people will say this is most likely as opposed to it is or it will? Because it happened in the past, right? So we're making an educated guess. That's like saying this 99% of the time this will be, as opposed to.
Well,
hold on.
That means it's been shown to be repeatable, right? Under similar circumstances.
Can I respond to that? And that's actually what I think. That's the foundation of scientific theory, where we elevate things from a hypothesis to a theory, right? Yeah, or maybe even a law, right? Any of these things can be broken at any time, but when something is proven again and again, it moves up the chain, right?
It is an educated guess. That's what it is.
Well,
hold on. Because I'm talking about an absolute now, right? I'm talking about something that's literally 100%. Literally. As opposed to
everybody has their own. Everybody gets to choose where they want to put their faith.
I got you. Let's say I do a study, right?
All right, yo, look. If you hold a big heavy rock over your head,
Thank you. Go ahead.
what do you think are the odds that if you drop that big rock on your head, that shit's gonna crack your fucking head?
It's likely. Wait, ready?
You just said the word
it's
odds.
likely. Yeah, it's really fucking likely.
Now, ready?
Like, would
Will it
you
happen?
ever bet against it or
Will it
take a
happen?
chance just
Will
to
it?
see?
Listen.
How much are you gonna pay me
Hold
to
on.
take that chance?
Just listen.
Now, do you want to know what the
Would
daddies?
you be able to be paid to take that chance when it's basically certain that you know that this rock will fall on your head if you drop it on your own head?
I'm trying to tell you this. The words you're using,
Right.
they're somewhat poor because there's likely, then there is the word is, as it will happen. The truth is, I don't know that the rock will just, when I let go of the rock, the heavy rock above my head, I don't know that's gonna hit me on the head. I don't know if it will fly away. I don't know.
I would rule the shit out of you. I'd be like, first of all, I would define 1 pound as large, and then I'd say 1 pounder greater is large, and then I'd fucking put mad Vaseline on my head, you know what I mean, and stand off at an angle, you know what I mean?
You're a smart
And
guy.
I'd ask you to give me a fucking 100 thou, bro. I'd take it, you know what I mean? For 100 thou, 1 pound on the head, fuck it. You know?
But do you see my point? Do you see my point, though? Something that is objective as opposed to something that's subjective. Even if the example in this thought experiment, 99.99999% of the time.
What about dongs in the other? Sorry.
You can wait for your dick jokes. Okay? 99.999% of the time this happens, right? Doesn't mean it will happen. It means that in the past this keeps happening over and over again, so I can make an educated guess on what will likely be.
Let me piggyback off of that.
Go ahead.
We can operate.
Hold on.
We can operate on it as being a certainty, even if
Hold
technically
on,
it's
hold
not
on.
100%. We
Hold
can
on.
operate on it as a certainty. We can live as if
Skep-
it's
hold on,
100%
let me
true.
go, please. Skeptical. If I assume, if I'm a scientist and I assume all these conditions, all my calculations about these conditions are correct, then things should work out a certain way, right? That's physics, that's chemistry, that's biology, that's all of this, right? What the daddies of psychology said, well, if I'm human and these other things out here are also human, and I have this type of psychology, they must have this type of psychology. If the conditions are the same, then it should work out very similar from each person to each person. Just like if the conditions of this rock and atmosphere and a vacuum, whatever the fuck, is all the same, is all how I calculate it, it should work out exactly the same.
Right.
See that? That's why it is, I would consider it
In
a hard
theory,
science.
yes, but your conditions are never exactly the same as someone else, and your mind is never the same as someone else's.
I'm doing it
which is
scientific.
why
I'm making the
it's not
assumption.
really a hard science in the same way.
Skeptical. I'm making the assumption, just like the quote-unquote hard scientists are doing. I'm making the assumption that if these conditions are the exact same, then we should be able to diagnose other people based on these conditions that I've observed, which makes it
Right.
repeatable, makes it observable, which makes it
Except
on
the
and on and so forth.
conditions are never the same. So
No,
that's why
no,
you're
no,
always
no.
dealing with variables that you're not dealing with in other sciences.
Same thing with hard science. It's
It's the same thing. You think every body is the exact same thing? They're not. They're all different. Just like every mind's different.
Certain relevant variables
Just like every
in
mind.
certain experiments. For example, if you try to put a cup in a freezer, you know that it's going to turn into like a cup of water into a freezer. You know that shit's going to turn into
No, hold on. Now,
100% of the time.
Here's my problem with language.
If I hear someone talk out loud, I know they have an ego. I can do that with psychology all fucking day.
Here's the problem with what you just said. You don't know that it will become ice. You don't know that.
Can I respond to this? Yeah. Now the thing is that what you're saying is only partially true, skeptical. The thing is that let's take a look at. I know you're saying hard science and stuff like that, but what scientific fields have you worked in?
None.
Okay, well, just I didn't mean to make it look like that. I'm sorry about that, but I worked in chemistry, and the thing is that whenever you're trying to get, you can never get 100% yield.
We're just talking about.
Wait. Maybe this is defending your.
We're doing a Socratic examination
there are different
of
right? Yeah.
Skeptical.
And the hard sciences.
That's what's happening right
now.
now.
Sciences are not really so separate from the soft sciences because you are making observations. Even when you take a look at genetics, right? Yeah. The numbers seem to go around 1/4. So that's biology. But the same thing's happening with chemistry. A melting point is often a purity test to see how pure that sample is. You know what I mean? You could take maybe like 1 centimeter, right? Yeah, which is actually they have a standard over in the British labs and shit. You know what I mean? Or whatever the fuck that is. They have like a standard there. But even then, that's subject to errors. This is one person to teach you. Any measurement is subject to error. Remember that?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, because the ruler only goes so specific, right?
Okay, so you're saying that there's aspects of things being less than exact, even in hard sciences, right?
Absolutely.
Hey,
okay, I would agree with that. Would you agree that the level of exactitude is far lower for psychology than it would be for like certain hard sciences, or no?
All the science have been perverted, and unfortunately, there's a lot of like money at stake in the psychiatry game.
Under ideal conditions, is the mind less predictable of a like subject than like I don't know, like atoms? Like, all right, fucking like if you throw a ball in the air, if you fucking put water in a really cold place, you know what's gonna happen. Like there's certain things like you don't gotta be a scientist to observe all these things over and over and over. Eventually you can, if you jump out a window, are you gonna fly up or are you gonna fucking fall down? Like I think we all know the answer.
We have a chance right now for you, me, and YellBRo, right? Yeah, and for Prop, right, to work together as a team in Call of Duty Warzone, right? Yeah. See if we're gonna lock up certain checkpoints. See if people are predictable. You get what I mean? And we'll see who's got the skills, and we'll see who's really about it. You know what I mean? Let's see what's really real.
Who's really about it?
Let's see who can predict other people. Let's see if it's
real.
Can
I just add this in real quick? Skeptical. What are these scientists observing their calculations with? What are they using to make their observations?
Their calculations with?
What are they using to make observations?
What we're talking about, right?
What are they using?
What field we're talking about.
What are they using to make observations?
Weed.
Themselves.
They have to use
machines
wait,
of some type.
wait. They have to use their own psychology first before they even do any type of experiment. Is that what you're saying?
But who's behind this?
They have to use their mind first. They have to use their mind first before they even get anywhere, right?
Yeah, and eventually they need to use tools to measure shit, including like.
But if the psychology's off, can they actually do it? If the psyche's
measure
off,
the sizes of things, the weights of things, right? That's very relevant, right?
If they think bats swim and dolphins fly, like, are they credible scientists?
No.
Like, oh damn! So it's like psychology still comes first. Even in your hard science. In your hard science, psychology still comes first. Correct?
Well, like, I could give instances of times where, like, science thought it was correct and it ended up, like, being a detriment, and then the scientific community
laws have
was
been
so
changed.
hardened in their ideology that they literally, like, were, like, seeing different things, and, like, saying different things.
You're talking
yeah, so these things could be verified, right? Things could be proven and disproven. Whereas with psychology, a lot of things can't really be proven or disproven, and that's the problem.
They're using psyches to
Same
do
with
it.
politics.
That's
though.
why
It's like
Descartes
same
did what he
with
did.
your argument with Marxism versus capitalism or whatever. It's all soft sciences, not like.
I want to hear what he said.
Yeah, but there's a practical aspect where you could show examples of different outcomes.
Okay.
And same thing with what he's saying. Like you
wait, skeptical. They
act
have
a
to
certain
share
way.
it, right? They have to share it, right? They have to
Share what?
They have to verify the information with each other, right? They can't just be one guy saying, "This is the new law. Go by it. Do it now." Like, no, they have to peer review it and all that. So it's like, damn, they have to use their psychology collectively in order to get some sort of answer about the world, right?
But it's not their psychology that they're
That's
using.
their minds,
I mean,
right?
shit. I guess
That's their
anytime
minds,
you're
right?
thinking about shit, if you want to say that's psychology, okay, but you're specifically talking about psychology as a field of study. Like, they're not psychologists, right? Trained in the field of psychology.
But they
just
have a
because they're
psyche
thinking
regardless.
About shit. Like, yeah, everybody thinks about shit. You
But
can't.
But they have a psyche
In that
regardless.
case, you would have to say everything that we do that involves thinking is psychology, or makes you a psychologist somehow.
No, psychology comes first. The thing you're saying should be like, oh, maybe we could look past it and go to the hard science of it. Like, no, the psychology happens first, correct? That's the first step. Right? Observation.
The psychology happens first?
Observation, hypotheses, right?
And you
yeah,
think
define
that's psychology
in your terms. Are you just saying like human nature? What do you?
Well,
people might hear you. People might hear it differently, like depending on how they see psychology. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not what psychology means, dude. You're just making anything to do with thinking to be psychology, and that's not what psychology really is. It's a field of study, right? Like a specific field of study.
But I think I get what he's saying. That's why I was asking him to clarify.
But when you're referring to like your psychology, I think he's not necessarily referring to like
forget the word psychology.
Science of
Forget the word psychology. Just say mind.
Let's take a look at it like this, right?
Say your mind.
The thing is that
mind comes
let's
first.
take a look at the concrete results. So the thing is that we could say, oh, let's build a spaceship, and we could say using physics, right? We know that if we have this much propulsion, right, the chances are that it's going to take off and have these effects, right? Now, when we have like certain marketing studies, we could say like when we expose people to X amount of message for X amount of time, right? Yeah, we can expect this much results, and the field of marketing has this down pretty well, where they'll say like people wearing certain colors, right? Like the food, right? Usually they use yellow, red, and green colors because it's been shown that this is
red
effective
makes you
in
hungry.
driving sales. So if you can drive real numbers and percentages in a predictable way, then how is that not hard science?
Marketing, my God.
It doesn't have to just be marketing.
And does this have to do with specific variables?
Psychology also is understanding, right, like the limits of the human mind, right? Like if I ask you to memorize a random series of numbers, right? Like how many numbers can people usually hold on to? It's usually around 7, right?
I feel as though I've studied the philosophy of science and I've studied psychology, and Skeptical hasn't studied either one of them, and he's still making these same assertions. It's bothering me.
How so?
Because like the logical train of thought we're going down, it's like, how could you not see that as like, I don't know, how could you not see where I'm coming from in that? And you're like, oh,
can
okay,
anatomy be
that
a
makes
hard
sense.
science? What about that? Can anatomy be a hard science? Skeptical?
Anatomy? Well, it's dealing with material. I think anytime you're dealing with material, physical shit.
But
But I already laid out, if you're using soft science to
but you can
then
analyze
say
someone's
hard
body
science is
concretely.
real.
You can't analyze someone's mind concretely. That's the problem.
Take a look at CAT scans, right? The thing is that when they have a lie detector,
You're telling me that a CAT scan looks at your mind?
Yes, you can see if they're accessing certain parts of the brain that are normally associated with recall. You know what I mean? And then the new lie detectors will be able to really tell if you're lying or not.
I don't believe in that. I said.
No, I don't think.
You can monitor like different areas of the brain that are more like that have where certain functions are, I guess, and go based on that.
I'm trying about this time. I'm trying to make the distinction between something that's objective as opposed to something that's subjective. So this is why I use the word something as far as known. The word know. I know this as opposed to I believe this. There's a difference.
Yeah.
When people receive brain damage in certain areas of the head, they have predictable symptoms.
Yeah.
That's what makes brain surgery possible.
Yeah. True.
Okay?
That
Yeah.
makes brain science like somewhat moving out of the soft sciences into like hard science.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a psychologist isn't a freaking neurosurgeon. Like you guys are mixing up a whole bunch of different stuff.
Like what? Like what?
No, yeah, there is huge crossover. Like
What are we mixing up?
epigenetics and brain neurology and stuff. Like they all kind of have like
You're still
they're all,
using
like, overlapping
You're
fields
still
and
using
shit.
your psyche to assess all of that. Just so we know.
What is it? Wait, ready? What
That's
is
why.
the,
That's why I brought the Descartes thing.
Hey
but
Jordan, what is the thing observing the materials in front of me? What is that?
I'd say the mind.
Is that not an observation?
It's almost like the mind came first, and then the observation
Oh,
happened.
so I needed that in order to be able to observe these things, these material conditions or whatever have you, right?
It's like you needed a soft science to prove a hard science,
Ah.
which would make the hard science
Just the
not really
fact that
hard
you're
science.
using your mind doesn't mean that you're using psychology, though. Like that's what I don't understand. Like that's where we're
No,
having.
you're
a
using your
miscommunication.
mind. You're using your mind, but you're also calling the study of the mind a soft science. But the
Using your mind to observe the world and make certain conclusions is not the same as the study of the mind.
What about the
No,
effect of
but if it's-
hormones on behavior?
Hold up, can we just establish that? Because that's what's making this conversation confusing.
Yeah.
Like you're conflating the fact that you use your mind to observe the world, and you're saying that that is now considered psychology when it's not.
No, I'm
It's
not
just
calling.
not,
I'm not. No, I'm not calling that
Oh, when he
psychology.
says psychology, he means your psychology or whatever. He
Yeah,
means,
yeah,
like
yeah.
he said mind. He says use the word mind then. Like if you want to think of it that way, your mind.
Yeah. I don't mean the study of. I just mean the mind itself.
Okay,
Like
I
using
agree with that though. I agree that we're using our minds.
Well,
So
then there
what?
we go.
You know, there's
Look at
actually
that.
certain tasks that pigeons are not than humans. You know what I mean? So
So
the thing is that, like, understanding the limits of the human mind is part of it, because that's how you perceive things.
Yeah.
I agree we're very limited, but what Jordan seems to be saying is that it's the opposite of being limited. From what I'm hearing, Jordan feels that he's capable to adequately, objectively analyze himself psychologically, and I think that lacks humility. That really lacks humility, bro.
Shouldn't everybody?
Fine.
What's wrong with trying? What's wrong with that?
Fine.
Wouldn't that be like meditation?
I don't mind
You
that.
should recognize that there's a limitation to yourself, right? Which is why it may help sometimes to talk to other
would have
people,
to-
right? Who
you
can
would
see
have-
things about you
listen
that
to-
you can't see.
Listen to
Or
how
that
that's a
you
paradox.
will struggle to admit, right? Somebody who can offer a different perspective in psychology could be very useful.
True. Okay.
You hear, no, that's not true. Do you hear how that's a paradox?
How's it a paradox?
It could even just be a friend. It doesn't even have to be like a professional psychologist. Like the
You hear how
fact is
this
that
is a
nobody
paradox?
looks at themselves with total knowledge. You just don't.
Yeah, okay. How is it a paradox? Please explain to me how. Please.
Because I would have to know my own mind in order to say I know that there's things about my mind I don't understand. Does that make sense?
You know you don't know.
I would have to know I don't know shit about my own mind, which means that I have to know my mind in order to do that.
You should.
But you
You're-
can
you're
also
locked-
not
you're-
know
you're literally
things
locked
while
into the
thinking that
Descartes
you know
paradox.
it all. Do you see that?
Yeah, now you're conflating things, thinking I know it all, or he knows it all.
I know my mind. I can't speak for
You
others.
see how I can make a simple thought experiment as far as someone coming to the conclusion that they know objectively what their favorite color is? What do they have to do that? On some level, the process of what?
You know what's funny is there was a psychological study that studied this effect, and I can tell you about
Elimination,
it.
that's right, Allie.
You want to hear about
Yeah.
it?
Elimination.
Apophatic.
Oh, you know about it.
Guys, I really have to
Sword I
go.
would use.
So unless y'all have any like final comments or questions
I mean, I just
that you want me to address, I don't want y'all to feel like I'm running
What's up,
away or
Mickey?
anything.
I need you in
I think this mic is on.
Haven't you guys
What's up,
been
Mickey?
talking for like 6
I
hours?
just
Run away.
I just used
Yeah,
my
but
mind.
still, I feel like
No,
I always
that's a
have to
lot.
get the last word.
I just made the distinction between something that's objective as opposed to something that's subjective. So,
And I agree with that distinction.
and what did I use to do that?
Your
I'd be
mind.
interested. I'd be interested to hear this
Now I can
conversation
do
revisited.
that. I'm sorry, Allie, go ahead.
No. You were honestly you were talking first. Go ahead.
So I can do that with my own behavior, right?
Simp.
That's me recognizing my own psychological conditioning from whatever age, from whatever time, through experiences, right? So that's objective as well.
What you remember, and interpreted from those experiences, right? Because we all know memory isn't exact.
Oh no, it isn't. But the experiences, right? So if this isn't reality, the place I'm occupying right now, the people in front of me, they're not real. You know what it is real? My experience. It's no different than me looking at the color green, whatever I perceive to be green, and I say, I like green. And then it grows to eventually becoming, no, I know green is my favorite color. Now let's just imagine this is the Matrix. I wake up with tubes in my body, right? And I wake up and someone says, none of that was real. I find out green, as far as what I'm being told, isn't real. Which means the possibility of it being not real physically is there, but my experience with it is. Because I experienced it.
Are your experiences ever distorted or just flat out wrong?
Then he experienced the distorted version of green, and it's still his experience.
That's subjective.
I'm telling you, you're falling into
in
the
general. Have you ever had an experience that was just not accurate?
Like a dream?
Like, no, in real life. Like, just for example, all right, something happened, you perceived it one way, then later you saw there was a video recording of that, and it was actually totally different. Like, the way you thought it went down was totally different from how that video showed. Could that happen?
Sure. But guess what? My initial feelings during that moment, even if I was wrong to a certain degree, my experiences with that moment, that's real. That is an objective thing. You following me?
And also the
Yes, it was a real experience, but it might not have been objectively true the way you thought it was.
You're talking about the physical conditions as far as like what I can touch and be like, no, that was real. But if I can take a step back, like I could take a step back for like a check right hand, and I can observe what I just saw, right? That's quite literally like me observing my own conditioning to a certain degree. Are you following me?
Yes, to a certain degree.
So you agree then?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
About this so far.
Well, if you agree with this, then it's like a snowball effect.
How so?
Of self-observation.
I just explained. You just agreed with me with something regarding self-observation, which means I'm doing a
But
study.
I never disagreed with the idea of self-observation in principle. I try to say that I felt there were limits to it for the reasons I explained, and I also thought it wasn't like a solution to society's problems.
No one said.
First of all, now we're assuming. Now, if you had more time, I'd ask you what's the problem with society. In order to do that, you would have to observe it, right? You would have to observe what you perceive to be the problem, which means, on a certain level, you're using your mind to make an individual analysis of yourself and express that externally on the outside world. Meaning, whatever I perceive to be as good, right? My idea of what's morally right and morally wrong, whether it's conditioned or not, right? Because I would say it is, but even if you take a step back and you observe that conditioning, and you can make a decision yourself, that's something else entirely, right? But besides that, if you use even the idea and express it outwardly, meaning you observe your conditions around you and say that's wrong, you're making a psychological analysis of other individuals and their psyche. This man is being a bad person, if I just put it simple, or he's like shooting someone for no reason. What I perceive to be right and wrong, I'm doing that. Didn't say it's done well.
Yeah. I'm making a moral judgment.
Right, exactly. Nothing wrong with making judgments. You're making a judgment call, right? For human behavior.
Right.
Do you see how there's many levels to this, but on that level, even as shallow as that might be, because I'm not considering other factors here. Why is he doing that? What's happening? What's going on? What does he think? Do you see on some level, I'm making an analysis here.
You're still using psychology.
And what did I
a moral judgment.
What did I had to do initially to do that? I had to do it to
That's
myself.
a moral judgment.
Yes, but I had to do it to myself first, on some level.
Okay, sure. I agree on some level. My thing is that I feel Jordan has made this psychoanalysis focus like an absolute, like the first thing we need to do before we can do anything else is just like do a bunch of psychoanalysis. That's what I've been getting from him for like the last 5 hours. And that's what I disagree with. I don't disagree with psychoanalysis of others or of yourself in principle. I just think it's limited at a certain point, and it's not the solution to the world's problems.
Okay, well, hold on. So you don't think he's saying sit under a tree and do nothing, right? And think about it.
That's what it sounds like, because every time I try to bring up concrete examples of like, oh, what do you think of Malcolm X? What do you think of this or that? Like, he gets super vague. He hates answering specific questions, and that's why I realized like I need to ask him specific questions, because those are the ones he doesn't want to talk about.
Now you're signing motive to me. It's not fair.
People who are considered to be revolutionaries regarding their time. Questions
people.
Like
I'm questioning your psyche, bro.
Like, I was asking him what he thought about Malcolm X. I asked him if he thought that black people were justified in rebelling against like certain political conditions, and he was giving a lot of vague answers, because I think he realizes that he has to say yes, because he can't really fully contradict these things without sounding ridiculous.
No.
That's why he gets super vague.
Nope. I answer all your fucking questions, and then when I try to dig deeper, you pivot or some shit. You move in some sort of direction. And we have to reestablish, like, okay, now you don't know what you're talking about over here. So I have to re-wreck you over here, and then we can go back to the original conversation. Do you see that? It's called chain of logic. There needs to be a chain of logic happening, and there's holes in your logic. That's why they have to be addressed. Okay. Especially if you're going to go out and start a violent revolution. Right?
Okay.
See? I get okay.
So you agree, or what do you mean by okay? What does that mean?
Agree with what part exactly?
I don't even think he understands what I said.
Why are you saying okay? Like, do you agree, or just what?
I think we have to agree to disagree for now. I told you I did agree with psychoanalysis of myself and others as a useful tool. I just didn't think it was the solution to society's problems. Whereas Jordan is making it like this big barrier where we can't even take any actions until we psychoanalyze ourselves. That's what it sounds like to me from him.
I don't mind.
And to me, that's bogus.
What did you just say? I don't mind using self-analysis or analyzing other people. This is me doing that to you.
I mean, didn't
I just think
Anthony
it reached a
say
level
this
where
earlier?
you can't answer shit.
Anthony said earlier that he thought I would be a better revolutionary if I embraced like some of these ideas. And I agreed, right? That was like 4 hours ago. I agreed with him.
I said it before Anthony, but yeah.
But do you understand that my problem is with the extreme focus on that being like
Did
the
anyone
main
hear me say
thing?
in tandem? Did anyone hear those words, me saying in tandem? I could have swore I said
in
that.
tandem with those other actions, but you never said what those actions were. But then at the same time,
guns and shoot people.
You're against my actions, right? The actions I'm proposing are the ones you disagree with.
Yep. And I showed how
even if
logically
I
don't
did
make
all
sense
that
using
psychological bullshit that you want me to do, if I'm still a revolutionary at the end of all that analysis, you would still think I was basically
wrong,
insane or stupid or just like.
Yeah.
So it's really not about the psychoanalysis. It's about agreeing with you.
I don't think you.
That's the bottom line. You want somebody.
I'm not hearing that skeptical.
To abandon revolution.
I didn't hear him say that. Right. There's the intentions, right, to do well, right? You would agree, right? The intention to do well exists. Specifically, right?
Yeah, on some people's part.
For you specifically, you intend to do good.
I think so. Yeah, I want to do good.
So?
We can make this a moot point. Do it.
Do you see what I'm saying?
No, wait. We can make this a moot point. Please, do it. Do the self-analyzing out here in front of us.
But what makes you think any of this is new? What makes you think that you're like pioneering the idea of self-analysis?
There was never. Hold on. There was never any statement regarding what we're doing is revolutionary. As far as this is brand new. This is a new fucking instrumental.
He's telling me that I should try analyzing myself as if it is a new thing.
So you have that. So you have
to do that to some degree.
So then you have right? You've done that.
Yes, to some degree I have had to. Yes.
And what'd you say? You said something to propaganda before, where you're like, well, how do you know it's not gonna work unless you try it, or something like a version of that. And you've done what? Tepid attempts at self-analysis?
What do you mean by tepid?
Like,
yeah, like how would you know if it's been tepid or not? Like you don't really know anything about me in terms of that.
All we know
I'm
is
asking you.
All we know is your ideas, as far as what you
I'm
give
asking
us,
you.
So.
I'm asking you for
I think in the end we already agreed that even if I did all the psychoanalysis under your conception of what that philosophy is, that if I still agree with revolution at the end of it, then you'd still think I was crazy or stupid. So
yeah, I'm allowed
it
to do
really
that.
doesn't matter
I'm allowed
what
to do
kind
that.
of psychoanalysis I do, as long as I end up giving up on revolution. That's really the only thing that's like the bottom line for you.
Oh,
Basically,
and
if
by the
someone
way,
agrees with revolution, they're dumb or crazy in your eyes, right? That's what I'm getting from you.
I want to hear the explanation of that process and how you came to the conclusion that it's okay to shoot other people. That's what I want to hear.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I really do. Because the skeptical, right? You would call this specifically. It's called moral intelligence, right? Now the argument is that your idea of what's more moral intelligent, right? Morally intelligent meaning this is the right thing to do and this is why. These are the reasons. And it's brought to the table, and he brings his to the table, his idea, that's obviously opposing yours.
But I don't feel like he really has an idea. That's the problem.
Excuse me?
I still don't see that Jordan has an idea. He doesn't have an alternative proposal. And that's why the discussion is kind of like,
what do you think?
It reaches a dead end because his whole proposal is about how we should think differently and be more self-aware and all that shit.
You know what I think?
Like, it's never about what we should do. And I feel like we're going in circles now.
No, this isn't circles. Is this not doing?
Well, that's one thing.
This is doing.
But then I have a problem with what you're saying is
doing is talking and thinking. And yeah, technically that is doing. But what about like political activity? That's what I want to know from you guys. Like, yo, I used to watch your show way back when your show was like way tinier. I had a different fucking YouTube account back then. And after all those times of listening to you guys way back then and then talking to you guys now, like I still don't really know where you're at politically. Like I guess just by association, I was assuming that you guys were kind of like progressive in some way, even though you might not like that label. Just by association, it seemed that way. But yo, if somebody listens to you for that long and they still don't know what you're about, you might want to consider that your ideas are too vague. Or you're not communicating them in a clear way.
That's where you get vague from?
Just wait.
Oh my god. It's like you're not listening.
I have to have a political affiliation?
No, you should have some kind of proposal of what actions we should take besides thinking and talking.
Oh, I said this.
That's thinking and talking.
I guess you weren't a good fan because you weren't listening.
My ideas manifest. Go ahead, ask me why. How's that?
Manifest?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
I'll tell you what it means. If I can come to the conclusion of what is objectively right, what is the right thing to do, and that's a constant. That idea is constantly being met with other opposing ideas. You got to think of it like a building that stands. Right? This is an analogy now. Forgive me here, but this helps, I'd say, for some people. A building that at random gets met with a wrecking ball. Those are the opposing forces, the opposing ideas. That building is supposed to stand and supposed to be unbreakable whenever opposing ideas come by, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not real. It doesn't count. Start over.
That's an analogy, but whatever, right?
Because the mind isn't real either.
So, if I can do this in real time, right?
The mind's not real.
If I can make myself different, and I think you agree, skeptical, as far as someone, right? Let's say it's 9/11, right? 9/11 happens. You have an ignoramus to the right of me and you who thinks, oh, the terrorists did it. They want to destroy us. So, they think the right thing to do is go fight the bad guys. Right now, listen. It doesn't matter as far as their lack of ability to, how do I say this, use critical thinking. How do I know they're lying to me? he or she thinks they're doing the right thing, whatever they believe that to be.
Mm-hmm.
You see how it's absolutely superior to check yourself in that moment to go, well, how do I know this is right? How do I know that? How do I know anything? And that gets acted in real time, no matter what, in whatever scenario you may be in. Whether it be you see someone getting beat up on the side of the street, whether somehow, some way, maybe you find yourself debating some sort of huge political figure on your YouTube channel, by however that might happen. Are you following me? It gets enacted. That thought process gets played out in real time. Something even as somebody may consider it to be minuscule, as far as helping some lady who swerved on the side of the street with her pregnant, with her kid in the car, and it's snowing. Now, if I know what the right thing to do is in that moment, is that better than what I believe to be right?
But how would you know for sure? At the end of the day, it's basically just your opinion, and I think that's why these moral arguments are kind of like, eventually they're limited, because it is just kind of your opinion, and nobody wants to accept that.
Is you meaning well an opinion?
That's not an opinion, right? Now, ready?
Yeah, I think I mean well according to what I think would be a good outcome.
So you don't know your own mind, and you're using it to become a revolutionary. Unreal. Someone shoot me.
Jordan, how can I know on an objective level what I'm doing?
How can you know about yourself, what you're doing?
How can I do that?
Well, you are the thing. So how could you not fucking know? Oh, wait, there's psychological aspects such as things like the... Should I even do this?
Go ahead.
Such as things like the ego, which can... fuck, I don't even want to do this. Forget. And as soon as I say
This is all
where's your
Freudian
PhD?
shit, huh?
Freudian shit? Okay.
I'm asking you, is this Freudian shit?
Well, it's self.
No, I don't think specifically Freud. Sorry to butt in, but no.
Agreed.
Now,
No, please butt in.
if I know,
Well, I don't know where to start.
if I'm aware of my intentions to do well, right? You can say objectively, I mean to do well. Objectively, I mean that. As opposed to, well, I know what the right thing to do is constantly, without a doubt, 100%. That's essentially me saying I'm God, which I'm not, right? Because not only would I know internally what is good, I would know externally, which means I could read people's minds, but that's not the case, right? That's moral intelligence. It is called moral intelligence being played out in front of me. It's no different than, let's see, I hear screaming. I think there's something wrong, right? So I knock down a door, and I see some lady strapped onto a fucking board, and some dude's out to burn her with a cigarette. I'm like, oh shit! And I try to stop it, and she says, what are you doing? I wanted this. I like this shit. But do you see how if I can take a step back and go, well, I acted on what I perceived to be was the right thing. What was the morally just thing
until you got more information. You're always acting on what you think is the right thing, right?
See how that's a huge...
Exactly.
Right? So?
Big fucking exactly.
So now, if I can recognize...
Yeah, we're all operating with limited information.
I have to say this. If I can take a step back and observe that moment, right? Like a detective, and say, well, I meant to do well, even if I didn't have all the information. Do you see how I can say objectively, I meant to do well?
Yeah.
I can use that next time around, as far as when I make an analysis of moral intelligence, right? That's me making a character analysis for people in front of me, or even myself. But myself, it's a constant. It's a constant. Always, constantly. Every day, every minute, every second. Are you following me?
What exactly is the aspect that's a constant?
That is a constant. Every day, every second.
What, that you think you're doing the right thing?
No, me observing everything.
Okay. Yeah, I get that.
So, do you see how that's the solution? That is the solution.
Just observing? All right. Do you see how
not just observing. I
Being
didn't say that.
so committed to observing shit is gonna stop you from taking action. Like if you think somebody's getting hurt and then you try to intervene and then it's like some wacky situation where they wanted it. Do you see how you're never gonna take action though if somebody is actually getting hurt?
Like analysis paralysis, you're stuck in that. You can't really act because you're too caught up.
You're making somewhat of a poor analysis, just like we did with Jordan. In my opinion, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings, but whatever. So it's not just observing.
I'm a super tough guy, bro. You're not gonna hurt my feelings.
I don't
Didn't
know
you hear?
that.
I'm all about
I don't know
revolution
that.
and shit. I'm super duper tough.
I'm saying my shit is the thing that's
about
revolutionary.
that.
The individual
about that.
work. The individual work, right? So it's not just observations, right? These things are being played out in real time. Me doing things. Me speaking out against what I believe to be wrong, or what I know to be wrong. How I'd say this. That is, if I were to be mystical, right? That is the absolute opposite of poverty. If you catch my drift.
It's a metaphor. It's a Jesus metaphor, actually.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he left.
No, I'm here.
Did he leave?
Jordan, Mona wants to play. Mona
Oh, he's
says
still
she's
here.
literally gonna die if we don't play Jackbox games.
I'm doing this as long as Skeptical is able to talk. So.
Yeah, bro. I feel like we should continue this another time. Think of more questions so that you guys could own me. But right now, I really need to sleep. I got work in the morning, and
Skeptical,
I'm
let's
gonna
play
be cranky.
Jackbox games so that we can all make fun of each other. Like we could draw pictures of like.
I kind of
He's got to work,
I'm not
man.
gonna lie
That's why
about
I'm
it.
stepping in. I don't mean to speak for you.
Oh man,
You're very sweet because I
Well,
don't
rewind
have
the tape.
good self-control and I feel like I need to own these guys. You know, I need to set them straight. But
Go
that's
rewind the
obviously
tape,
not
bro.
going to happen even if we stay up all night. So
own the libs.
You just want to get the last word too. Like admit it. You guys are all, your egos are coming in check a little bit. I think this conversation should continue though. It's very interesting.
Well, this isn't about
Yeah.
Yo, when I first met YellBRo, we
kidding, I
argued
know.
for like fucking hours for like every
Nah, he got
stream
wrecked.
for probably 5 streams, and then now I'm a pro advocate of YellBRo.
yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
Ali
sure.
needs to be way more involved in the next discussion though.
I can be, yeah, for sure. I don't like to get involved when I haven't heard the whole thing and I didn't hear the beginning of it. But I'm down for the next one. I'll be more
Yeah, go
involved.
see the wreckage.
Yeah, we're definitely interrupting too much too. So we got to let you talk way more because I want to hear what you got to say. And I feel like in a sense, a lot of us have already kind of like spoken our piece about it. Unless we could go deeper, we could go deeper, but I just
I
want
could
to
indulge
what
more on
Ali
my
has to
ideas,
say
but
on it.
Yeah,
And I
would
want
like
to hear
hear
more what Anthony has to say on it too, because he hasn't gotten to say that much, except for like hours back. And I'm still
Wait,
curious where he's at with all this.
Okay.
What's
Skeptical.
up?
Did you ever? I didn't hear you. I don't know if they asked you, but did you ever answer how you said that you justified like using violence? I was just curious.
Yeah, I tried to
he's
answer
back
that,
in
like,
it, guys. We
7
got another
or 8
hour in
times.
us.
I'm just
I think
asking a
maybe
question.
Ali. I think Ali could accurately break down what I said. I
No,
think
I just was asking a question. It's a simple question.
Oh yeah. I'm saying that yes, I did answer it several times. I would go over it more right now, but like we've been talking for too many hours. But if you
No,
want,
I didn't
would
hear
love-
you. I was just asking. It was just a direct. I didn't need like a whole paragraph about it. It was just more of like a. I just wanted to know like 2-sentence answer.
Okay,
How
2
do you justify?
sentences.
Yeah,
How do I justify violence? The state will force violence on any progressive movement that tries to make a peaceful change. So you better be ready for it to fight back. Otherwise, you're just going to get killed. It's not our choice. They will impose that on us. That's it.
My insides are crawling.
They already made the first move.
Like I'm trying not to say.
They already made the first move on us.
Yeah.
But yo, I really got to go. Thanks for talking, guys.
Have a good one,
Bye.
Skeptical.
Bye.
Yo, let's loop him in. I was trying to think of something to say to
that didn't really
hook
answer my question,
Skeptical
though.
in.
Yeah,
That didn't
no, I
answer my
think you
question
said
at all.
that for a reason.
Somebody shame Malcolm
attempts?
X's
Okay.
name in the Black Panthers.
I
and
mean,
we got
that didn't answer
Skeptical
the
for another
question at all.
fucking 3 hours at least.
It didn't.
I want to go back
That
and
was
listen.
a terrible answer. I just.
Yeah, Prop, you're right. They really are trying to be like KFC tonight.
I know, right?
Whatever, dude. I get it.
You just gotta fucking go in there.
Oh, it's because I called
I
you.
usually do, but whatever. It's a little heated.
Excuse me.
Well, because I tried a different approach. Doesn't work for me, so.
I usually go in with a penis joke, and James will tell me if it was the right time or not.
I'll tell you if you're being a dumb
Well,
piece
I
of
was
shit
being
or
like
talking
this because
about
I haven't
something
heard how that started. I didn't hear how the whole thing started. So until I do, which I guess I could have already listened, then I can talk more about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you heard
I don't know.
all of it, you would have been more.
The whole thing started.
I would have more
Because
to
it's like
say.
we were bringing up shit from the Franco's stream, like original.
Yeah, there's a whole
like,
bunch of it.
It was so funny though. We originally got on Franco's stream to talk about spirituality and God and all this stuff, and then it instantly goes like revolution.
Yeah, it goes fucking. I
It's
mean,
an
I feel like
ideology, is it
at a
not?
lot of points from an outsider view, it just sounded like you guys were a lot of the times agreeing or getting close, and then something stupid would be said from anyone, even me. I don't remember, but like, I don't know. it's so
Skeptical's
dumb. I
just
feel
mad
like he's-
that YellBRo isn't having it doesn't have a Marxist view on the world or like isn't like
Well, that's what I want to know.
like isn't
more about
identifying as
Skeptical about.
Marxism, and I think he was trying to get YellBRo to say that because he was trying to get me to like define YellBRo's ideology, and I was like never heard him define himself as something, but I would define him as maybe like a populist or like a leftist or something.
Well, I think someone like him, if he's listening, like I think that like he is willing to. I'm serious, just based on what I've heard. He will like, if it's something, if he can like see something as effective, I think that he'll explore it. That's just my understanding from like talking with him. I feel like he's really at this point
I hear that,
because just based on what we have seen, which largely is, in part on purpose. Like it's just violence, and especially against different groups of people. So. For some people, how long does it like last until somebody's finally like, fuck this? I think that's where he's coming from. It comes off as like, whoa, this dude's saying he's like training and shit. Like that sounds really extreme. And yeah, it could be. You had like a match next to a gasoline tank or whatever you said, Jordan. But I feel like that's where he's coming from.
He's just
So I
like
hear-
Eminem
No, I think
sitting
it's
there.
quite literally
Skeptical's
that.
like,
yeah,
yeah.
like for sure. He'll fucking do it.
I think it's
He's
quite
ready to go. Is
literally
he-
that.
He, you know what? Here, I don't like speaking
I,
about.
I know you didn't see the DMs and all that.
They
shit,
call
but
me
I think it's
Pyro,
quite
so I
literally
get why
something
people
close.
be a little bit fucking weird kind of thing. That's what he said.
You tell me.
Like, well, I do like lighting
What
shit
did
up
you
or
say?
something
What
like
did you say,
that.
James? I can't hear James.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jordan's
Yeah,
mic
but I'm
is like
also not
super
saying
low.
that they're like I don't agree with Jordan and James too. I just see.
No, I just didn't hear
just
them.
outside though.
Yeah, your
Oh, yeah,
guys'
I can't
mic's
really
super
hear.
low, Jordan and James.
Oh, don't worry, I got you.
Because
So if I take a step
All
back
right.
and
There you
I hear someone say that it's okay for me to shoot someone in the fucking face when I perceive
Okay.
a threat
On a whim.
on a whim. Ready?
On a whim.
It could be a kid, ready, who dyes his fucking BB gun in like black, or whatever. I know someone who did that, by the way. Robert.
Ooh.
Was that Trayvon Martin or
No.
who was the kid that
Be
did
kids
that?
doing a prank.
So,
It could be kids doing a
But
prank.
they got killed,
hold on.
but yeah, go ahead.
The
Sorry.
individual at hand perceives a threat, so he pulls out his handgun. He shoots the kid. By kid, I mean it could be anybody he perceives, like whether it be an adult.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The point is he perceives a threat. That makes it okay because he thought he was going to be harmed. There was no other way to do that. You know what that's called as far as observing that event? It's called moral intelligence. And guess what? Your decisions based off that event is being played out in real time. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
He wasn't saying it was practically justified. He said it was morally justified.
Okay. But
He
now,
did a
ready?
Steven Crowder.
Now,
That's why I had to wreck his shit.
maybe you didn't hear this, but he said this several times. He said might is right. Might is right.
Yeah, he
That's
did
not,
say
that's
that.
not
I heard
sane.
that.
I'm being honest. That's not sane.
He was saying in this world it is. He's saying it's
you know
not
what?
necessarily his opinion, but he's saying you have to work within the
No,
frameworks
said
you're
it-
given.
The way he was saying, he's basically saying it as if it was an objective thing, which is bullshit.
Yeah, that the system now is forcing our hand, and I don't agree with that. It's like inevitable that we.
No, he's making leaps in
Use
logic
violence.
regarding human behavior, which is bullshit. And now it's like he's proposing ideas out there that are going to harm other people because of his poor analysis. So in a way, this isn't a personal thing. It's just him presenting ideas against mine. And I'm saying
Yeah.
you're wrong. And then if I have to go into as far as what the actual solution is, you know what's funny? I can tell you what the solution is by telling you what it isn't. In a way, yeah, I see it. It's funny. See what I'm saying?
Like, oh,
Yeah.
So
I'll show you these later.
But being vague. Right? Let's just be vague. Let's make dick jokes. Let's just be vague. Fuck it. Fuck actually trying to figure out what makes a person tick. What makes George Bush?
Oh, that's interesting as fuck. Like,
what's
I know
wrong with
why,
dick jokes?
Because it's how do you identify
it's in the
as
way.
somebody
It's in the way.
going forward. It's like that's what I think really is the basis of a lot of talks here.
So you
So
would
I'm
agree,
just
Ali,
really
right?
seeing this.
You would agree with me
With
when
what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, you would agree with me when I say
Yeah.
it's worth finding out how George Bush is George Bush, right? What happened?
Always.
No, I don't know, but I can do my best to make an analysis, right? Not just George Bush, but Ted Bundy. All I gotta do is switch them, right? Switch them in their positions of society, right, and circumstance. Then what do I have? Isn't that the same thing?
I'm on it.
It's a little different, don't you think? Because George Bush isn't just so much. It's not just George Bush by himself, like Jeffrey Dahmer or whatever Bundy. It's because he's an administration. He's like an organization.
If I group George Bush right with other individuals who have similar pathologies, you follow me? That's what I meant by circumstance, environment.
Yeah.
Like,
but like I said,
there's certain
Bush
things
has
that come into
people
play.
working with him. He's working. He has like all these other people with him.
Other psychopaths, yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer just works individually by himself. Those sociopaths, those psychopaths, they work by themselves.
He probably encountered a lot of.
I'm saying,
who knows what made him the way he was.
I'm sorry, Ali, go ahead.
All of these people. No, go.
Well, I'm saying
Seriously.
Do you see how that's something that's worth pointing out, something that's worth studying? But in order to do that, I have to do that for myself. But no. It's not worth the time.
But I'm just saying,
No, yeah.
An elected official is a little different from like somebody working by themselves because when you're an organization, you got a bunch of other people like influencing you.
What's up, Occupy?
Just
How you doing?
being a lone person.
It is
just being a lone person.
But you got to agree.
You could just be a puppet. Bush could just be a puppet.
Oh, sure, but I can make a psychopath my puppet anytime I want. Because I can manipulate them.
Saying
All you have to do is shut up. All you can do is like just shut up and just be the figurehead and do nothing.
No way.
And you can get a lot of bad shit done.
Right? Then I can use my detective skills to make a distinction between someone who's incredibly incompetent, right? Like a wee child, right? And someone who's I'm aware of what I'm doing, but I really don't care.
Pansy, something like that.
What'd you say, Anna?
A pansy, there are pansies out there. People that just fall for shit.
I mean, but
Hold on. Skeptical told me he's like tough and shit, but he already told me that that if I created the correct environmental conditions, I could get him to just kill someone. Period.
Do you see how I can make a scenario in which I could basically maneuver someone in any way I want. Like,
go lead a revolution.
It's like,
go.
I can get you to shoot 5 kids right now if I want to. If I just twist the circumstances, Like that's a problem. That's a problem. I need you want someone who is the absolute hero. You know what I mean by that? So
they think of it the big picture.
I'm saying that's the solution. That is the solution because that individual can be placed in any environment and they will never bend. Pause.
I don't think anybody's perfect. I don't think anybody cannot be broken.
I don't disagree with any of that,
If you
though.
put me in the right situation, I might do some crazy shit.
I know I can't be
See what happens.
I don't even think it's about breaking people and shit. Okay, here we out. Let's play the devil's advocate because I agree with what you said.
I have an idea what she.
And you didn't ask, but well, then let's apply that to skeptical mantis. What would it make a person, believe this way? I'm just saying, I feel like his is coming from a very personal place to the point where.
Oh, for sure.
That's all. So that's also important to factor in because, he's just his experiences or whatever, motivate, I guess, this aspect.
Oh, for sure.
I just, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's a big factor in why he is at the point that he's at.
Well, I think actually,
but like I told you, a mom would yell at her kid if he's about to light some shit on fire, stick a fork in an electrical socket. The mom's gonna be righteous anger. She's like, whoa, no, stop! What are you doing?
Because I just think both kinds of people can be effective together. It's just
I've been
both is trying to make the other
if you're
into
willing to
something
shoot
that
a
it's
kid.
not.
Not if you're willing to shoot a kid in the face. Sorry. Like, I'm sorry. You have a pathology I can't work with. I can't work
I've been in
alongside that.
rooms filled with
Because
people.
he said that he would shoot a kid in the face if that was a danger to him. Is that what he said? I'm genuinely asking.
This is the logic
Look at
of it.
his skeptical mantis.
said,
He's very
no matter-
skeptical of everything. Yeah, and that's really what leads to his disbelief and his disillusionment in society, and his ability to protect him and the people around him. And now he decided to just take it into his own hands.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
If I say there's
So that's the problem with the society.
I say
I
there's-
don't know. I don't even
to
need
me,
to
it
talk
kinda
about him
weirds
like
me
he's
out.
not like a person. Like shit, he was just on here. Like,
No, to me, what I don't like about it, like that kind of ideology, it reminds me of like people that like idolize like video game characters or like comic book characters that are all about like beating the fuck out of people or like killing people, and that's how you get your fucking problem solved or whatever. And like
right,
and he's like only talking about people that that promote violence and are for the violent way. Like I've never heard him like speak with passion about
well,
people
what if that's
that.
all you've seen?
No,
Sorry
I
to
get.
cut you off.
So it's like to me,
Well,
it just
that's
seems
why-
like he's stuck on this loop of violence when I want him to like look at avenues in other directions or whatever.
So then let's do that. You know?
Because I
Right,
once
'cause
thought
that's
that like that
possible.
would be the easiest way, was just to be like
But I'm
fucking
not
get the
I'm not a
guillotine out.
psychologist. I'm not a
But then I
psychologist.
start looking at
That's what he
okay,
told me.
well, who's the executioner like at that point, and who's like you examine the French Revolution, and so many people were unjustly killed, and you look at any revolution, violent revolution,
Yeah.
people usually get caught up in it, and I just don't want that or whatever, and I
No,
don't
it's
want
not
to like,
good.
and I
No,
don't want
good
to
thing.
advocate that as like the way. If it
I
happens,
know.
it happens, but I don't want it to happen.
I think it's just sad that like it's something in our society truly is failing. It's like people are always like, well, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and shit. Like no, if people get this like disillusioned, because we're lucky, honestly. Let's be real for a second. Like we are having the luxury of like just talking about it. I feel like for some people, like I don't know, you are what you're around. It's a fact of life. So if that's all you've seen every day is just like disappointment, violence, I'm just speculating. This could be anybody. I'm not surprised that you have people at this point, So it's like, how do we?
Yeah.
Because no, I don't want it to get to that violent shit. No. The only way I was like really agreeing with him is that like I'm sure it will get to that point if we can't figure some other way out first.
Oh,
So that's
sure.
how I'm like, why can't they both be true? And like,
I agree with that.
I'll have to listen to it. I know, I'm just.
I agree with that, but if he's already in the mode of shooting someone in the face, like what do we do now? What do we do here? Like, let's say he does get, let's say this revolution thing does come by, and there is fucking gun smoking and shit. It's like, what's stopping him from becoming George W. fucking Bush? What's stopping that?
We don't know.
So when if
we get to know.
Yeah, so if I have him in front of me, like I'm gonna let him know where his ideas, in my opinion, are
Okay.
leading towards, or what I see it in regards to his logic. Like I have to tell him for my own fucking moral reasons.
Did you guys touch on Haiti? The Haitian Revolution?
No.
Yeah, they
Wow.
violently overthrew their country, and
I
look at
did.
what happened to them. It's still shit.
I mean, it's not good. It's
They've
not
been paying
good.
for it ever since, kind of thing.
I just think he sees no other way out because that's why you would be saying that shit. You know what I mean? Like, why else would you be saying that shit? Because that's just people hear that. Like, people that don't really.
Yeah,
pay
but I
attention to
think
any
that
of
he
this shit,
just
they hear that
hasn't
they're
like,
ah.
like he was saying that there has never been a non-violent revolution, and to me that's disingenuous because statistically non-violent revolutions have worked more than violent revolutions.
Regardless,
He
what's
may
the definition of
disagree that
revolution?
they're revolutions because he
But-
doesn't agree with the ideology that won in the end, but they were still a revolution.
But
Seeing
at
no
the same
other way
time,
out
the
is the
Haitian
same as the kid
Revolution.
with the kerosene. Seeing no other way out is the same as the kid with the matches and the kerosene. Everyone out,
There's logic in it.
everyone looking from the outside are gonna be like, "Don't fucking do that! What the fuck are you doing?" Like, what is this kid doing? It's because the kid's ignorant that the thing goes boom. That's why I'm like I have to yell at him.
Or does he want it to go boom?
That's another thing.
Back to that.
There you go. Well, how about his little idiosyncrasies that we don't get to see? What's going on inside, deep down in his psyche? Like you said, maybe he came from a certain place to where he's a lot more sensitive towards it. Do I really want that leading my revolution?
Okay, so here's the thing, right?
Well,
look, I've been in rooms with
who are we dealing with?
like this, yeah?
That's the next question.
It's going to be a dark metaphor. Do we want to see someone who was raped be the judge, jury, and executioner of a fucking rape case? That's a dark example, but I'm just saying.
It is dark because it's like that's a tough one because it's like, do you go with the emotional route, the emotion-driven one, like the more human side, or the logical?
Well, one saying.
I mean, they're both human, but
do we give the rape
man, what is better? No, you don't want that.
When will there be justice?
Which is why that's psychology.
When those who are not injured are as outraged as those who are. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
The thing is,
by the way, he has no idea.
For someone who oftentimes is not heard,
not
recognized, I can be very sympathetic to that particular goal. So the rape victim, once again, you know what I mean? Like, maybe others to accept a compromise, but they have not been injured. You get what I mean? So I do sympathize a little bit more. I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying, you know what I mean? I do think there has to be some temperance involved and some checks and balances, but I do think that there has to be a willingness to hear the injured party to give them, the opportunity for restitution.
You always listen to the victim. Always. 100%. Always do that. At the same time,
you do it, but you don't.
I'm not going to make them the leader of my revolution. Just point blank. It's just not going to happen.
Why? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm curious why. That helped me understand. Like, why not? Because some people might see it as that, so I'm curious.
YellBRo's talking.
Because I kind of agree.
Fair enough. I mean, if you look at it, unless I understand that this person is sound of mind to be doing this, as opposed to I'm conditioned by my own trauma to behave this way, which could end up in disastrous fucking results. Propaganda brought up Gabor Mate, Aaron Mate's dad, and the first things he said about fucking Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump is these people probably suffered from some sort of trauma early in life, and he's a PhD psychologist. So it's like, yeah, why is Hillary behaving the way she's behaving, or Trump behaving the way he's behaving? Like, what is going on here? And then you want someone who's to lead your revolution who might have these similar traumas somewhere in the back of their minds. Yet they have the window. They have the window dressing of being on the I'm on the good guy side, but they only look good compared to George W. Bush.
So it's relative, you're saying?
It looks that way.
I hear that.
Though.
Yeah, I hear
Everybody's
that.
been traumatized.
That's completely right.
So
I don't think that anybody should have the power that they do, because humans are humans, and even if they're put in positions of power, humans are still going to be humans. Trauma or no trauma, it affect everyone. A lot of people have trauma. It's like I feel like that's also just part of being human. So why do we place so much power in care about these individuals? That's where I hope that things go. You know what I mean?
Psychology is on a continuum.
We can just figure this out without so much fucking
psychology is on a continuum.
Power.
Psychology is on a continuum. We're all a little bit of crazy. Sometimes we're more crazy, and sometimes we're less crazy. We're all on a continuum.
We all have everything.
Emotions always are a factor. It's how well you can control them, or I feel like apply them, or know how to maintain them.
Jordan, you made Mona mad at me. I wanted to play the game. Come on.
I'm sorry. We're
It's
sorry.
okay. Sorry.
But anyways,
say sorry to Mona.
Sorry, Mona.
I don't know. They're just spitballing here, you know.
Court case and he busts through the doors. I like pie. All right. Anyway.
But yeah, people. I hear the notion of people, like we shouldn't just let people lead, like certain individuals just lead everything. But what happens when it's an idea? Isn't that kind of like a person leading everything? What if it's
I don't think one person leads anything. It's a group of people.
What if they're
it's always a group.
What if Skeptical and his group of friends all say, well, we don't have any leaders. We're all individuals here. But they're all being led by one single idea.
Okay,
and
fair point.
And this idea is malignant. What do we do with that?
It's mine.
Malignant as in it smells like tragedy for the world.
with no safety.
based on what's happened in the past, right?
Like,
is that how you guys were? Oh, I don't know. I thought that's what you guys were getting at one point because we were talking about like probability and shit.
Based on my understanding of psychology, of at least the logic of what he was saying, and then adding in perception of humans, which is a psychological thing. That those things all together made me very skeptical of skeptical. There, I said it. There's the joke. I said it.
You're so punny.
Quack.
Yeah, I hear. I hear you. That's all. I agree with it. I don't know.
I'm saying there's if I'm just looking at this objectively, right? I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. If I'm just looking at it, I'm looking at both arguments from Jordan or skeptical. And I'm seeing a lot of holes in logic on one side as opposed to the other. Like, do you see how, like,
but you're biased, bro.
No, but I think that, but he's not coming from exactly a logical place. It's more, I think, emotion driven. That because it's like that's why I think it's not logical. So how do you blend the two?
It's like the logic was like this, right? I can't. Well, you're being vague, James or Jordan. Okay, I try to define my terms, right?
Yeah.
But you're not a psychologist. That's like saying, well, Allie, you're not a politician.
Yeah, that was a little odd.
Do you have a seat somewhere? Oh, but all right, then maybe you shouldn't use these.
Yeah, I think that was a defense mechanism. You know, I think he didn't. It's emotions, man. It's emotion, man. That's how.
But that's the thing. The debate was so frustrating because it's like he's tiptoeing around our argument, like our arguments when we were pointing out flaws in his tactics, and then he was like making it more complicated by saying he wasn't saying what he was saying when he said it before or whatever.
That's why I fucking like leaned back and I'm like, you're Tim Pool, which is why I'm saying, like, do you see how absurd it is for me to say, well, James, you don't have a. Because I put psychology and philosophy as far as like existential ideas together, so which is why I can say, well, you know, Jared Taylor has a degree in philosophy. Does that mean the race realist guy, the guy that Matt Hunter loves?
Oh God.
Does that mean he knows more than me? Hey, here's a piece of
Yeah.
paper that
I hear
tells
you.
me I know. Like, who the fuck gave him that? Who gave him that? Which is another question.
Yeah.
But do you see what I mean?
That's called appealing to authority.
Well, you're not a psychologist.
I know.
You're not a psychologist.
Yeah, I mean that's super. When people say that, it's like it's a deflection thing.
Yeah, you were gonna
It's
say
silly.
something. I want to hear it.
But at least he's kind of person he ain't gonna like fuck off and not like fuck with you anymore. Like I've disagreed with him a bunch, and he's still like willing to talk to me and shit.
Oh, he seems like a cool guy. I just think.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
I'll give him that. He ain't Bantu. He don't got the Bantu approach.
I just think he's a dumbass. That's all. No big deal. I call plenty of people dumbasses. No big deal.
Bantu Kazooie.
He can hang. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's good content. It's good debate.
It is.
I got lost in that
And they
debate.
have their little conversations in the background. They're like, "Oh shit, what are we gonna do?"
I think Anthony was gonna say something, and I want to hear it.
Hi, Anthony. Hi.
Hi, Anthony.
I said
My
hi.
man.
I said hi. Hello.
Hi, Anthony.
You doing, James?
Yeah, what's up?
Hi, James. Hi.
Ew.
Hi, Anthony.
Sorry, Anthony.
I was just gonna say, like, it goes back to what YellBRo says. What does YellBRo always say? You can't do this because I know myself. And so, like, I feel like that's what he was missing. It's like, if you know your, then that will help you diagnose others.
I agree.
And then that would also help, that, like, you can't shoot a kid.
Well,
The reasons.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah,
your mic.
yeah.
Yeah, your mic's
Anthony.
like breaking up still, Anthony. God damn
Like,
it, man.
what is so
I got what he was saying though, but yeah, it's like fucking. It's like Morse code.
Well, skeptical told me I can't know myself.
Hello.
He told me I can't do it.
Okay, go.
I can hear you now. Like it's just period when you're talking, Anthony. It'll like cut out, like in and out, in and out.
It's good now. It's good now though. Like you just said that it was fun. But you can't really tell till you do a sentence.
How is my sound, by the way?
Yours is good.
Is good?
Yeah, it's good.
I paid $1 for this.
Oh damn! Headphones.
Yeah, I got like 5 of them.
Bernie Mac is a goddamn
well.
legend,
Anthony,
bro.
what were you saying?
That's my guy.
No, but I was trying to. That's what I was. Like,
Damn, it's breaking up again.
Shit.
Yeah.
God damn it. Yo, we need to get Anthony a GoFundMe. I get him a PC.
Yeah, for real.
I'm gonna do it. When I get my PC, I'm gonna get Anthony a PC. And then we can hang out with our PCs out.
No, but also.
Message. Yeah.
PC's out.
PC or laptop?
I want to hear what you have to say, Anthony. Just like record it or something, because it was gonna be good. I'm just like, no.
No, it's I have one just like that. And another one. My baby.
Yo, YellBRo.
What's up?
I can't hear you either. Your mic's lower than fucking Larry's fucking. Lower than a snake's fucking ball sack.
How about now?
Oh.
It's a little better.
Is that another quitism? Is that another propaganda?
How about now?
Since he can't hear us.
It's good now, yeah.
Let's say bad things about Prop since he can't hear us.
I heard that.
What?
Whisper. Whispering. Hockey. Oh, what do we do now?
Play a game if you want.
Yo, Mona wanted to play a game, and now she's in bed.
Tell her to wake the fuck
Now
up.
she's mad at me because I ditched her.
You should tell her to wake the fuck up. I will tell her.
She'll wake
Hold on,
up.
I'll text her. I'll text her right now.
She'll wake up for us.
Wake the fuck up, Mona. Please wake up. Wake the duck up.
Wake the duck.
I was hoping
Damn
for
it,
the
autocorrect.
middle of the week thing to be like where we just talk about whatever, watch videos and all, and then the weekend would be.
Yeah. I'm sleeping too bad. See ya.
Oh.
Freak you, Ed.
Good night.
I mean, good night. This game is strong.
Night.
Wait, who said you could leave?
Run away.
I'll stay on, but I'm going to bed. I'm gonna be away from the mic.
Bring us with you, Paul.
Ed, produce my mixtape.
Bring me with you.
Well,
Take me with
well.
you.
I'll see you guys.
Take me to the promised land.
Take me to the promised land.
Oh God, what's that?
They like that Tim Pool shit.
If you don't play games, I can always play videos. I don't give a. I got no work tomorrow. Yeah.
Nice, dude. Me neither. I've got work for a month. I'm
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
stoked. Listen, people. No work for a month, but my PC's gone. I'm fucking
We
depressed.
know. We know. Tell me the fucking company. I'll fucking call.
Yeah, you literally.
What's the fucking hold up there?
Just
Like,
to
because, like,
stop
you-
listening to me.
I mean, bless your heart. Like, I
She's really mad at you.
No,
I
it's
know
not
she
even
is.
mad. I hate it. No, it's like, oh, Mona. Ooh.
I just
Yeah.
like when she's mad at Prob. You laugh.
I know she's just stressed right now.
I
I
was
know,
like, I
she,
know,
I know in a
Prop
day
sucks,
she'll be
huh?
like, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Prop sucks.
Enough politics.
Dude, I literally did I not come in here and I was like, okay, let's play the
Cancel
game,
Prop.
guys.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, but we're gonna blame you anyways.
You just stayed for a while though.
You guys could have started.
We're gonna say you jumped in and called me and Skeptical an asshole, and then you just started the whole debate over again.
Yeah,
We'll
I pretty much did. I sprung it.
Shit.
She thinks.
I love it when it's 2 against 1 too.
You
'Cause,
fuck
like-
yeah, you stir the
Dude, cause he'll be a dick to me, and then I was like throwing jabs at him or whatever.
Yeah, he was here.
Should
We were
I?
just talking about it.
You're like, it's for content because it's looking at it is good content.
It's like he was listening the whole time.
But really, though, it's interesting.
Like he called me a name. I can't remember what he said. He was like making jabs at me or whatever. And then Jordan made one, and I was like, "Oh, it's on!" And I started.
Oh God.
Who's making jokes?
Like Jordan called him a dummy and stuff.
Called who?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I think it is dumb to advocate for violence. Like I don't know. I think he probably thinks I'm dumb
But
to.
is he advocating for it, or is he saying it's gonna come to that?
He literally said.
No. Hold on. He sent me a video of a prank gone wrong, where where kids were doing a prank where they're doing like fake murder or whatever, and then one of the kids got shot, and he's like, do you defend self-defense now? Like, is he justified in doing this? I'm like, okay, I'll see you in the live stream, buddy.
See you in the live stream.
Oh, I can't hear you.
He said
Anthony.
He said might is right. So
he said it's inevitable. He didn't say he wasn't saying that it's just inevitable that they're going to come down on our movement and take us out, so we got to defend ourselves. He also said it's the only way to change things. We're going to go out and take them over at some point.
Yeah, and then I also don't like that he's saying that revolution. He's saying that revolution is civil war and that it's always war. And all that
Okay,
stuff.
yeah, all right.
And it's like
okay,
shit to me
yeah.
that's like.
I mean, yeah, that's that's extreme.
I
But like,
trust you with a gun. I trust you with a gun.
okay, I get it. It is probably not the most appealing for. I get it, but I don't think he's like coming from that place. I totally get it though, because like I just feel
And
like,
he might not be, but like if the state was like listening to him and followed him, and thought he would be, then like I don't know. Like if not, he might even already be on a list or whatever for like having that kind of.
I just think you get to that point when you've seen shit go so bad for so long, you just like have no other choice. 'Cause people can be pushed to that limit for sure.
Yeah,
but we're not
We all
like
have the
fucking
capacity to do
Palestine
that,
when we're
honestly.
like
Well,
being
no,
like
we're not.
bombed or we're not being rocketed. We're being like
But
You're gonna suffer value.
it's more like coercion.
yeah, but like
If you know yourself, you know what you won't do.
yeah, so it's like a matter. Yeah, you're right.
It sounded like he was like.
That was so G what he just.
It sounded like he was like leaning
Yeah.
back in a chair when he said it. You know
Yeah,
yourself,
for
you know
sure.
what we do.
Like
Like
eyes,
an
man. I'm
OG
like, yeah,
parable or
you're
some
right.
shit, bro.
You're right.
Yo, let's get
The
into
Gospel of Anthony.
Let's get into it.
So yeah, I mean,
We should.
doesn't really know himself, or I don't know. I feel weird saying that because I don't know that, but yeah.
Well, he wouldn't entertain the possibility of knowing yourself.
Yeah.
I just
that's-
explained
Well,
it.
you know, that's a private thing.
I mean,
you know,
what I did was
Oh, he doesn't have to tell me
No, to
details,
avoid
but-
that, what I did was
Oh.
I did a thought experiment where I basically explained something that's objective.
yeah.
So
Yeah, Jay.
the idea was, I'm like, you see how this is like, you agree with me, right? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, do you see how this is going to be a snowball effect? You see how it's going to be played out?
You gotta fight.
Yeah.
But
So, you feel me?
The train of logic will just follow this direction.
I'm like, how do you agree?
Kinda
with, like,
unavoidable.
how are you agreeing with me? And yet, whatever he says, it's like a fucking problem, and he's not defining his terms. It's the same shit.
Yeah,
Same
and I
thing.
think it's like not processed emotions, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, because that is extreme,
Could be.
which is.
Maybe it's
I
'cause
feel like
you know I didn't call him a pussy. You know, I didn't say he did.
I
didn't say
know.
that, so
Well, it's just kind of evolving. So
help me, Ellie.
Run away.
He said he watched his
Go
show
to
for more than
bed.
a year, so he should have knew that shit was coming. Pause.
yeah,
He
logic
shouldn't have.
is the theme of the show.
I'm a shit
But-
talker. What do you want me to do? I gotta talk shit.
It's interesting to hear both perspectives, though. Like the more emotion versus logic.
I don't think that it's necessarily removed from like Marx. What Jordan's saying is like removed from Marxism or
wait, I keep
revolutionary
for-
thinking
wait.
in any way.
Oh wait, is
How's
he?
that?
Is that what? Is he pushing like Marxism?
Yeah,
like,
he
is
said that
'cause
I'm
that's what
like
another
not
thing I wanna know.
revolutionary. If I'm pushing nonviolence, then I'm not a revolutionary.
I gotta ask. Like, I want to know, or gotta like hear him out, because I didn't really ask that.
To me,
That's
I
like
mean,
a big factor.
He was glorifying guerrilla tactics, and I don't think that
Yeah.
he like that really bothered me because like that's not a romantic thing, and it's not even. Yeah, I just.
Oh, he brought it up in regards to Vietnam. Or
So it's like, but
And I
everything.
understand, but it's
I
still not a
guess
good thing. You know, like there's been a lot of guerrilla fighting just in general that people have been a part of. It's not something that
it's
people.
smart, right?
That's not a.
Smart thing to do.
It's just
right. I agree,
not,
but
yeah, it's not
from
the
his
best.
perspective,
But it hasn't worked either. Like, let's be fucking on. Like, did that work?
I know, but I feel like people
did
are
it
always
make a
going to think
lasting
this
change
time it'll
anywhere?
work.
It wouldn't work now.
No,
What about the American Revolution? They use guerrilla tactics.
exactly. Like,
And look at America now. Let's. I mean,
yeah,
look at,
but
like,
you
I mean,
know,
there was still slavery. Like, I don't really like.
But we
That's,
got-
yeah, but it's also like
like
there's certain times where like things like strategically it would just never work.
What you're defining as work isn't.
Well, first of all, the American
some people
Revolution
don't
wasn't
have
even
time to be
popular.
strategic.
You're in a paradigm.
You know,
You're literally floating around.
I heard a lot of that
in a computer program.
with the Medicare fraud thing. So I'm just saying, apply that to other areas that people really don't have
No,
time.
no, but with war, you got to realize why is Cuba able to remain a sovereign nation? It's because it's a fucking island and they can like lock down all quarters of their nation. But like, say you're like a landlocked nation, you're surrounded by other people, like Syria or something. You're getting fucked from all sides, and it's like, you know,
Yeah, but they have, like,
at
mad
that point you got
embargoes
to
on them and
examine:
shit.
do we really want to like have violent revolution, or is the CIA gonna come in here with fucking Turkey and all the other surrounding countries and fuck us over?
You don't like turkey?
Turkey's
You know, more of a chicken.
Nobody
chicken.
likes turkey. Nobody likes turkey. It's too dry.
So I don't know, like he always brings up Cuba and stuff, but it's like we're talking about America and like
yeah, that's true.
Same
This is
time, you
different.
know. At the same time,
Also,
you know,
there's
those
still
little
murder in
revolutions in the Caribbean did have effects. It had like a ripple effect. So, you know, people in America are like, oh shit. Okay. So it's not just, you know, you can have like, you know, even with Haiti, you can like, even with Haiti, you know, their revolution, it scared the hell out of slave owners in America, and they really had to start thinking about, you know, abolition for the first time. It's like, what if our slaves do the same thing? So it does have a ripple effect. I'm not saying violence is the answer, but
you look at Haiti, did the violence really solve their problems?
well, they
'Cause
got
Haiti's
punished for
fucking
it. They got
still-
punished for it. They got punished for it. That's what I'm saying. They did get punished for it, but it did have a ripple effect, and you know, abolition in America people really started thinking about, okay, what do we do with our slaves? So it does have some effect on America. I'm not talking about the effect on Haiti. I'm talking about the effect on other countries who are watching. That's what I'm talking about. It does have some kind of effect. The people who are watching, like I said, with civil rights, and you know, when the revolution was televised, and they saw people around the world saw how messed up America was, they started, you know, it kind of like America started to like, you know, okay, we probably need to like change our ways a little bit. It has an effect. You can go, if other people see it, it will have effect on them, and then it has effect on us.
Didn't really change anything though. They just changed their tactics. They, yeah.
And then
They
it can
didn't-
go the opposite. Like they could spin the narrative on
Did
us.
they not change? Whose tactics? What do you mean it didn't change the tact? It didn't change. What didn't change?
Like what America was supposed to be embarrassed because of what was going on here, and they were the ones that were talking about humanitarian shit. Is that what you were saying? And then they like toned it down a little bit.
Well, the world saw what was happening. With all the crap with
and you said
them
that
holding
the
black
America
people.
toned it down, right? But did they? Or did they just
Black.
change their
I think
tactics?
I don't have to go to the blacks only section. So I think it did work.
But how about worldwide? How about sure in America? But how about how everybody else is treated in foreign, like just in the Middle East, or whether it be in Africa or South America?
Even in France, they were having protests over things about, you know, them trying to like slip that little thing in so you can't record the police doing dirty shit after they attacked that black guy.
Also.
In France, and then they had 100,000 people show up to protest
Yeah, but
that
how about
little
what
thing.
France is doing abroad?
But
like if what they're doing abroad, if it doesn't match what they're doing domestically, whatever. I don't care about nationalism. I really don't. I don't care.
That's not
Nationalism
even
means
about
nothing.
nationalism.
It is,
I'm not
though.
talking about nationalism. I'm not talking about nationalism. people started protesting, doing Black Lives Matter all over the world. That's a good thing. There's a ripple effect. There's a ripple effect. And when they told him Macron, and when Macron tried to like sneak that little shit in about it's illegal to film the police doing crappy crap to people after that black guy got the shit beat out of him for no reason.
Yeah, I think they're like small concessions, but I think the masses need to realize that they are concessions and they're not like a win. That they're like,
it's a distraction.
Yeah, that
How do I
it's
feel
like
about
they're
John
trying to
Brown?
like appease you in the long run or
I don't
whatever.
give a shit about that. I don't pay attention to stuff
Which
like
it's
that.
still a win. It's still a win in my opinion, but it's like a small win, and it's not like people will get like, for instance, they got weed legalized in Canada. Now nobody gives a fuck about like any like activism. When back in the day, Canada had like a strong root in like activism because we were like legalize weed, man. Woo!
Yeah, but who
And
cares
now that
about
it's
legal?
legalized,
I'm
I don't
sorry,
hear
Prop, I'm
anybody
sorry,
talking
cut you
about.
off, Prop. Hold on a second. I don't care if you have free healthcare and you have free school, you have housing, whatever in your country, and you have legal weed, all of that, but you're still doing that imperialist, whatever, like just corrupt shit abroad. To me, that's the same. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't.
But that's what I'm saying. That
nothing.
the
That means
legalization
nothing to
of
me.
weed
Yes. But it
was
means
like a
nothing.
distraction from the main thing when it was like
John
now,
Brown is
now all those people that were diehard, they got like their cookie and now they're like sitting down.
Right, they
and
made that movie
enjoying
about
it or
him.
wwhatever, and it's like no,
That's
you get
Nat
that
Turner.
cookie and put it in
My
a
bad.
pile and you get another.
John
fucking
Brown
cookie.
is the guy, the
You
slave
fucking
who rebelled.
you get all the cookies.
Just
Yeah,
went on, they just went
I mean,
on like
it's
a
just
massacre.
like either you care about all humans
Right.
or just like
So they taught me
just
in high
like this
school, at
border
least.
right here. Like this is all I care about. That's so stupid.
But
It's so stupid.
Like I said, I empathize and understand the scenario, even with skeptical.
How about everything else they
I
do?
understand and empathize.
I don't think
if he
anybody's
came from
going at it
somewhere
as in,
where,
oh, we got
let's say
one
he came from
thing.
somewhere where
It's
his
like we
house
get
was
one
blown
thing,
up
we're gonna
by
get
the
another
U.S.
thing, and we
government or
keep going
something.
and going and going.
And now he has this
we didn't get
deep-seated
everything.
thing that's
in
basically
America
driving
as
him.
African
Instead of
American.
him
We
driving the
didn't get
car, that
everything
thing's
all at
driving
once.
him.
We just had to
At least
go
in politics.
one at a time, one at a
Like-
time,
I don't care
one
where
at a
you
time.
are.
That's
I
happening.
empathize with
And
it,
it doesn't.
and I get it.
I understand
But
that, and then it does outreach.
I'm
too,
not
because
gonna
do you
let a
not
kid
think
put
African
matches next to a
Americans
can of
don't
gasoline.
care about people in
I'm not
Africa?
gonna, I'm not gonna do that.
I didn't say
we
that.
have.
Why would
I
I do
didn't.
that?
I
You're
never
gonna
said
blow
that.
yourself up and blow
But at
other
the same
people
time,
up.
I'm saying that there are African Americans. We get some things in America. Yeah, they seem like little, but then it's just little by little. And we also open up because at Howard University, we got angry because back
Now,
in the day,
the
they got angry
alternative,
because we weren't
in a John
taught
Brown
enough about
situation where
Africa.
you're like a fucking slave and they'll just kill
We boycotted
Welcome to
our
the
own
goddamn
university.
jungle.
We boycotted. Black people boycotted Howard University.
No, fuck that.
So we can
I'm
get
going
more
Jay-Z,
African study
Kanye
classes.
West, welcome to
So
the jungle.
it wasn't just little.
That's where I'm
yeah,
going.
we got our Black universities,
Like,
but then they still weren't teaching us
like what a
enough about
Jay-Z line here?
Africa.
The
We
answer's
boycotted
too
our
dark
own
for the
university,
user.
and then we got started
that means
teaching
I'm not
about
gonna tell you.
Africa. And
It's
now
too
we're
dark
all
for the
interested in
user.
Africa. You know, it's little by little, step by step. It's not just one thing.
Which is why I
It's not like,
which is why I
something
can
we do in
confidently
America
say,
doesn't
like,
affect
oh, so
anything overseas.
turns around and points a gun at you.
That's what I'm
You're not gonna
saying.
shoot him back. No.
Little concessions at a time opens us up to everything.
That's just an argument for the incrementalism.
I am full of myself. I'm full
Yeah.
of all of me.
Whatever, it's incrementalism. We got to take what we can at the same time. But at the same time,
I
it
don't
takes
know
a
about
while.
that.
It takes a while. We just can't come in and just kick down the door and say, "Hey, we want this, we want this, we want that,
You
and we want all
absolutely
this stuff
fucking
going
can.
on." How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that? Well, you tell me.
Who the fuck told you
tell me how to do
righteousness
that.
was
You tell me
easy?
how to do that.
Whoever
How are
told you
gonna
that
kick
was
down the
fucking
door?
lying.
How are you going to kick down
Especially
the door?
on,
Are you gonna do it with
it
sweet
is
talk,
kind of easy.
or are you going to do it
But
with what?
it's difficult on
We
the
had already had a
ego.
conversation about revolution. Should it be peaceful or should it be violent?
I was gonna say, how does that fit into
off
this
the road, huh?
conversation?
I'm
right
down
now?
with kicking
Just
in
saying,
the door.
devil's
but
advocate.
not
Okay,
kicking
Kicking in the door.
okay.
What is kicking in the door?
I wasn't gonna
Walking
kick
up
anyone in the face.
peacefully?
The door is fine. Or the metaphor.
What are you
Okay,
going to do?
that's how
Send
you
a
work
peacefully
together.
worded
You
letter?
know, if you
What are you going to write? A softly worded letter?
You can do it.
You're not going to get anything.
So you should
No, I
just accept the
personally,
crumbs.
I
Because you
supported
don't have
the
a
other
solution,
than
you
the
should just
environmental
accept the
kind of
crumbs.
damage, the like
All I
burning
said
of
was-
like the police stations and stuff like that. Like I didn't find like that kind of like people would say that's violence. But to me, nobody just dies.
I only really care about like the environmental like cost of like the building or whatever. But fuck the building and all the fucking shit in it.
Yeah, and if you can type your question in the Discord or
At
the
Howard University,
YouTube
at Howard
chat.
University, at Howard University, a lot of us don't.
I get it,
At
but it
Howard,
was like bullshit.
at Howard University,
Yeah,
like
I
I
figured
said,
that after a
the
while.
kids, the students had a problem with it. Nobody did anything violent. They just, politely boycotted them, did some sit-ins, and protested them. Nobody did anything violent. A lot of people in here don't want any kind of violence. And when you don't use violence, it's gonna automatically be incrementalism.
You see, this is all making a good counter argument for what the fuck YellBRo was.
What on skeptical side or whatever you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that you're saying that non-violence is incrementalism. I don't think it is though. I think that I don't want to say shit on YellBRo's channel or whatever, but like the fucking I don't know, like physically putting your body on the line and like fucking taking something or whatever. I don't necessarily think that is a bad thing or is violent or whatever.
So
And if it gets to that point, let's
like going and
people that don't-
kidnapping the fucking president of the United States. I don't necessarily find that a violent act, as long as you don't fucking kill the guy and you fucking treat him like a humane prisoner. But I personally think the motherfucker's a war criminal, and war criminals need to be fucking locked up. And there's already institutions that we could follow their guidance, like the way international law and shit works. We could fucking. Yeah, I don't know. And people have tried that. Like, there's been leaders that have literally been like arrested, tried to been like citizen arrested and shit in the history, and like more people need to do things like that.
Our government's just too fucking big.
The only leaders that
It's
have ever been
just too
convicted in
fucking
the
big.
international court are African leaders.
It's like
all that.
I think we're stuck in a conundrum here. It's like either you need mass appeal for a non-violent thing to take place, right? Even if they're not all out there with you in mass, they need to be paying attention to it in mass, right? And then you're also, on the other end, have to be willing to shoot somebody. Be willing to shoot someone in the face to get your shit done.
To get mass appeal, because at the end of the day, you still need a mass appeal. Because what happens if the people don't buy your shit and then they just shoot you in the face and say "fuck this guy"?
How about just
and then we're in a civil war for fucking
shooting anyone in
ever.
the face is just bad. Like that's just a terrible
Welcome
idea.
to the jungle.
It's like I don't know.
This conversation is
To me, it seems like we'll just like
risky.
it would just end up like America would be in a perpetual civil war for fucking like 100 years if we tried to like violently revolt without having like some serious guidance or like restraint.
But what will it take? I wonder for everyone to get to a point where they get like that. That's what I'm curious about. I want to hear people like skeptical mantis out because I mean, I don't think necessarily like from a logical perspective you'd be like, yeah, put him in charge because what he's saying, there's a lot of crazy people out there that would take that seriously. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like he's coming at it from a point of like, it's just gonna happen because for a variety of reasons. I don't know. What was I getting at? God damn it! Don't smoke weed, kids.
Yeah, that people they'll arm themselves regardless, and that we'll be in a civil war regardless.
So
I don't really believe that though, because I was thinking about this the other day actually. Like, how many people in this country are actually really into guns? Like, let's be real. Like, I know people like in the Midwest and whatever, but like percentage-wise, like how many
gun sales are up.
What is the percentage?
I should look that up. I know that they're like gun
curious.
sales are up. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
they're of course pushing that like for a reason. They're like gun sales
but
are
is
up.
that a real thing, or is that just
I don't
something
know.
that we're seeing as like a
right?
That requires.
I think it's still a minority of Americans are gun owners.
What makes you say that? I'm just curious.
Because I don't know, like me in Canada, I know a lot. Like I'm not a hater of guns. I don't mind like target practicing and like shooting guns, but like I don't own a gun, and I'm not like most people. They're expensive, and they're like out of people's fucking price range. And
we're looking at the wrong thing with this, right?
I don't know.
Because there's gun ownership, and then there's how many people are willing to shoot other people with those guns. I think that's a very small minority. If you ask
I
me.
think it's really hard to say what you would do unless you're in a certain situation, though. You've got to like level with me there. On the other hand,
I don't think
agreed, but they don't want to. I don't think anyone wants to be. I think they want to show it off to their friends and go to the shooting range and I'm a right winger.
Right.
I voted for Trump. I have a gun. See, look. I think it's more of that than there's going to be intruders coming into my house. I'm ready. I have guns on every wall. I have gun under the pillow. I have gun under the fucking fireplace. I'm ready to shoot.
dude, I hear you, but listen to like conservative media for like a day or two. Like all that fucking is peddled is like they're coming for your guns, like they're coming for your freedoms. Like that's over and over and over again. It's like people. That's
just propaganda.
That shit's just as effective as propaganda and movements and shit on the left. Like.
My brother got super
thing,
into guns.
So
my brother's kind of like a Joe Rogan kind of type. He got super into guns, got his like all of his licenses so he could have like a handgun and shit. And then he's fucking hothead, and he gets in like an argument, and I guess he like pulls his fucking gun or something like that. And then all of a sudden the government's clamping down on his ass. And everything I was telling him about, I'm like, dude, you literally wear your gun like it's a dick. Like, chill out on that stuff. And then all this fucking bad shit happened. He's like, dude, you're totally right. Like, he's like, I thought I had a respect for guns, and he's like, now I see that you have like a higher respect for guns. I'm like, yeah,
well,
like I'm not like.
Pull the bang unless you plan to bang. Outcast.
Yo, love, but love.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Miss Jackson.
What if I use an Outcast reference?
I can't hit that.
I know. I was like, as if that took me so long to think about.
I can't hit that note.
Ooh.
He can do it. So.
Ooh.
I can't hit that note.
You can do it.
I could never. When I was a kid, I could barely scream. I'm so monotone. I can't.
You got that.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Hey everybody, this is YellBRo. Today we're going to be talking about Devon's journey to recovery, and
welcome to YellBRo. Yeah.
My boy Skeptical Mantis.
It puts the in the.
It puts the lotion on the skin. It puts the lotion in the mask. Fucking Anthony.
No, not Silence of the Lambs.
Yo, that's a good movie. Fucking, isn't that Hannibal?
Yeah.
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, Silence of the
Yeah.
Lambs.
Oh, it's of the Lamb. I had that VHS for so long.
Yeah, but that's what that's what gets me fucked up, yo. I like a lot of shit Skeptical says. I hope he comes back so we can explore this more. But like that shit he said about shooting kids in the face, yo, that shit was.
Yeah, when you start putting hypotheticals out, you can get into some like hairy situations. Like he'll throw hypotheticals out at us, but if like I don't know, if you start throwing hypotheticals out with the violent like revolution thing, you can get into some fucking like. Probably think of some crazy situation.
I like that people are like making shit up. Sorry, go ahead, Anthony.
How dare you?
Anthony's mic is going fucking boobly.
Fuck. Never mind.
Just kiss it.
Oh, buddy.
Kiss your phone. Give it love. You ever heard of the rice experiment? You ever heard of the rice experiment?
What did he...
Where there's a scientist who had 2 vats of rice, and every day he would walk by one of the bowls and he'd be like, "Fuck you, rice, piece of shit rice, ugly ass rice," and the other bowl of rice he'd be like, "I love you, you're the best, you're so beautiful," and the one that he was shitting on ended up molding like really quickly. The other one stayed fresh way longer. It's a rice experiment. Come on.
Whoa! Is it because when you're yelling angry things, you're spewing out?
It's more food
negative.
I didn't even bring up.
You're spewing out bad bacteria.
Imagine if I brought up morphic resonance from a PhD fucking scientist.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. He pulling rank on you and shit. Like, yo, Are you a doctor, bro?
Right? It's like
That
it's like saying like, oh, I'm sorry. Are you a politician? Well, then you can't talk about these things.
Did you
it's
take
literally
notes?
what Jackson, Franco, and Ali and Glory. It's literally the same shit.
It's like, what are we doing here? Like,
I mean,
that's fucking annoying, man. Like, oh, are you a psychologist? It's like, no. At the same time, I can't like take a step back and talk about psychology.
Yeah.
And use
That's what that Isaiah guy's on. Are you a goddamn scientist?
It's yeah. Like, are you?
Shout out to Isaiah, you motherfucker.
Isaiah is a motherfucker, though.
I call it. I saw that
He's being a dick to me in the
Goddamn.
chat, so I just being a dick to him.
I saw that conversation with Anthony, Steve, and him.
I was.
Poikinen
I saw
was
glimpses
arguing
of it.
with fucking.
I saw glimpses of it, and I was
Gordon.
working. And I had to fucking bounce. What happened?
Yeah. Please watch Event 201. Like, see where I'm coming from. Like, see the.
I saw those. I saw those put in there too.
That's creepy.
All 5 parts.
Like, remember what I said as far as like they're open about it? They're not smart. I'm telling you, they're not. These guys are not clever.
Or maybe they're relying on the intelligence of the
No.
populace around them.
It's completely like relative to the intelligence of everyone else around them, right? It's like, you know, like it's quite literally like harebrained in a way, you know. It's just on such a level where it's a constant. It's like me and you, like we plot and we go, all right, man, you're gonna race prop, but in his lane I'm gonna dig a little hole and put grass over it. He won't know. And when he runs into it, he'll just fall over. We'll win the race. Oh, you fucking lost. Sorry. Give me $5. You lost. The money you bet. It's quite literally that. It's out here. It's I'm being serious. Like there's no other way I can like are they being this open? That way they can trick me? It's like there's too much instances where they keep doing this over and over again.
Like, yeah, that's why I keep going. Look at the.
Go ahead.
I feel like he's not dealing with a full deck. That's what I told Steve. He's not dealing with a full deck of cards. If you see the cast of characters that first of all knew this 6 months before it happened, 6 months before we locked down, and then you see how they were the authoritative.
How's that
sources,
the left?
the voices that said all this bullshit over it, and then they're the characters for the fucking vaccine. And then, like, I didn't even bring this up, but I'll bring it up now. What clear agenda is right now that everybody can see? It's the removal of physical dollars for a fucking digital currency, like PayPal, like pay through whatever, like go to Walmart. Like how many? I know everybody's seen those commercials.
Yeah.
Where you go,
Well,
that's just.
I'm saying that's part of it. That's part of it. You know,
But it's such a clear manipulation of the situation for these oligarchs. Who controls this fucking digital currency? The oligarchs, the people that I'm telling you.
No, I agree. I'm saying it's a part of it. You know.
Yeah, I know you know, but it's like I didn't even get to that. But it's like,
well, how could you if someone's not really willing to entertain it? You know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like, I mean it when I say like someone has to be a detective here, you know, entertain possible other narratives and pit them against each other. You know, like just recently, right? I think Vagabond did an article about what was it, spars, right? Am I bugging here? Is that what it was called? Hold on.
Yeah, spars.
Yeah, it's
Was
like,
it the same article?
It's a simulation about like some new you know what I mean? Like some new bioweapon or some new virus. Like that's scary because if you could look at as far as foreign policy, their little simulations regarding foreign policy, our government and other governments as well. And these simulations have a tendency to be played out. See how creepy?
Yeah, they're not just doing them for fucking the shits and giggles.
And now the Event 201 thing is like a similar thing. Anthony could tell you more about than I could as far as like verbatim, but
yeah,
I'd say I'm right. My
it's
little
like
analysis.
I fucking know for a fact John Hopkins played with the throughout COVID,
had inside information months before we locked down.
Yeah, I saw
like
that.
they, all these people knew people were gonna die, and they didn't say a damn thing. Like just that on its own, empirically, without saying anything else, should get red flag.
I hear you.
Why would they though? They're your goddamn. We're their best customers.
Oh my god.
You don't want to fuck over your customers. You've never been fucked over by a goddamn fucking store before, eh? Like the goddamn PC I bought, and I got fucked over.
Guy or whatever. Right.
But we dealers, he knows I'm gonna come back anyways, but he didn't fuck me over. It's the same logic, bro. It's like the logic is not same.
Oh, it is.
But then
it's if it's a means of profit, right? Why would companies like Pfizer be involved in scandals as much as they have been, right?
Yeah.
Unless there's some sort of ideology at the top of the totem pole that's like, no, do this, even if it doesn't make sense as far as if your main goal is like financial, like my bad, money. Like I want to get as much money as possible, but it doesn't make sense now.
The free market.
Because now they're involved in so many scandals and lawsuits, and that would damage their reputation, right? It can no longer be that thing. Just looking at it from the outside, right?
See, the rules of the free market, they wouldn't be allowed to screw people over because they'll lose customers.
Right.
Think about it, guys.
You hear me yet?
Yeah, humans doing other human things. That's all this is.
I'm telling you, he's gonna write an album for me.
I think I have a comment for you, for both you and Anthony.
From who?
From Isaiah. Just give me 1 second, though. I want to just real quick.
You gonna put Vaseline on your nipples?
No, I don't like Vaseline.
Dubster, appeal to authority is not a leftist fucking thing. It's people do that.
Oh, Mr.
Dubster Bryant?
The guy that loves Trump, right? The baby
Yeah.
killer? All right, cool.
All right, now let's read Isaiah's comment. Says you can't have it both ways, Anthony. It's either they knew people was gonna do what was gonna do and they didn't do anything, or it's
I think he meant die, probably.
Oh, okay. They knew people was gonna die and they didn't do anything, or it's the death rates are too low. He's saying you can't have it both ways based on those two narratives.
Well, I mean,
What does he mean? What is he referring to, though?
People didn't just. What happened?
No, go ahead.
No, what?
Sorry.
Yeah, his response will give us context, probably.
No, but I'm just saying, like, they didn't die just one way, did they? They died from staying inside of a lockdown. They died from food deprivation. Like, they died from other reasons apart.
They put him in the nursing homes. They like stuff them all in there.
I'm not,
Damn you, super
Not
strikers.
just that, it's like.
Super strikers up on this.
Anthony, you know about the PCR test, right?
The PCR test is very flawed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Derek Rose did I believe a 15. I mean, he went from 11 to a 15, like a little video about it.
That's the one where they shove the fucking thing right up your goddamn
I can go deeper.
Your sinuses.
Yeah, go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead.
PCR.
Patent the only test for this virus, and they are the only authority to give you this test. This test is the only test that's fucking viewed as qualified to test the fucking coronavirus, and it's highly flawed. And this is all from the fucking patent system. They patented it.
You're saying it's producing a lot of false positives. Is that it?
Yeah, or negatives. Either way.
There was a guy in my city that sold them, and he went on a fucking national TV and he was like, the tests are shit, and I sell them, and I can tell you that outright. And he was like, still continuing to sell them or whatever. I'm like, what a scuzzy motherfucker.
What is it, George?
But at least he's telling us that they don't work.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, he's saying these two things can't be happening. That they knew people were gonna die and didn't do anything about it, or it's the death rates are too low, which is implying eugenesis, right?
No, he's
Is that what he's saying as a motive?
if the death rates are too low, it's like we need to increase them in order to lower the population or whatever, right? That'd be eugenicist type of. That is eugenicist.
Well, there could be the thing as
without
far
the
as,
elitism.
there could be the argument as far as death rates. I need more context. But go ahead. I'm listening.
But like,
no, he might be saying something else. I might be fucking this up. I back
No, he's saying that you can't have it both ways. You can't say they had prior information about your life being turned upside down in a fucking global rampage where people have to they have to confine the way they live, maybe lose their job, and maybe you might get sick from coronavirus. Like, there's way more factors in play than just the virus, and these people prior knowledge.
Yeah, I figured that.
Down
Isaiah, my bad.
Into the 2020 year, they did this shit in November or October of 2019. Like there is more factors at play than just the virus. That's what I would say to that. That is a negative. They did information from that point, like for these people to have all these so similar, a simulation so similar to what it happened, where the first people that got CARES Act were who? The people that orchestrated this shit.
Yeah.
Well, it's like what Steve said as far as when Klaus Schwab wrote that book or whatever it was, the Fourth Industrial Revolution.
Great read.
Yeah.
Pick it up at chapters.
Well, if you check that out, it's a
Indigo books.
It's a little weird.
Barnes and Noble.
It's as if certain scenarios in that book are being played out today.
Exactly.
So, I'm telling you, it's like these dudes are not fucking smart. They're dumb. You're just gonna be that.
Dude, and it's literally you've seen what the IMF has done. That's what the fucking these motherfuckers are like. They ain't out to help us. They're branding all this shit as the fourth industrial revolution is being inclusive to everybody and that it's going to be more democratic. And I'm they're listening to all of us talk about socialism and and demanding more democracy and shit. And they're well, we gotta feed them some kind of fucking line.
Well, absolutely. That's why I was afraid, right? They're gonna goat people in with Medicare for all, but with special circumstances.
Yeah.
And the suckers, right, who say, well, yeah, you're a sucker if you believe this. I consider George Bush, if he waved Medicare for all in my face, you're a sucker. Truly.
Agreed there. It'll shut down Jimmy's channel in a heartbeat. If Joe Biden came out with Medicare for all, it would shut down Jimmy Dore in a goddamn heartbeat. Everybody would be like, see, told you. And he's like, oh, no, my channel. Goodbye. That's off topic.
Yeah, from what I remember, I think, you explain it a lot better than I do as far as the specifics of Event 201 or, what do you call it?
Just look at the cast of
Bill Greatest research.
That's what I said the other day, right? My bad, interrupt you, but you said cast of characters. The people that are involved in this thing, who have certain positions, certain titles, right?
I always put it this way. The people who got us into this mess are the ones we're trusting to get us out of this mess. That's how I always put it. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like trying to fuck your way out of pregnancy or trusting the goddamn fox to guard the hen house.
Sorry. Isaiah.
You're not sorry.
Whose arguments is Isaiah destroying? What are you talking about, Isaiah? He said just because you don't like me destroying people's arguments doesn't mean I'm misrepresenting it.
He just looks up the He looks up the
Wait, what happened?
Isaiah. I hate you, James.
No, you don't.
I don't. That's true.
Yeah. What was that, Retzi?
No, it's Isaiah. Well, Isaiah was asking Anthony. Isaiah's asking you to clarify something, and I tried to answer for you, or not for you, but what I thought you meant. And he said that I shouldn't speak for the man. So I'm a fall back.
Speak for a man.
I'm a fall back.
Lady.
Dust your feathers somewhere else.
Isaiah, from good faith position. Please check the videos out and hear me out, and then let's have a discussion what you saw, so then you can understand where I'm coming from, and then you could assess my paranoia. Is my paranoia valid? Or let's really talk about it.
He's here.
Oh, he's here. Okay. Hi, Isaiah.
Yo, you just totally lied. You just completely fucking lied.
How did I? About what?
You just completely fucking lied. Yo, you guys need to understand something about Red Sea Socialist, dude, okay? She is not honest. She is not honest. When she tries to tell you what other people say, she will twist it up to make it sound completely fucked up.
What did she say?
I think he's joking.
She's a liar. Isaiah, what did I lie about?
I said,
Why are you having a temper tantrum? Why are you
I
having a
said,
temper
why
tantrum?
not, listen, I said, why not let the man
Stop
speak for
crying.
himself? And then you come in here and then saying,
Yeah, and I said,
like,
Anthony,
why-
speak for
no,
yourself.
you changed up the words to make me sound like I'm a misogynist or some shit. You changed it up to sound like,
I was clearly joking about
why
that.
are you speaking
Yo,
for
that
a
was-
man?
we do not give a fuck.
Dude, fuck that, dude. You're constantly fucking disingenuous, and I'm sick of it, dude. I just let it slide because it wasn't really that big of a
Isaiah,
deal
stop
before, but
crying.
like,
Stop
it's
crying.
totally no, dude. You're just totally a bully.
I was literally,
Like, you're
I was
just
literally,
fucking-
I'm a bully.
She is a bully.
That's not.
But she's
totally
our
not true.
bully.
That's all I just say. Like, you're just complete fucking liar most of the time. And I
was
thought it was
joking
just
about
Freak you,
that.
Alice.
I thought it was just like maybe you didn't
you still didn't
understand.
have a Well said, though. But you
you're
still
just
didn't have a
completely
point.
full of shit.
Dude,
So
what she said
just
about
wanted
that,
to
that
say
was totally like me.
You don't have an argument, so you came in here
asserting
to
that.
attack about something very specific that you shit talk all the time, but you wanted to come in here and like make that stupid ass little point that you just made and cry.
Dude, I
Throw a
totally
little
asserted
stupid-ass tantrum.
like
And then-
the
I'm sorry, but your
because
but
you
your
couldn't
argument
defend
still,
yourself
but
in
your
the chat,
argument
so you
still
came in
sucks.
here for moral support to like twist up my argument, make me sound like I'm saying something that I'm not, dude. It's just like don't fucking do that. That's shitty. That's
just said
shitty.
that
Dude, I
do
was
it
the
all
one
the
that
time.
I was the one that applied that it was like a gender thing or whatever. She
No,
just
she
said
did that, dude. I listened to her do that. That's why I came in here. She fucking like
good.
changed up what I said
changed up
to
what-
make
okay,
it
so stop
sound like
crying.
it was.
Stop crying.
Dude, see,
Why are you
you-
letting
you
yourself
see-
be bullied? Then don't let yourself be bullied.
Dude, you're the one like doing it. I'm coming in here to
so then-
confront you about it because you're
Oh,
being a
awesome.
fucking dick.
Yeah, so then the way that dialogue works is I have to talk back and say my piece, but you're just like coming at me with all these words and crying. So are you gonna let me say my
How am
piece,
I
or are you just
crying?
gonna keep talking?
I'm literally
You're
telling
throwing
you
a
that I
tantrum.
don't
You're
like
a
what you
bully.
said.
Okay, but you're a bully. First of all, I'm not
Yeah,
a
that's
bully.
what you're doing. That's what you're
I'm not-
doing.
I'm
That's
not
like
a bully.
fucking. That's fucked up.
What's fucked up?
To like mischaracterize someone's argument on purpose to make them sound shitty.
But I just said that I was joking about that part. Clearly, I don't
Okay,
think you're
well, you were
misogynist.
joking. Okay, well,
Yeah, I
I
said
called
that
you
several
out. I'm
times.
glad we established that you're joking.
But I said that
Because that's
several
complete
times.
bullshit.
But you continued talking, so you didn't hear me because you
Okay, well-
continued talking over me.
Okay, well,
throwing
you
your
pissed me
tantrum.
off, so that's I put that on you.
Get her. That sounds like a you problem, fucking Sebs.
I was waiting for someone to say that.
I'm just confused.
Maybe you
Like,
should
what
make
are
it
you
more
asking?
clear.
What are you asking? So you need me to like apologize to you? I'm not doing that.
No,
But,
just stop fucking
yeah.
doing that.
I literally said I was joking. So
Okay, well, good.
okay, cool. Are you over it or not? Like, are we?
Are you
just
gonna
gonna talk
stop
about
doing
it?
that?
I
Because
can't
I'm
promise
trying
that.
to just like ignore everything you say from now on, because it's just like
You can
not
block me.
real.
You
It's
can go
not
ahead.
coming from a real, honest. place.
Isaiah, you said mean
So
things
I'm
about me in the
dishonest.
chat. We
Okay,
gotta just
fine.
fucking. Sometimes you
your
just gotta take things as jokes.
I mean, I
It's
didn't
not.
sense any disingenuous.
It's a little different when you like go into a different room with people talking and like try to mischaracterize shit. It's just like it's fucking
I
lame.
just said that I
It's
was
just-
joking. I literally said
Okay,
I was
well,
joking. I don't think you're a misogynist.
It's not very funny
you
at all.
keep- Okay.
I thought she was joking, to be honest. So.
Yeah, because I was.
All right. Well, when everyone's talking about like rhetoric and taking each other seriously and like thinking about what we're talking about, you know, the
But that was
context
the,
of
so
the
that's the only
conversation is
thing.
not
So that's
really
the only thing that
comedic.
offended you. That's the only thing that offended you. Maybe you are a misogynist.
You
It
came in
seems
here,
like
you came
it
in here
seems
and
like
tried
it's
to
always
make me
the
sound
women.
like I was
It's
talking
always
down
like
to you
the
because you're a
women.
woman.
Yeah, that's what you do though. Because I've only ever really heard you
I
say
didn't
stuff
do
like
it.
that
It has
in that
nothing
tone.
to do with you being a woman, dude. It has nothing to do. You're trying to weaponize your gender, and that's the fucking bullshit that people on this channel talk about all the time as being disingenuous and shit.
Okay.
right? Is that not?
Go ahead. I'm listening. I literally said that I was joking, but you're still going on and crying about it as if I wasn't. So that means that you just want something to complain about, and I'm not about that. So I said my piece.
So were you
Do you have
joking or
anything else to
not?
say? How many times did I say that I was joking? I said that several times, but you're still going off as if I wasn't. Okay,
It's
that's
not really
on
appropriate to
you.
make a joke in
That's
that
on you.
context.
I can make any fucking joke I want. I'm
You
not
can
gonna let
do
you
it, but
censor me. Yeah, I'm actually going to.
It's gonna be shitty if it's poorly timed and it's like
Okay.
doesn't sound like a joke at all.
Okay.
Okay, that's not my fault.
That's your opinion, right? That's a you problem.
Okay, if you want to insert
please not
jokes
use
into
that
serious
phrase? I'm gonna have like a flashback.
and then act surprised when other people
Flashback.
don't interpret them as jokes, then okay, whatever.
Funny.
But you just pick something very specific and like non-significant.
No, because
to
you've been
bitch
doing
about.
it like every conversation, and it's
What-
pissing me
what
off.
other
And I figured that I probably should confront you about it instead of just like ignoring it.
Okay, and you've confronted me about it, and I said that I was obviously joking about this
Okay,
particular
well,
situation.
now that I know you're joking, I won't take you so seriously. Thank you.
I mean, you don't have to take me seriously. You don't have to listen to me. I really don't
99
care.
bottles of beer. Take one down and pass it around. 98 bottles of beer on the wall. Let me drink through this.
Isaiah, what do you think about cell phones?
I don't think anyone realized how funny that was. What just
And
Anna
high
just did.
frequency.
That's fucking hilarious, bro. Yeah, fuck it, give me another bit.
RF radiation.
He just wanted to let me know that I was a bully and that I was misrepresenting him, that I'm a liar. So.
Stand down.
Yeah, I thought he was coming in here to talk about COVID or whatever.
Or whatever. I mean,
97 bottles of beer on the wall.
I saw that I think you mentioned it to him as far as those videos you put down, the Event 201 thing. I thought that's what I was going to hear, but...
I believe that's...
Maybe he'll check it out. Maybe he'll check it out, man. Let's give him some time.
It's up to, whoever is interested, right? So...
There it is.
And if he has anything he wants me to see,
yeah, it's fine. Yeah, as long as
Listen, Sebs, you fucking bully.
as long as Seth doesn't bully anybody anymore.
I didn't know I was bullying.
You're flexing your
Surprise
lats
to
on
me.
everybody. You need.
I guess.
Your
yeah.
lats? What are lats?
Yeah, I guess I know I should know my place, right? I shouldn't talk over these boys.
You need to learn to work out, Quinn.
I need to learn
to
my
work out,
fucking
Quinn.
place.
You need to know your role. That's what you need to do.
Hang your tits over the sink and make Isaiah a sandwich.
I'll only make James a sandwich.
Oh yeah?
That's it. Yeah. Make you a sandwich.
He'll make you a sandwich. James is a good cook, I heard.
That was good.
I'm actually pretty shitty cook.
He'll make you vegetarian chili.
Yo, is that you, Dubster? Holy shit.
Yo, Dubster, speak to us.
Tell me how I should trust the plan, Dubster.
Brian?
Yo, who's head of the plan now? Who's head of Q now?
What are you saying?
Head of Q.
I love this fucking channel.
Yeah, it is.
Everyone's just always fucking picking on everybody. It's not my time anymore.
It's perfect.
It's not my time anymore.
Oh, your phone died?
That is
Better charge that shit.
good.
Allie.
Allie!
Look who's unprepared.
Allie left.
Yeah,
My
run
phone
away,
is
Allie.
charged. I don't know about you. Charging, good job.
It's like as I'm using my pencil, it's like an automatic sharpener. Just ha ha ha.
Ha. Yo,
What do you want?
I'll let y'all talk.
I'm so excited. I bought a printer today. I got my tax return. I was broke as shit. Listen, okay, I was just poor as all poor could be. I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna pay my rent this month. Get my tax return back. I can pay my rent, and I bought a printer.
If I had money, I'd send it to you, but I don't.
No,
Just
man.
shake your
Fuck.
leg.
Yo,
Shake
you
your
saved
leg
my
and grow some
life.
tits. And grow some tits. You can pay rent.
No, man. Now I got a printer. Now I just be. Now I'd be on that shit. Now I'm gonna be marketing my shit. I'm gonna make me YellBRo posters with OCB with his thumb up, and you know that picture of that video where you're like, it's Timmy, and you put your thumb up.
Yeah.
No, I won't make lame posters. I'll get your personal approval on posters before I hang them anywhere in my city.
No problem. You gotta make Jordan Wayne posters.
Jordan Wayne. Just making all the inside jokes. People will just be like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Oh, I said kind of far fetched, but yeah. What do you?
So what are we gonna do now?
Yo, bro, say something, bro. What's good, man?
Dumpster Brian. More like Dumpster Brian.
What a little cunt. Oh, did you see?
Just kidding.
DJ L. Yo, he turned
He's asleep.
Oh my.
Just, I bet you he sleeps with a smile on his face. God damn, Ed. I love you.
I don't know if it was her that posted it, but no, I think it was Alice that posted it. Oh yeah. Joe Rogan and Dan Crenshaw. Oh my god, bro.
Oh, that's new. Yo, let's watch some of that. Oh, you can't watch it.
Are you
Why not?
What can you guys watch?
Why not? Why not?
Yo, why the fuck? Yo, why have y'all played Tim Pool today? What's going on, man?
Wait,
you guys are
I gotta ask my
Why would you say that name out loud in front of James? Now you started a whole fucking roller coaster. I was waning off doing the voice for so long.
Okay, so how can you like actually like watch like YouTube videos on these Discords?
Oh yeah.
You sound like a Fed right now. Should I assume otherwise? Trying to report us?
Guys,
It's just in a strange house, but yo, she's just trying to get by.
Guys,
What?
people in the YouTube chat, I wish I could play this for you, but Rogan has, what's the word? Yeeted?
Sold out.
Yeeted my fucking channel before, so I'm gonna play it for Discord.
Dude, he has fully sold out with that stupid ass fucking
Where is it?
the Spotify deal. It's like you were one dumb motherfucker.
That dude is Johnny Carson. He can go fuck himself.
Where's the Dan Crenshaw? Oh, it's on his normal channel.
He'd probably take that as a fucking compliment. He'd be like, "Really?"
Yo, we gotta watch Tim Dillon talk about Joe Rogan leave LA. Yo, that shit's so funny, yo.
I want to see that.
What about him being wrong? About being like...
Well, it's like I don't agree with everything Peter Joseph said, but when he tweeted that shit about Rogan running away, like he ran away instead of helping, like you could have done some shit, you know? It's like that shit was fun.
Peter Joseph hates him so much.
Oh, Tokyo Shem
Yeah.
too. Oh fuck.
Because he sucked everyone's wiener, but his when he got interviewed.
Fucking guy.
Well, I
He's
mean,
like clearly
Peter
noticed.
beat him
He's
with
like,
real
"Why
love.
were you nice to
believe her at
Stefan
first.
Molyneux,
Like,
but treated me like a fucking pariah?"
Things
He-
scrolling.
Yeah, he made Joe look real stupid.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
just
Joe
makes
revealed
videos.
himself
Joe
for
is
what he is.
Stupid.
Yeah, he's a caveman.
That's you.
He's a caveman.
He
He's a
is.
caveman.
No.
That's
No,
funny.
no,
My
no.
brother would cry if he heard you say that.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
Wait, who?
I only watch
Joe
one.
Rogan.
He's fucking part of the dark web. The intellectual dark hedge, okay?
Okay.
That's not.
Who's a part of the dark web?
Not
The
Joe
Joe Rogan is a part of the intellectual dark hedge.
The dark. Yeah, that dude's a fucking monkey. No Kramer.
Yeah, he's a caveman.
Tire swing. Oh, is that Sam Harris? So intelligent.
Let's go shoot some elk
Is that
and
Elon
take
Musk?
DMT.
He like takes off his pants. He like shaves his ass. Let me ride you, Elon. Let me ride you. You're so smart.
Who the hell said takes off his pants and shaves his ass?
I did. That dude dick rides Elon when he says
Man, they
dumb
got
shit.
Galaxy
He
Quest
said,
for free,
"Well,
too?
how do you know that any
Yeah.
of this is real, Elon?" And Elon's like, "Well, it is because it is." He's like, "Wow." I'm like, "Dude, you're a dick rider. Like, you're no artist."
Full blown.
I
Pun
revoke your
intended.
comedic artistic card. Like, you are no longer that dude that like shitted on Mencia, Carlos Mencia years ago.
Yeah.
I want that dude. Pause.
Listen to this
Yeah,
shit.
bring that guy back.
Hilarious.
Very sus.
You like it, right? You like it, Seth, right?
Fucking
So
hell.
look at the ratio.
Yeah. Oh.
You know what Americans need? They need more suffering.
Yo, look at that. Look at that ratio.
That's
Do
funny.
you think I'm joking? Do you think I'm joking?
No. Play it.
Nice.
What? He got ratioed on that video?
Dude, listen to me. I heard him say his little
God, that fuck was an
pathology before.
idiot.
I'm not fucking surprised, but play it. I want to see how open this is. Play
What's his name? I can't even remember that dude's
Dan
name. Old
Crenshaw?
Captain Eye Patch.
Dan Crenshaw.
Yeah.
Captain Eye.
Alright, here we go.
Dan Crenshaw.
The Joe Rogan experience.
But that moment is
Captain
special because there's
Crenshaw?
value in suffering.
Captain
And in today's
Crenshaw.
society, we have convinced moment.
The Joe Rogan experience.
But that moment is special because there's value in suffering. And in today's society, we have convinced ourselves that there is no value in suffering, that the entire role of, say, government is to end your suffering. But this is a false promise. Not only is it a false promise, but it will create a weak society that is unable to sustain itself. That's a really important.
If you're not able to pinpoint how creepy that is, then we have a problem.
Yep.
Like what he just said.
Ghost.
Also
We
related to the
got a
topic,
problem.
He's talking about stimulus checks. That's creepy. Who is this dude? And the guy sitting across from him, the bald dumb fucker, can't fucking make that out. You know what he's gonna say?
It's the same argument
He's gonna
that
go-
like
he's gonna
welfare.
go,
It's like the
"Yeah."
welfare queen argument that he's giving.
This is a little darker because look at the times that we're in. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the argument.
Because there's fucking women that he's talking about the welfare queens and the fucking everyone else. It's like
oh yeah, absolutely. All right, let's
Will create a weak society that is unable to sustain itself. That's a really important point, and I think there's deep truth in that. This is why victimhood politics is so dangerous, and I would say populism is too. I think the two are almost indistinguishable from each other. People are always trying to talk about populism on the right and the left, and I say, look, well, here's what populism is. It's telling you what you feel. It's mirroring your feelings back to you. It's telling you what you want to hear as opposed to the truth. So that, I think that's a decent definition of populism. I don't like it. I don't like people embracing it. It doesn't just mean, hey, things that are good that people are for. Well, you know what? A lot of people are for $1,600 checks that are free. That doesn't mean it's a good policy.
Right.
That's a good example of
People
populism.
voted. If they voted and said, "Do you want $100,000 free a year?"
Totally.
Everybody would vote yes.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
But is it a sustainable policy? You know, of course
Right,
not.
of course not.
And the kind of amounts to the I think drastic lurches in welfare policy or infrastructure spending and all of these things that we're seeing. It's populism on steroids. It's telling you what you want to hear, and that's not truth. That's not truth, and we have to get back to truth, and we have to get away from this victimhood mentality where we actually.
This dude is a straight up devil worshiper. I'm not
He's
joking.
like neocon through and through. Like
I'm not joking.
I think he's a psychopath.
They take
Yeah.
religious, spiritual, whatever concepts, and they twist them into right-wing politics. They're devil worshippers, like legitimately.
No, they occupy your little movement or whatever ideology that you follow, and they manipulate and twist things.
Yeah.
And follow me. Pied Piper.
God put me here.
You know,
Jesus.
What? What?
fucking Super Striker's such a fuck, man.
Who said my? Did somebody say my name?
I don't even want to look.
No, he used the @everyone function, and then I said, Super Striker, stop using the @everyone function. And then he's like, bro, you just used the @everyone function to tell me not to use it. Like, fuck you, dude.
Go down.
Just trolling the fuck. He loves just trolling fucking the boom.
I don't hear you,
town
Dubster.
there.
Dubster, I can't hear you if you're talking. I'm muted, are you?
We gotta make in our rules section on our Discord a stipulation that fucking everything that Striker says is not endorsed by us, and that he's like
Who? Oh.
Super Striker.
Super Soaker?
Super Soaker, dude. I changed his name on my channel to Black Lives Matter Mike. And he was fucking. He didn't notice for a bit. Fuck, it's funny.
I love it.
Oh.
It's perfect.
All right, here we go.
Elevate this idea of being helpless. See, that's what's changed. That's what's changed in the last decade. It used to be that, well, you might feel some shame if you were the type to, you know what, I need some help. I feel bad about it. I'm going to get back on my feet, but I need some help right now.
Can you hear me now?
That used to be the sort of American
my man,
way,
Brian.
right? We need a...
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you. Can you hear me now?
Nipples in my butt.
Good.
I forgot how to set it up.
Brian, are you part of the MGTOW community as well?
What?
No, I just hate women because of the ones I keep dating.
At least you're
You hate
honest.
all
At
women?
least you're honest.
Ha ha
Yeah.
ha.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's funny.
Ha ha ha. No nookie for
Anna?
you. No nookie for
No
you.
That's funny as shit.
I instantly thought of the Chappelle shit.
What?
So
What?
I don't need you, honey.
Oh.
I beat my meat like it owes me money.
No way.
Get no pussy. Fuck it.
Fuck it. Bum, bum.
Alright, let's play this.
A safety net.
Yeah.
Nobody would disagree with that. We need a safety net. We need to help people who have truly fallen on hard times, who lost their jobs because of COVID. But does that also mean we need to provide a $1,400 check to somebody who never lost their job and whose biggest hardship has been Zoom meetings? Of course not. But over 100 million people were getting checks that never lost their jobs.
100 million?
Easily.
Through COVID?
It's way more. It's way more than that. I'm cutting it off at 100 million. So
Hold
I'll
on,
get fact
explain
checked.
that to me.
Rogan's such an idiot. He tries to push back, but he's such a fucking like weak sauce idiot. He, like that's his like that's his like melee attempt of like pushing back like he would against other people.
Oh yeah. Well,
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I don't even think other people. I just think certain ideas. That's a
Yeah.
Oh, you attack weed, MMA in any kind of way, he'll fucking like argue. But
He felt so bad about arguing with Crowder about weed that he brought him back on and made sure everything was glorious for Crowder.
that was horrible.
Free platform for Crowder.
With his own fact checker.
Yeah.
What do you think the next check will be?
I don't know.
Oh, I bet you he'll get fucking some deal with like the NFL or
None.
something.
Hopefully it's not crumbs. You know.
None.
$10,000 next check?
Should be whatever.
None.
Income tax.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying what should the next check that Biden or that anybody gives a stimulus check?
It's gonna be income
None.
tax.
Yeah.
That's your next stimulus check. Your income fucking tax. Fuck you, America.
I reckon we should just fucking pay people wages that they don't need this shit.
We're our
But yeah.
fucking society so fucking stupid that they can make robots to do like a lot of these fucking jobs, and we choose not to do it so that people are forced to work. It's the funniest thing ever. Who does
Makes
that?
no logical sense.
Psychopath.
Like aliens would come here and be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you people? Are you serious?"
Yep.
It's like we found like 8 different Einsteins because they didn't have to work at McDonald's. But you assholes force your Einsteins to go to work and shit. Oh my god. We're so stupid. Alright.
I agree.
Here's more Rogan.
I wish $10,000. I'll take it though, Brian.
Here's more Toe Rogan.
Well,
Blow Joe.
call your local
So,
representative and make them give you $10,000.
Fuck
They ain't
that.
gonna give me shit. Jason Kenny is a dick.
Let's play this.
To
People
anybody who
got
makes,
those checks that didn't lose their jobs?
of course.
What?
Yeah, if you, the cutoff was like $75K a year. So that
Wait
means
a minute.
that means every federal, well, not
So
every,
people
but a lot
that
of federal
didn't
workers
lose
getting it
any
too.
money because of the pandemic still got checks?
Yeah, these were never based on your situation.
What?
Yeah,
Really?
it's ridiculous.
I didn't know that. I
Yeah.
thought you had to lose
Why
your
is that
job.
ridiculous?
I thought
Yeah.
there was a problem.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
If your
so
staff is-
people who never lost a penny.
You
so
would
if you
have to
look at their
understand central
their
bank to
tax
know why it's ridiculous.
receipts, you look at their what they.
By the way, I believe the cutoff is $75,000 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah.
those people aren't rich anyways. So them not losing their job isn't like
Yeah. But couples is up to 150,000. You still both get a check.
yeah, that's combined. That's combined, right? That's 2 people trying to manage a household.
Yes.
And you have
You
kids
both
and
get
shit.
$1,400, so $2,800.
Yeah, that's not.
So like, what you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, how much is that really?
Yeah.
Crumbs.
How much money are the banks getting when they get bailed out, or the airlines and shit? Like, how come no one makes a big stink about that?
And then when they get a layoff, they'll lay people off, right? Let's not
Yeah.
talk about that.
I mean,
They won't keep.
you got to study central banking why this is actually bad that they're giving us any money.
But the central banks, they're just printing out money at this point, and they're making currency out of debt.
Yeah, but tell me why though, because money is literally like an imaginary concept. Like it's like a man-made thing. It's not tied to really anything.
Scarcity.
So I don't understand like what
Except for
them giving us.
It's actually not fake. It's a devaluation constantly. It will
Still
lead
gotta
to
use it to pay rent.
It will.
Yeah, I
it'll
get that,
accelerate-
but the government
it'll
could literally pay
accelerate what's
everybody's
called
rent.
hype.
You think he's going for the billions?
But it's going to crash the system, and there's going to be downtime in the.
You think he's going for billions? We need critical thinking.
Because
I got your video about it. I'll get
a
it.
hamburger will be $600.
But why does it have to be $600?
But not
why
even
couldn't the
that.
government just subsidize everything to make
It's called
less expensive?
It's called hyperinflation.
But not even that. What is most of our debt tied into? War. We're not getting the money either way. It's being spent.
Yeah,
on
that's
war.
actually the concept of like capital and stuff is rooted in war. Like the like currency and money was made to pay like mercenaries. It wasn't made for like bartering and trading. It was to pay like mercenaries or whatever. So I don't see money being necessarily like tied to society and like debt or anything. Like what happens if we don't pay China the debt? Nothing. If China doesn't fucking care and we all resolve it or whatever, like it's at the end of the day, it's all just like, you know, in our heads. It's all as fake as, you know, the judicial system.
It's just a power complex.
Once the hyperinflation kicks in, that's when the problem starts. You won't be able to afford food. You'll have to go get your own food out of the woods or out of the ground.
Is that because the people that are running that system are going to make it that way? Or is it inevitable that's going to happen?
It's inevitable. It's inevitable.
A power structure.
No, but then that's what you're saying. Then our monetary system is inevitable. That it is.
Yes, it will crash at a certain point. It will crash. By printing all this money, just speeds it up.
Maybe our current system, but there's nothing stopping the governments from subsidizing anything the same way that they subsidize the rich or whatever. Like they literally bailed out people trillions of dollars, and that didn't create hyperinflation.
Subsidies is part of what makes the hyperinflation.
That's right. We're still going.
But okay, Brian. But let me
Going
ask you,
strong.
if we already going off your logic, if we're already going to be in hyperinflation, do you agree that most of that money?
Hey, what's up?
You started breaking up, so I didn't hear that clearly.
Yeah, say the last part.
Most of our debt, we didn't even get the fruits of that labor. It was wasted on war and Wall Street speculation.
I agree. It's all a scam, and part of it is to fund wars and gold, steal the oil and all that stuff. But that's kind of irrelevant. Once the system collapses, what it becomes is you and I are fighting in the street over that fish we saw in the pond.
So, what is your solution to this?
Speed it up so we can get back to a point where we're really realizing the barter system. If we don't realize the barter system,
I like where this is going. I thought you.
There's inevitable chaos at the initial point of the crash, but then people look and say, "Hey, I don't want to kill my neighbor, so I'm gonna trade with my neighbor."
So you're advocating throwing away the monetary system in general.
Oh yeah, that's the only thing that kind of makes sense. And
I don't disagree.
What happens is it always.
Yeah, I thought you
starts
were
out-
like some gold standard absolutist,
No,
and you
no,
were like,
I'm beyond the gold standard. The Central Bank for America was made in 1913, but every country has always had one since China in 3000 BC.
Yeah. And that was to pay warlords and shit. Like the only reason that the banks and money
Well,
was made.
the current one stems directly from the Venetian banking system that turned into the went to the
Right, but
Netherlands and then to the
every
British central bank. But I'm just saying, like that one directly stems from that Venetian system that came after the fall of Rome.
since before this central bank for America, the Federal Reserve in 1913, on average, they collapse every 72 years. This is an extremely long run, which we can't fathom why. We're at 107 years on this one. It's the only exception in history to the 72-year rule.
Well, let me ask you this: have you heard of the concept of America not only recycling its own money but the whole world's money? Meaning, too big. If we fail, everybody else fails to an extent.
Yeah, but Russia and China and I think it's Iran, they've all come together and basically said we're done with the US dollar. So that changes the game. They're forcing out, they're forcing the change.
YellBRo
of it.
They're trying to
NFT,
break
what's
the
up?
petrodollar and bring Saudi Arabia too.
Yeah,
NFT.
At first, a couple of years ago, it was called the BRICS, BRICS: Brazil, Russia, Iran, China, and
No
Saudi
freaky
Arabia.
tournament?
India is now involved as well.
Venezuela.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, they're part of it in a way.
They tried to be. Till they got crushed.
Yo, Jordan.
US dollar. What? What?
This video that you're playing got downvoted, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No way.
You don't see that?
Oh, I didn't know. I wasn't looking at the screen or whatever. You know, I don't even see Joe Rogan's videos since he went on Spotify.
Yeah, I make sure I don't see his shit too.
Yeah, but sometimes I want to, and I'll look for the episode, and I can't even find it on YouTube. I'm like, what the fuck?
His main channel became a clip channel, basically. He takes clips from the Spotify shit.
Yeah, so dumb.
Wait till you see the end of this.
I want to hear
This the Spotify ad that he does at the end.
Let's hear it.
Thanks for watching the Joe Rogan podcast. He's doing like the voice thing that he was so pissed off about before.
Remember this guy from Fear Factor?
What happened? He died.
All right, let's get this shit over with. Let's get this Rogan horse shit over with. Here we go.
Made in 2019
Right.
versus 2020.
Correct.
If they didn't lose any money.
Yeah, no, it's based on your just your income. So I think 75K a year was the cutoff. But also, if you're a married couple, 150K, and if you have kids, then it's even more. So you've got like I've got like a lot of active duty military friends who are getting thousands of dollars because they have kids but it's like why and they're like why am I getting this is such a waste of taxpayer money. You know what I mean? Do your duty and go spend it on a local business that's been suffering.
The money was allocated to people that lost money because of the pandemic.
No, because we already have a system for that. It's unemployment insurance. Our system works fine for that. And this was always my thing. It's like, look, I'm in favor of temporarily.
Yeah, James was just saying that
to those
about
who are unemployed on
making a
unemployment
new
insurance.
currency.
Usually state-run unemployment insurance
Mickey?
runs at it's at a formula that would
just
make
being
sure
drawn
that
up.
you're not making more than you would have if you were already employed, because you don't want to have a disincentive to go back to work.
Right.
What we did in the initial stages of the pandemic was increase that to an extra $600 a week if you're unemployed. I'm okay with that for a few weeks during hard times. The problem is Democrats want to keep it forever. And now every business I talk to is like, I can't hire people. I have so many job openings right now, can't hire anybody. Because we still have it. It's $300 a week, but we still have it. It means people are getting paid to stay home. There's a distance. They're making a purely rational financial decision.
Welfare
But again, that's one
queen.
conversation. That's at least a debate
go,
to be had.
girl.
You know,
Okay.
during
Get that welfare check.
the direct cash payments. That's nuts.
Lazy.
That's nuts.
What are the direct cash payments?
That's the free money. That's the free.
money.
That's the free money.
So this is the people that, even though they still make the same amount they made in 2019,
Dude, people that
2020,
mooch
they get
off
big
the
checks
system
for no
still
reason.
want to fucking do shit,
100%.
man. It's like nobody wants
That
to
seems
sit
crazy.
around all fucking day, man. It's fucking ain't fun, man. I got a month off work, literally going insane. You think it would be the greatest thing in the world, but it's like once you got like 2 weeks off, it's like what then what?
Well, yeah.
It's like you gotta have resources and like money to do all the fun shit that you want to do or whatever. And it's like if not, you're just sitting around or whatever.
I view that as productive. I don't know about any, like for some reason we place this label on money as being the arbiter of what is productive and what isn't. And it's like,
well,
yeah,
when
then
you
you
get-
gotta be like making a commodity like at all times.
yeah.
It's like, make your quota, you little bitch.
But when it
It's like-
sucks to work when you're like struggling.
Part of my
When you're getting taken care of, you're more likely to work. I know that's how I feel. I hate my jobs when I'm like really struggling and I don't feel like I'm being paid enough. It sucks. And there are certain times where I'm like, fuck it. I feel like it's just smarter for me to stay home. I got to pay for gas. I got to pay for this. I got to pay for that just to get to work. And then I don't get taken care of at work. It's like, fuck, I might as well stay home. But if I get taken care of at work, I'm more likely to go to work.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
I just hate working under stress. Like, oh God, I'm struggling. And I have a headache already, and I haven't even gotten to work yet.
The place I'm working at, everything, all the equipment's just bagged to shit, and everything's nobody gives a fuck because nobody gets paid anything fucking decent wages and shit, and like they know it's a joke, so they just don't give a fuck. And then everyone's wondering why everything's busted up and shit.
And that's when you get high turnover. Nobody gives a fuck.
Oh yeah, lots of people fucking quitting my job.
Exactly.
It's
So it's
funny.
like when you get like, when you have like a kind of a safety net or you're going to get paid well, it was easy for me to work extra hours. It was like, I know I'm going to get paid well, so yeah, I'll do the work. But if I'm getting shat on every fucking day and I have to pay all this shit to like, just to even get to work, because there's an economy of work. That's what I say. There's an economy of work. You have to pay money to get into work. If you have kids, you got to pay for the babysitter. You got to pay for, the child care stuff. You got to pay for all this stuff. But when you are getting paid shit, sometimes I would say it's cheaper for me to stay my ass home. I'm spending so much money on gas. I'm paying so much money on gas getting to and from work. That shit is, now I don't have money for groceries. Shit. It's like, what the hell? It's like, I might as well just stay the fuck home. I don't want to come into work today. I got a bill to pay tomorrow. I don't want to waste my gas money to go in there to get nothing. Just pay my, bill. Just stay home and pay my bill. Make up an excuse not to come into work.
God damn. Oh, I miss those days when you could say, oh, I'm fucking sick. Now you gotta fucking give them a COVID fucking letter. Signed by the doctor. Suck my dick, employers. Fucking
Isn't that literally
guzzle
like
the
third grade shit? Where you gotta get a letter or something to miss school or whatever, some bullshit like that. So
But I love it.
we're your children.
Yeah, literally treating you like a child at that point.
And I hate it. I love it. I love it when they say things like, how has COVID affected you? I don't have COVID, but fuck, I can't do anything right now. I can't even leave the house without putting on a mask. Everything is shut down. Of course this is affecting me. I don't have to have COVID for this shit to affect me. Well, you need a doctor's letter to say you have COVID so we can tell you don't have to pay this bill. Doctor's letter. Oh my God. How are you affected by COVID? How am I not
So many
affected by
people
COVID?
just fucking
Beyond my time.
like I've known people that get the test and I'm like, I don't even know if they even had COVID because the way the fucking testing is and shit. And it's like a guy got sick with COVID and they were all sharing like vaporizers and I was like working around this guy and I didn't get sick.
Ew.
And he fucking he said he didn't even really get sick or whatever. It was just he tested. Yeah. So he had to quarantine for like 2 weeks, and he got paid time off or whatever. And it was just like, dude, what the fuck?
Hinkle had COVID. So he said.
Oh, he became a character.
Jackson
Hinkle.
Dinkle. Mr. Hinkle. Such a funny last name. Especially when you say that, Mr. Hinkle.
Is that Dutch? Is that Dutch? It sounds Dutch. I'm assuming
Hinkle?
it's Dutch. Hinkle.
Yeah, Hinkle, yeah.
They got Aaron watching the game.
My boy YellBRo.
Here, I linked
Sorry, important business.
the best video. I linked the best video to explain how central banking is screwing everyone and how it's an entire scam in the chat.
What did Allie say? She says, this shit, I work in HR. Oh, this is my shit, I work in HR. Oh! Yeah, so I'm bitching
Can't
about
quite
work.
gyrate
This
like
is all the
Michael's.
shit I should be taking up with Allie in HR.
Do you agree with my statement? What statement? This is my shit. I work in HR. Well, they're taking over your shit now, huh?
Allie's statement is...
Oh, have you heard this shit before, Allie? The fucking this
Work will
Rogan
take care
Crenshaw
of
shit?
you.
Bro, that shit blows my mind. Pause. People don't know enough about suffering, so we can't help them. Are you serious? It's like a real guru or whatever would look at that and be like, "Well, we suffer anyways. Why not have the kids be fed and shit?" The freak, bro. But whatever.
Yeah, that's the thing is that it's like the guy saying that we can't get these checks because we need to suffer or whatever. And it's like there isn't already enough suffering without fucking worrying about paying your bills and shit. It's like just the human experience is like suffering in its own. It's like, but there's different types of suffering. There's like inflicted suffering and then just like inevitable life suffering.
Are you asking if
that
I'm
you gotta work through.
I don't know who that is. Heatlar? What's up, man? I thought that was,
Is it one of my alt accounts? Yo, Heatlar, what's up?
Oh, you know everybody, don't you?
Yeah, Heatlar. Motherfucker.
Oh, you heard this one? Alright, let's finish this shit, because I want to get to the fucking Spotify ad at the end. It's fucking hilarious to me.
And that's
If you didn't lose your
if you do the
job-
math, that's well over 100 million people.
And they just got it. They didn't ask for it. They just received it. So it's not something they're guilty of.
Yeah.
They just received it.
But it gets to the cultural argument that we're talking about. No, there was no backlash for this. Even on the right, I remember, and I was a little frustrated with the president or the ex-president, Donald Trump.
On the right,
the president I voted for. That he was pushing for those $2,000 cash payments.
But don't you think that he was doing that politically? And I didn't vote for him.
That's the point.
But don't you think
that's the point?
That's political.
That's exactly the point. There's an incentive now to pay people off with their own money, and it's not good.
Yeah, but it wasn't. Don't you think that he was in a desperation situation where he just wanted to get reelected?
Just dick riding Trump to
This was in December. He'd already lost.
Oh, it's a free grift.
Oh, so in
free
December
grift.
after he lost, he's.
All right. Were you there, Prop, when we were watching the QAnon documentary on HBO?
Yeah.
Dude, my channel got flagged for bullying by making fun of the QAnon guys. Meanwhile, these guys are spreading all this fucking horseshit around, and they have hundreds of thousands.
God forbid.
Dude, they were bullying, like the way they presented like the guy in the wheelchair and shit, and like, yeah, I don't know, it's super weird.
That documentary series is a
Hello, Steve.
Hey there.
Steve comes in for the perfect time.
I know.
Wonderful example of narrative management and how to construct a narrative and then get it out there. Because there's maybe
15 to 20% accuracy in that entire fucking thing. We're on episode. We started watching the 5th episode tonight.
Oh fuck!
Glory and I got pulled into Anonymous Fights Back, and our 1 to 1.5 hour stream ended up being like a 2.5 hour or 3 hour stream that started an hour late. But at any rate, we're gonna watch the 5th and probably 6th episodes. If the 6th one comes out this weekend, we get to watch it all together because the whole fucking Slow News Day crew is gonna be in LA.
Ooh,
Let's do it. Let's do it.
There's more than one thing to that QN and HBO show.
Yeah, we got.
It's
a 6-episode docu.
I only saw the first one about Ron Watkins.
That's the guy in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
No.
Ron Watkins is in charge of 8chan. But I've been following.
Oh,
Q
he's his
since
buddy
the
there.
beginning.
Yeah.
It was totally inaccurate that HBO special.
Yeah.
Oh, it's HBO though. We know this.
It's supposed to see the narrative. It's not supposed to tell you what happened or who Q was or any of that shit. I did just bring up Thomas Schoenberger right before we left, so I'll be really interested to see where they go with Schoenberger.
Okay. Yeah, HBO is notorious for this horseshit. Have you ever seen the Jihad John fucking documentary they did? Oh my god.
Yeah.
That shit, it spooks
It already
me out.
sounds terrible. Like the title alone.
My stomach starts hurting watching their documentaries.
That guy they had that covered the first part where he said Pizzagate was debunked, saying the Comet Pizza place
There is
doesn't
no
have
basement.
a basement.
Yeah.
There's a basement. There's a grunge band that was.
Yeah, dude. I was like,
And
I
the
could have
cops are
swore there
there.
was a basement. That guy's like, he's like, we all have preferences. It's like, dude, get out of here with that shit. they didn't even play that. Like, they skipped over so much shit. The whole there was some meat to the whole Pizzagate shit. Got definitely taken out of
Pizzagate was the distraction for Pedogate.
Yeah. But the
Like,
whole pizza terminology was like actual thing or whatever. Like the Ben Swanson or whatever was like doing like the route.
Yeah.
That's stuff that comes out of WikiLeaks.
Well, and it was like an FBI.
I'm not trying to argue like the code, the coded language or any of that shit. I'm just saying that like
The
way
hashtag
that
or
they-
whatever.
Yeah, the way that they turned it into Pizzagate.
Oh yeah.
That was the quick look over here. We don't want you to really think about what you just read.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the main focus about the WikiLeaks documents, when it was like that was like intriguing, but it was like they literally admitted working with ISIS and shit in those emails and like way worse shit.
It was a
maybe not way
conspiracy
worse, but like
honeypot.
Many things.
It was conspiracy honeypot. Let's be real about this. It was like, come look over, it's sweet over here, nice and juicy conspiracy that everyone can jump on, and then we can quote unquote debunk later, and then call you all crazy for bringing up WikiLeaks emails. That's what it looked like to me. Honey dicking. There we go.
It's crazy to look back at all that shit, like Ben Swanson or whatever, like getting fired from I forget what network he worked
Ben
for, like
Swan?
mainstream shit,
Ben Swan?
just for like talking about it.
Yeah, he means Ben Swan.
Yeah. Yeah, I said Swanson. Slammy, Slippy, Slammy, Samsonite.
Alright, let's finish this goddamn video up. Here we go.
Still, but he didn't think he lost. He thought he was still
a different conversation. I don't know if you
That's
want to
a
get into
different.
it.
It's a good conversation. He thought he was going to somehow or another get reinstated.
I don't know if he ever truly believed that, but
he was pushing for it.
But yeah, it just on the victimhood side, this is the demise of the republic. When people are comfortable with being bought off with their own tax dollars, and being comfortable, and more than that, comfortable with being told that they're victimized and that some other group
is responsible for that victimization.
Right. So
This
it's
is
not.
If you complain about getting crumbs for your stimulus check, you're just an SJW crying about victimhood. That's essentially what this guy's saying.
Yeah.
That's basically what he's saying.
Captain Grimshaw.
Oh, go dye your hair blue, you little SJW. Crying about, food and water and stuff. Get destroyed by the right. Ooh. All right.
Just that they're in a bad situation. They're in a bad situation because someone did it to you.
And maybe it's the 1%. Maybe it's
Right.
those mean corporate giants, and now those corporate giants are trying to get all woke and get on the Democrats' good side, like they always do.
Yeah.
Because they want to maintain their
It's
little
just
piece
the
of the pie.
Democrats. That's where it gets tricky, right? Where they manipulate the narrative. And
dirty Democrats.
They realize where people's heads are at, so they try to jump on board. Catch new episodes of the Joe Rogan
Communist
Experience for free,
Democrats.
only on Spotify.
The problem with
Watch
this
back
country is that
catalog
everybody's
JRE
running
videos on
around blaming
Spotify.
everybody. And here's the problem with the fucking Democrats. It's all their goddamn fault.
Yeah, dude.
Listen to that shit, bro. He turned in the radio voice guy, the guy he said you would make fun of all the time.
Yeah.
The radio voice guy. It's hilarious. It's brilliant.
They try
It's
to
that-
jump on board. Catch new episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience for free, only on Spotify. Watch back catalog JRE videos on
Dude,
Spotify,
it's Jimmy Kimmel.
including clips. Easily, seamlessly switch
Yeah,
between
dude.
video and audio experience. On Spotify, you can listen to the JRE in the background while using other apps and can
He's
download
officially TV
episodes
on the
to
internet
save
guy
on
or
data
whatever you
costs,
call it, Steve.
all for free.
Oh, cable
Spotify
news on
is
the internet
absolutely
guy.
free. You don't have to have a premium account.
We
to
can't.
wa-
We changed that nickname now. We retired it, and he's no longer cable news on the internet guy. He's Janky Eunuch.
I like that, Janky.
Dude, I'll just use that for like so many people now. Cable news on the internet guy, like Tim Pool. That's like perfect for fucking him.
It's fucking accurate.
Yeah.
And look, man, that's all they're doing. They're doing cable news on YouTube so that they can sucker an entire new generation of people into establishment narratives and CIA and national security talking points and fucking a whole new crop of fucking believers.
I don't think anybody's done it, but I guarantee like Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, all these people are literally funded by the same people Fox News and all these other outlets that people think they're getting away from are.
Like the Koch brothers and shit.
Essentially.
Ben Shapiro's his publication or whatever his thing that he started is funded by like some oil fracking company in Texas, associated
Some
with
Israeli lobbyists as well, I'm guessing.
yeah. Just they're all funded by neocons and shit.
What do you guys know about Lyndon LaRouche and the LaRouche Institute?
I've heard
Schiller
that.
Institute.
I've heard that name.
Quite a bit.
Conspiracy.
Yeah, I
but
heard.
not. I don't know too much.
I don't really know if LaRouche was like real or not, but a lot of the stuff that he talked about were it seemed like it was coming from like a human place.
Is he a
when he was
JFK
talking
guy?
about symptoms.
Did he do like JFK shit? Or am I tripping?
Now he ran for president a bunch of times.
I'm completely lost.
Yeah.
LaRouche.
He's been to prison before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually don't know a lot about the guy.
Dude, Wikipedia says he's a convicted fraudster and a cult leader who funded LaRouche movement. It is a man's organization, the National Caucus of Labor Committees. But fuck Wikipedia. Who knows?
Andrew, my partner over at Action for Assange, like met some Schiller Institute people last year, and they absolutely love him. Thinks he fell off the Christmas tree or some shit, and they keep showing up at our events, and they keep trying to get me to do these like 8-hour conferences with them.
Oh,
and I'm like, I don't have the fucking time for that. I'm not sure if I want to put my name on.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, well,
that
if
fucking Wikipedia is calling them whatever I just said, then yeah, I'm sure the Twitter
I mean,
crowd would fucking have a heyday with that.
They're based off Germany now. His wife is still alive.
Yeah.
Helga or whatever her name is.
Did-
She's
Helga?
They're really involved in like the Chinese the Belt and Road Initiative. Yeah.
They really believe in this like pan global governance thing.
No, yeah, multipolar world. Yes.
Bro, I'm dead.
And one of their, I can't remember what his name is. I have a card lying around here somewhere. But anyway, like it was like 9:30 this morning, and my fucking phone rings, and it's a Northern Virginia area code, and I'm like, oh shit. Do I answer it? You know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, and I know a few people whose numbers I don't have plugged in as names in here from that area. Anyway, pick it up. It's a guy from the LaRouche Institute, and he proceeds to talk my fucking ear off for like the next 50 solid minutes.
This LaRouche guy?
Yeah. And he was calling because Andrew had given him my number. So that I could tell him about the LA events, because of course there's a Schiller Institute person in LA.
Okay.
Like a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
Like keep knocking on
Yeah. Like Scientology, but like less popular. You know?
You should check out his fucking Wikipedia. It's like he has a whole controversy section where it's like fucking riddled full of shit.
Familiar, but I haven't.
Well, they've also, I mean, they've smeared him like coming from like a neocon perspective because he wasn't like that.
Yeah, it says allegations of anti-Semitism, allegations of
That's always where they
racism.
go.
Is there a LaRouche Pack like channel on YouTube? 'Cause I could have swore I seen
Probably.
something like that, and they had.
There is.
I know there's a Schiller Institute channel.
Okay.
I think the Schiller Institute is now different. They don't associate with the LaRouche Pack anymore. After Lyndon LaRouche died, I think they don't associate with that. Right?
All of the LaRouche stuff comes out of the Schiller Institute.
But I'm saying that the LaRouche Pack or whatever, I think they're a little bit different now. I remember like them saying that they went their separate ways. Just
They
with that
had
particular pack. But
They had Bill Binney on. I remember that. I don't know if it's the same thing you guys are talking about, but
yeah,
LaRouche Pack or whatever.
they've been around for a long time. Like he was like around in the 70s, the 80s. He's been writing about shit like forever.
Since the 60s.
Mm-hmm. And he ran for president like a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, like a lot. He was always on the
He
ticket.
sued NBC in 1984.
I don't know. Let's play.
Did he
play this
win?
video.
Did he win?
I don't know, or maybe they sued him. Hold on.
While you're looking that up, let's play this video. Here we
Oh,
go.
they aired a
Damn
segment
it, prop.
of him
Sorry.
or whatever. Sorry.
All right, let's play this video. Does Eric Weinstein or Stein, whatever, actually do anything? Here we go.
What does that even mean?
So like he
Does anyone have to ask credentials anymore? Does anybody know if any? Everyone goes, Eric Weinstein's a genie. Does anyone know why? What is there anything they've done? No, truly, because all they do is talk. Is there anything they've built? Is there one appliance that they have anything to do with? Have they come up with something even like the Rotato, which peels and slices a potato as you could? Like, is there one thing any of them have done except whack off Elon Musk and talk? I'm literally asking, and I love them all. And I don't, but I do. But whatever. They're funny. But I mean, can I ask? Because I always shit on Gary Vee. And then you got these people that are all geniuses. And we're not and you can't find a thing they do. What is their job? What is any of their jobs?
to do research.
Into what? Why and who? Where? Where's the what? They all do research all day, but they're all on Clubhouse for 9 hours. What are they researching? They're just talking about trans people. They're all supposedly tech geniuses who's talking about who has a cock. I know, I'm dead serious. I think the non-binary thing's is wacky too. I'm not a fan of women getting beaten up by men in sport, but it's like these are the best minds of our time, and all they're talking about is if somebody's tucking a D. This is all they talk about. Weinstein and Heather Heyer, they talk about trans people for 9 hours. They just sit in a room with cats running around, and Heather Heyer, I mean, a voice that deep to talk about gender all day. God love you. She's like, the biological realities of the trend. My name is Heather Heyer. My name is Heather Heyer. What the fuck's going on? These are all you can't ask if what anyone's done.
Oh, gee.
I fucking love Tim Dillon.
Why, thank you. Thank you, we need critical thinking.
Sorry.
The national debt for dummies? National dentures for dummies. He's shining. Alright. Speed it up a little bit. Something tells me this guy talks fast, but...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Alright, here we go.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Tuesday, June 23rd. How's it going? Yeah, how's it going? Yesterday, New York City opened up in phase 2. We had outdoor dining at restaurants. It was pretty nice. Walking around my neighborhood, seeing all the restaurants and the activity. I got a haircut, but I didn't go to the barber. This is a homemade job with the old clippers. Yeah. All right, let's talk about what's going on. So, kind of a quiet day. NASDAQ made a new high. Not much to report on the data front. Everything's still kind of like what I've been telling you about. Last night, we had some whipsaw action. What's his name? Peter Navarro came out last night around 10 p.m. Eastern time, and he said the China deal is off. No China trade deal. The market dropped 400 points. Dow futures down 400 points. And I thought to myself, oh boy, that's going to pop right back up. And sure enough, today we rallied. But we gave up, a portion of the gains at the close.
We did.
I still say, kind of like us. The jury is out on this situation. We have rising coronavirus cases in Florida and Arizona. Arizona's a big hotspot now. And I'm not talking about the weather. Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina. New York actually has the fewest number of new cases. So we were the top, and now that we're like really at the bottom now. So that's been a great achievement here. Let's hope it sticks. Some of you may know that Stephanie Kelton, economist, MMT economist, is out with a new book called The Deficit Myth. It's getting a lot of attention, mostly positive reviews. I came across one blog today, which I thought had some pretty good commentary on some of the ideas that Kelton expresses. For example, on the national debt, this blog wrote it as follows. And I think this is really clever.
That Lex Friedman.
What do you call the dollars left in the economy that are not taken away in taxes? There's two answers. Answer number one.
Robot guy.
Those are the dollar assets of the population. Answer number two. It's the national debt. Both of those answers are correct. So the dollars that are left in the economy, not paid in taxes, in other words, the dollars in our pockets, in our bank accounts, etc., that comprises the financial assets of the population and also, or the dollar-denominated financial assets of the population, and that's also the national debt. They're the same. They're one and the same. They're one and the same. So when you understand it that way, and I've said it so many times, there is no debt. The government spends more than it takes away in taxes. That surplus of dollars, right? If it spends more than it takes away in taxes, that surplus in dollars is what we own, not what we owe. And the only way for the government to reduce the debt or eliminate the debt, as so many people want, the government would have to take back that money that we own. Now, when you think about it, it's completely ridiculous. Now, here's another analogy.
Real quick. He sounds like he's saying something similar to what, what's his name, Steve Grumbine or something like that?
He's explaining MMT kind of.
He's like the MMT.
Wait, he's citing Stephanie Kelton. She's the leading MMT economist.
Okay.
In the U.S. at any rate.
Well, that's not right at all what he's saying, but okay.
Okay. All right, let's play more then.
Your bank account is an asset to you. It is a liability to the bank. Suppose you went to the bank and said, hey, I want you to reduce your liability. The bank would have to take the money back from your checking account. Now, that's ridiculous. Nobody would do that. Can you imagine, thousands of depositors, thousands of banking customers going to the bank and say, hey, we're not happy with your liabilities. You have to eliminate them or reduce them. The only way the bank could do that is by taking away your checking account, taking away the money in there. It's a liability to the bank. It's an asset to you. Same thing for the government. It's a liability to the government. In what form is it a liability? It says right on the dollar bill that this is acceptable for pay.
What happened?
Talking about liability. I just making fun of his accent.
I could barely hear you. Sorry. All right, there you go.
Payment of all debts, public and private. It's the public part of that that's important. The government promises, the promise it makes is that it will accept its own money for the payment of taxes. So, all the money left in the economy that is not paid in taxes is the financial assets of the population, and it's also the national debt. They're one and the same. Those are just dollars outstanding that have not been paid in taxes, and they may never be. They may never be. And the only way for the government to reduce its debt is for the government to take back that money. And if you think about it, it's ridiculous to be going out there saying, we want the government to reduce its debt, because basically you're saying, we want the government to take away our dollars. How does that leave anyone in a better position? It doesn't. It simply doesn't. It impoverishes the population, or it reduces the wealth of the population by a dramatic amount. By what, 25 trillion now? If the government were to reduce its debt...
You go to sleep, Les Bones.
So-called debt, right? Hey. Have to take 25 trillion away from the non-government, from the population. Take 25 trillion away. That's like a whole entire year of GDP. Take it away. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous concept. And what's more ridiculous is that people are running around talking about it. That's what they want. It comes out of sheer ignorance. Pure ignorance, that they don't know what they're talking about. It's the same thing as if you went to your bank and say, take away my checking account because you have too many liabilities. Your checking account is your asset, it's the bank's liability. That's like you saying to the bank, hey, I don't like your liabilities, they're too high. It's going to be a burden to some future depositor.
I'm so lost with it.
And that depositor's kids and grandkids. You got to reduce your liabilities. You see what I mean? And so the bank, all right, your checking account is closed, zero balance. That wipes out our liability, at least for your checking account, but it has to do it for everybody. It has to do it for all the checking accounts. Zero balance for all the checking accounts, bank's liability just went away. That's what you want? That's what people want? I mean, think about it. It's retarded. It's completely retarded. It's so ignorant.
Retarded.
I mean, it's like some crazy, myth, some primitive belief from some backward tribe in the jungle somewhere, thinking who knows what. That's exactly what it is.
Thinking who knows.
And that's what people want.
Who knows what?
On another note, let's talk markets a little bit now. In today's API oil inventory release just a short time ago, another build in crude inventories. That's the third week in a row. Now, we're supposed to be in this rebounding economy. First of all, crude inventories are at an all-time record high, and we just added to that in this recent week, at least according to the APIs. Third week in a row of increase. And by the way, that comes as we have seen a huge cut in domestic oil production, down 2.6 million barrels a day since February. That's huge, all right? That's like a 20% reduction in oil production since February.
Freak you, Les Bones.
In 4 months, 20% cut, a 20% cut. And
You're acting like a Les Bones rather than a More Bones. That's all I'm hearing.
So, why are we seeing inventories build and imports are still really low? You would think an economic rebound would result in some draw in those inventories, particularly since domestic production has fallen so much. In that same report, gasoline inventories were down a little tiny bit, less than 1 million barrels like fractional, I think it was like something like 600,000 barrels or something like that. Distillate was down, but that was like the first week it was down in a long, long time. That's just been building straight up. I mean, it kept on building and building and building. And really the only reason I think why distillate was down was because in that last EIA report last week, we saw a big drop in distillate production. So what's going on? Well, we're going to see the numbers tomorrow. I mean, petroleum demand and the petroleum markets, I think, are a good barometer of what's going on with the economy. Remember, I said last week we saw a decrease in gasoline demand at a time when more things are opening up. So what is going on? What is going on? Now, again, I might be jumping the gun. I might be looking at these things, and the boom is about to hit because things are starting to open up. Look, I started off by saying New York City was open. People were out. So the boom may be about to hit. But the market's overbought, folks.
This didn't age
All right,
well.
go to my website, pitbulleconomics.com. Sign up for a 30-day free.
That's Dylan Radigan's coke dealer.
What did Brian say about him?
Things are about to open up. This was January 23rd, 2020.
Joe,
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, economics I get lost. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I could.
I've never heard.
I agree with MMT's analysis about the like debt not being like fixed to any like commodity, and some of their analysis. But I think that they focus too much on working within the system instead of realizing that, like, running with their original idea that like money is all man-made and it's all the system is what we make it or whatever. Like people work like this weird shit up in their head about like the economy and like what it is and what it represents when it doesn't really, when it only represents like the resources we have and the labor that people are willing to work. That's all that matters.
He just presented a opposing view to anything I've ever seen. I've seen like the other way of explaining how money's made.
So the way that money's made now, since we went off the gold standard in '72, and we have free floating fiat currency that isn't, like Jordan was just saying, tied to any commodity, is that when we want more money, Congress puts together an appropriations bill, they vote on it, the president signs it, it gets kicked over to the Fed, somebody at a fucking laptop or desktop types in a series of fucking keystrokes, hits enter, and money goes to Federal Reserve banks, which is then like siphoned from there on. But that's the U.S. dollar creation at this point.
That was the way it was done since 1913, though. It was just the change of it being backed by gold.
Right.
Now it's backed strictly by faith instead of faith in gold or whatever.
It's sort of based on the so sort of on oil. Not exactly, but sort of.
But no, it's that's one of the mechanisms of leverage. But what it's essentially based on is the fact that we have 1,000 military bases around the world and all the nukes, and our friends have like most of the rest of the nukes. But the petrodollar, like that whole thing and that whole zeitgeist shit and all that, I mean, there's some truth to it, but it certainly isn't. It's not just it's not just oil. Like,
yeah, like data at this point is selling pretty good.
Yeah. We also have a pretty good market share on human trafficking, which is the largest income generating industry on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! America.
Of course it is. Of course, something that gross is the number one fucking thing. I'm not surprised either. It's like, but fuck though. Fuck that shit. And
But it's crazy, man. People don't ever talk about currency. I talked to my brother about MMT, and it just like blew his mind, and it took him like months to like think about. And then finally, kind of like, realized that. I think he dug deeper into it and researched on his own. But it's like, I don't know. They have like a solid argument. I just don't like their politics or whatever.
There is an opposing view to his explanation right there on the printing, like the amount of dollars in circulation is the debt.
Mhm.
There's an opposing view to that explanation he gave.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's the thing that if you're talking about it at a state level, then the opposing view is correct. Because at the state level, the person who issued the currency isn't the person receiving the currency. At
Yeah,
the
they have
federal
the
level,
constraint.
the federal level, the U.S. government is the sole issuer of its own currency.
And that's why you see the federal government fund military shit like crazy, but then the fucking, municipalities around the country are fucking fucked.
Well, there's also the hidden liability of like there's 400 trillion in hidden liabilities. He's saying we only have 28 trillion in our national debt right now, but there's 400 trillion behind that 28 trillion that we
Where?
owe beyond that. It's called hidden liabilities. You can look at on the US debt clock.
But I mean, what's it?
But what's stopping us from just printing that money and paying the people off?
Well, right now, each one of us owes the U.S. Central Bank $85,000 a person, and that's not accounted.
Fuck out of here, bro. Fuck out of here.
Look at the debt clock. They keep account
Yeah,
of it.
in their stupid fucking whatever.
Yeah, in their imaginations.
Can't get blood from a turnip.
But if it's based on just the people working, it's 244,000. But if you break it down to every single American citizen, it's 85,000.
But don't you find it dangerous thinking in that way? That because that's all a man-made system, and it's like, at the end of the day, it's all bullshit.
That's where the hidden liability comes in, and the Social Security money, because nobody's earning it, they're not producing anything anymore, but they're still getting paid. That ties into it.
Yeah, but I'm confused. What making on this planet? Why producing things other than what we need to eat and take care of ourselves? What that has to do with
because they leveraged it. They're beyond the 28 trillion that they tell us is the national debt.
You're saying in the system that they make or whatever, but it's I just don't see that.
It's really at 400 trillion. They only tell us it's 28 trillion, but if you look at the U.S. debt clock, it's there. It's 400
See,
trillion.
I think personally,
hidden liabilities.
Fiat means to be to believe, right? So it's to me, if enough people believe in my way, that it's fuck these, debt is a man-made construct. It's not it's invisible. It's not real. So if enough people just say fuck the IMF, fuck the system, they kind of lose their power.
And that's been my
exactly.
That's been my dumb guy logic.
That's the point of why you should learn about it, because it's a scam.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Fair enough.
You were talking about within their system, but yeah, I find it fucked when people talk about the debt and we got to pay the national debt and my GDP and blah blah blah. It's dude, you sound psycho.
Reagan lowered the debt.
So my point for that video is he explained it in a way to sell you to be comfortable with the system. He was promoting the system, not telling you the truth about the system. He was telling it to you to believe in it.
Yeah, like stay in the game and you can rig it.
So that you can become inspired to think about what you can do with fiat currency, because that's essentially the point of Kelton's book. What the MMT, like the MMT scholars, the MMT intellectuals, what
the
what
Jesuits.
what they're pushing is like I don't know, like a reimagined capitalism kind
Yeah.
of thing. Like they're all hardcore capitalists, all of them to the bone. There was one dude several years back who wrote a really extensive article about MMT and socialism, but all of it relies on a massive central finance institution. And that's a huge red flag for me. Like, because they're the MMT, scholars
check.
are talking about like complete federalization of finance, even at the local level and shit.
Yeah.
It's basically like the Great Reset. They want.
But I feel like
social
they have like a state. They have a state and like private partner, a private public partnership kind of thing going.
No, I mean it's a little bit more, I guess, communistic than that, because it would be.
But I feel like they're using the state to embolden these private corporations to like give us more windmills or whatever else.
Oh, sure. Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, instead of it being like an actual like public thing where it's like publicly funded roads where the government hires people or whatever. Like they'd just be like, yeah, I don't know.
It's kind of split. There's some of them that wanted it to go along with federal jobs guarantee. But all of it is fucking like you're still working within these massive centralized authoritarian structures.
He labeled his video correctly, called National Debt for Dummies, because he was calling whoever listens to him a dummy.
Well, that's just bitter.
I mean, that's what he did right there. If you listen to it and you know what the fractional reserve banking, the 9/10 rule is, you would understand what like the truth behind the thing is. He is a guardian. He's a guardian of the system,
right? We did all just agree that this is a faith-based economy and that the money itself is essentially imaginary. Yeah.
I just find it. I've never seen it put the way he put it. And you're saying this comes from MMT?
Yeah. Yeah, there's like a hour-long presentation that Kelton did several years ago called like the Angry Birds Economy.
I linked above Mike Maloney's video in the chat. It's 30 minutes, but if you want to see how the Federal Reserve really works, he explains it the best I've
I think like it was the dude that made MMT is Warren Mosler, and he worked in the Federal Reserve and wrote the theory while working in there or whatever. But I don't know. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Like what in that Angry Birds thing, she makes a lot of good points in it, like about like just paradoxes within the system when people say like pay off the debt and stuff like that. She brings up like the paradox of thrift in that thing, that like if everybody paid off the debt, then it would like
break the nation.
It would like create like a I can't remember the fucking theory or whatever it is. Let me look it up. Paradox of thrift.
I've heard the logic of everyone taking their money out of the bank, like all at the same time. They wouldn't actually have like cash around to do that, which means it's all digital and it's like not actually there. There's no physical thing there.
They-
Yeah, make believe shit. And I just run with that dumb guy logic.
It would like create like a.
Hello, there I am.
Fuck is that?
Well, the 9/10
Anna?
rule is every dollar that's created, they loan out not 9/10 of it, so 90 cents for every dollar. So we could never actually pay back the debt. There's not enough money in the system to pay back the debt.
Okay. And it's all from this overprinting and that shit, right?
Right. And the 9/10 rule is called fractional reserve banking. And that makes it like it starts out if I print $1, that means I actually printed $9. It's insane.
Yeah, that it's all based off of debt or whatever, and that the banks are leveraging the money and gaining money off of no money or whatever.
Yeah, there's more debt than there is dollars.
They're making $1,000 off or $2,000 off of lending an invisible $1,000 or whatever the fuck. But that's still it's all just fucking like written on paper at the end of the day. Like it really means nothing.
But psychology's not
So
important.
like when people just say all this stuff, I'm just like, well, it doesn't really fucking matter because literally all it takes is saying, hey Quinn, you want to fucking work today? And I say, yeah, I'm feeling it. And then you say, okay, there's some fucking fruit in the woods and we're gonna go get that fruit. And then I bring it home to my family and we eat that shit. Or whatever, there's some fucking steel, there's some minerals and we're gonna go fucking refine that shit and make something. At the end of the day, that is all that matters, is like what we do and what we have on this planet. The money is just like some like dumbass contract shit that we're like making up.
We have examples through history of the breaks.
I've seen that.
The time frames between central banks where they did actually barter like that. In 1907, we had what's called the
This is
tulip
probably gonna be my
crash.
last video though.
Basically, a
Just so you
tulip.
guys know.
The
I'm
flower
fucking tired.
was currency.
Sleeping
And
in
then
tomorrow.
One day it just bottomed out. Well, the whole world was using it,
I'll open it.
but the only people allowed to
This
grow
is
it was the
century of
Central Bank of the
century of
Netherlands.
enslavement.
They had a
right?
private land that was
I've seen
the only place that this kind of tulip was allowed to be grown. It was if you grew it, you broke the law, kind of thing.
Thanks for posting that.
Yeah.
It was like speculation. Wasn't that what brought it down?
That's the right one, right? Century of
Speculation?
enslavement.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean that, but I'm just saying, instead of $1, they were using
wrong link.
tulips as if it was $1.
Oh, that's a mirror video.
Yeah. Yeah, like so that paradox of thrift thing, it says the paradox of thrift holds that collective thrift may be bad for the economy or whatever. So it's like it's like a written
actually
into
from his
the
channel. Okay.
system that paying off the
2.4
debt
million
is like
views.
not a good thing or whatever, that it's gonna hurt the economy. So you need the debt. So it's like
that's because
the
the
economy
robbers
is
can't
based
rob
off
you,
of
man.
debt. And it's like
Everybody
so
can
people
see
need
that.
to really realize that it's all based off debt and that it's imagined or whatever.
Well, if
Fuck, I'm tired.
day one,
Holy shit.
1913, you could trade
Yeah,
one
yeah, I got
piece
it, Jack.
of
I got it.
Troy ounce gold for one note, known as $1, and you could buy this amount of corn. Day
Actually,
two, you couldn't buy as
I
much.
definitely
corn.
want to do.
We're 107
a,
years away from day one.
Both how Big
know what,
Oil
it's
conquered
kinda
the world
interesting
and
because
why
I
Big Oil
studied art
conquered the
history,
world.
now I
Like a
hate art
back-to-back, like
because
little
it's so
view party. Get your
capitalistic.
goddamn Discord back, Jack.
Because when
I don't know if I'm
you-
gonna do it here. Oh, I could do
I
it
used
here.
to study art and I hate it.
I'm like chilling at home. I
It's just because, it's so
I don't have my
capitalistic
PC
in a way
there.
that, the value of it changes so much.
Well, don't they say the
And
word
it's like-
confidence so much, right? Like confidence.
Huh?
Don't they use the word confidence like so often in regards to like financial things?
What do you mean confidence in what? Art?
No, and huh? Never mind. Sorry.
I don't know what we're talking about, but I'm just like, it's just like, it's really funny that I studied art history and now I hate it so much because, I see how like the auction houses work now, and it's just like, ugh. It's like so dirty and gritty.
I
And
would
it's
never
because-
associate like with art with like buying,
As,
like selling or
pass out.
buying of something or whatever.
No, it is. It's really screwed up because it's like the artist that actually made it, they get nothing. But then after the artist dies, they
All right,
jack the
motherfucker.
prices up way so high. I already talked about Johnny Michel Basquiat. Everybody's making money off of
Don't
him.
touch me.
But when he was alive, they were screwing him over left and right. He would
You
get
watch,
like
they're gonna sell Slow News Day in the DVD.
That's kind of
pack
like
when she's
part
bad.
of. That's kind of like being part of a label in music. You're not getting most of what you've earned as a music artist.
Basically, it's the same thing. It's like if I ever started doing art again, I promise you, I will burn. If I make a piece of artwork, I would take a digital picture of it so it can be replicated everywhere so it has no value, and then I will burn the original piece. So nobody, because
We can give it to
it's
me.
like,
I'll sell it.
so nobody could, huh?
Give it to me and I'll sell it.
I don't want you to sell it because I don't think artwork should say n'est pas un pipe, Marcel Duchamp, it's like, this is just a picture of something. It has no value. Like money, it has no value. It has no value. It's nothing.
Whoa,
It's
damn.
all in your head. So that's
Well,
why I don't like art
the
history
value-
and artwork. Because
Saying
it's
it in
all your
French
head.
sells it more too. I'm like, damn, I agree.
The real value of anything is the product. The art is the value.
No, it's
Just
not.
like
No, it's not. There's no
thing that
value in
grows.
it.
The thing that grows out of the ground is value.
But no, I don't believe. But no, the way they treat the people that grow it out of the ground is garbage. They like treat you if you create a piece of artwork, they're not likely to give you anything for it while you're living. Posthumously, your work becomes more valuable, and that's the screwed up part, and that's called capitalism.
What I was trying to explain a few minutes ago, a dollar in 1913 you could trade for 1 troy ounce of gold. Today it's $2,000 for 1 troy ounce of gold. Another way they explained it was in 1913, if you just went to a farmer and bought corn, you could get a whole rooms filled with corn for $1. Today we can get a can of corn and that's it. The value is the actual thing. It's not the currency we're using.
But the thing is, like I said, that's kind of backwards because it's like you get $1 worth of corn, you get a room full of corn in days of yore. When I talk about artwork, you get $1 worth and you get a lot of stuff. But today you get you have to pay like $1 for nothing basically.
James
just
looked
a
it
little
up and
can of
showed me.
corn.
Right.
And the thing
It's
NFT
valuing the actual product, and that's the problem, and that's the
But
scam.
the thing is, but artwork is different.
Economic
backwards.
shit,
It's
I always get lost.
Completely vice versa for artwork.
Probably 'cause
That's why I
my
don't
lack
like
of
art
interest.
anymore. I'm like, it's
Right,
like
because
in
it's
days of
to the
yore,
eye of the
it's like
beholder.
worth $1 in days of yore. Now, after you're dead, it's worth $1 million. I'm like, what? That's really screwed up. That's what I'm saying. That's why. That's kind of
No, I
capitalism.
get you on that.
at
I
its
understand what you mean. That is screwed up. That like some label after somebody died, it extremely launched because of their popularity.
No, they had no popularity when they were living. That's the thing. I did art history. They had no popularity when they were alive. It just basically takes. I studied art history. That was my concentration, art history. Basically, in art history, all you're doing is spinning. All you're doing, you can go back and find any loser artist and spin them and make them relevant and just talk out. You can say anything you want and you just spin it. You literally just spinning it. And then you talk them up to like, oh, their shit wasn't worth anything, you know,
You can
$5.
send in a video, but this is
then
the
I
last
can
one
go
I'm
back
playing.
as an art
I need
historian and
sleep.
say, oh, their work is really
Badly.
valuable. Give me $5,000.
Back of
Give
my
me
eyes are on fire
$500,000.
right now.
Give
Fire.
me $5 million for this work
Foyer.
after they're dead. That's why it was so manipulative, and that's why I don't like art history, because it was like pure capitalism. It was abusive. And like I said, I went to school for this crap. I studied in Italy and everything, Italian Renaissance in Italy. But yeah, people get screwed, and that's, you know, the value of it. A lot of things is just in people's head and how you can spin it, because that's what you were as an art historian. You were just spinning them. You can just find any random artist that was very insignificant during their time, and then tell everybody they're amazing
Rembrandt.
50 years later. So that's all I'm saying. So their value of things is in people's heads
Agreed.
and how you can spin it. So.
And the museum that
Thank you,
buys
Jay.
it also,
Pink hearts all day.
if it doesn't sell in the auction, it sells to a museum. So then the state will do it too. So there's always a backup system in case too. That's interesting.
So that's just all I was saying. That's
Why
what
are
we're
there
talking
always
about, you know,
like?
the value of things.
There's always assholes in like every avenue of life. I'm sure there's like hopscotchers out there that are fucking cheating and shit. It's like every avenue there's some asshole somewhere, and they always just keep it moving. They get rich or whatever the fuck they do off of scamming off of other people. They just keep it fucking moving.
But at the same time, it's not even really like they're scamming. It's like, that's just like
there's like a
the
human
thing that they
thing
do.
there, right? Isn't there like a human code thing where it's like, that's kind of fucked up, isn't it? Like, don't we say that to ourselves? Like, damn, that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah,
That's
we do
kinda
say
what
that.
I'm
Well, that's what I did about art history. Like I said, I went to school for it. I went to university for it, and I'm like, ew. And at some point, I was like, this is kind of fucked up. But it's just like, it doesn't seem like a scam, because it's not really a scam. It's just day-to-day
Freak you, prop.
business.
It's a built-in scam.
I'm in my own video.
Yeah. So it's just standard working business day to day. It's like, ew, gross. I don't want any part of this anymore.
All right, let's play. This is gonna be my last video I'm playing. I'm fucking tired, and hopefully it makes me giggle.
Can you turn it down a little bit though, because your videos have been a little loud in my ears.
You can turn it down, can't you? I'll turn it down a bit. I got you.
No, everybody else sounds normal, but your videos are a little loud.
My bad. I'll turn it down a little bit.
I'm just saying. I just wanted to say politely.
Sorry, Miss Jackson.
Oh, don't go there.
It was a layup. You gave me a layup. I took it. Okay.
You went with the alley-oop.
Too easy. All right, let's play this. Tim Dylan, whatever, destroys Eric Weinstein, whatever, and Lex Friedman, what the fuck ever. Here we go.
That Lex Friedman interview is great.
Yeah, I love Lex. Yeah.
It's great. It's 6 hours because he takes 6 minutes to ask each question, but I love him. Now you are
Anna? Anna?
Yes.
You got to turn Jordan down the videos, because if he turns it down, then it'll like screw it up for other people. So you gotta like if you click your volume, it'll bring up 2 volumes.
Yeah. I was just trying to make life easy.
Is this better?
Oh no, it's got to be on your end or whatever. You're saying he's loud or whatever, so you got to control his volume then.
No, he's fine, but his videos
his
are
stream
loud.
or whatever. Yeah, then you got to turn his videos down.
Yeah.
There's 2 volumes on your end. There's like a mixer board.
Yeah, if you're on your phone or whatever. Yeah.
This has been your Discord check service.
Yeah, I turned it back up. Here we go.
Lex Friedman interview is great.
Yeah, I love Lex. Yeah.
It's great. It's 6 hours because he takes 6 minutes to ask each question, but I love him. Now you are comedian. Comedy. I've always felt
I like Lex, but he's gone.
It's really
gone on transhumanism and cockfighting.
What would you say?
Art and
I mean,
books
it's just
are
like,
used
you're
as
just
money
trying to, like,
laundering
I'm
too.
like, I'm just trying to stay in this, but he's great. He's a genius.
I personally can't
even believe he's
confirm
talking
that,
to me.
but that makes a shit
Everyone
ton of
says
sense.
he's a genius. I don't know if he's a genius. I'm sure he is a genius. What does he do? He's a coder?
Yeah, for AI. Yeah.
Wait, what? So what does that even mean?
So like he.
Does anyone have to ask credentials anymore? Do anybody know if any? Everyone goes, Eric Weinstein's a genie. Does anyone know why? What is there anything they've done? No, truly, because all they do is talk. Is there anything they've built? Is there one appliance that they have anything to do with? Have they come up with something even like the Rotato, which peels and slices a potato as you could? Like, is there one thing any of them have done except whack off Elon Musk and talk? I'm literally asking. And I love them all. And I don't, but I do. But whatever. They're funny. But I mean, can I ask? So I always shit on Gary Vee. And then you got these people that are all geniuses. And we're not supposed. And you can't find a thing they do. What is their job? What is any of their jobs?
To do research.
Into what? Why and who? Where? Where's the what? They all do research all day, but they're all on Clubhouse for 9 hours. What are they researching? They're just talking about trans people. They're all supposedly tech geniuses who's talking about who has a cock. I'm dead serious. I think the non-binary thing's is wacky too. I'm not a fan of women getting beaten up by men in sport, but it's like these are the best minds of our time, and all they're talking about is if somebody's tucking the D. This is all they talk about. Weinstein and Heather
really
Heyer,
like
they talk about trans people for 9 hours. They just sit in a room with cats running around and Heather Heyer. I mean, a
I hearing a
voice that
repeat?
deep to talk about gender all day. God love you. She's like, the biological realities of the trend. My name is Heather Heyer. My name is Heather Heyer. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? These are all you can't ask if what anyone's done. They're just. I'm not trying to be.
They're very.
I love
secretive.
Lex. I bet Lex is smart. Yeah, they are very secretive, right?
Yeah, so you basically watched the. Basically just watched the same video twice. Okay.
Yeah, I think we did.
That's a great way to end it. That's what I say.
You made my boobs hurt. I don't know how that happened, but it did. Weirdest thing ever.
Let this awkward silence sit for a bit.
Where the hell did Quinn go?
I sent him home.
Send his ass back to Canada. Don't be right back, Jack. I'm leaving, bro. What's up, Anthony?
How come Allison here, but she can't talk? I don't like that.
Oh, yeah, I see Alice there. Bitch ass cheetah.
Yo, Allison.
Bitch ass Cheetos eating. Fucking scared of lions and shit. Cheetahs. We trash that. Alright. Alright, that's it for me.
Y'all have a good night.
Good night, Discord.
Yeah, you have.
All right, TTFN, Tata for now.
Ed's still like sleeping, right?
Yeah, he probably is.
He'll be in the Discord for a minute.
He'll be here.
He'll sleep.
Alright, good night, Discord. Good night, everybody.
Tata.
Alright, into the YouTube chat. Thanks for hanging out. Fucking tired, bro. Phone just went off. But I get to sleep in tomorrow. Yes. Yeah. Let's see. Good night, Jack. Good night, Duck. Good night, Mickey. Good night. We need critical thinking. I gotta come up with a nickname for you. Is it WNCT? With that one? We need critical thinking?
I say that long-ass goddamn name every time. Peace out, propaganda. Have a good night. That's right, tits out of 10. Guys, don't forget to share, support, and hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery and Unapologetic's GoFundMe. Both links in the description box. And with all that said, give this video... Why did it sound like you were gearing up to say something? I heard a... Like you're about to like yell some shit out. Okay. And with all that said, give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in, and then you wanna get out. When you get the money to buy yourself a castle, how will you wear your leisure? You zipper back and front on the fence together. Weekends in leather, flip to the right and slip back to the left. For handshakes to the